Sako.
Oh, hello. Hello, Nick.
Hey, how are you?
Oh, so good.
Well, how have you enjoyed Da Nang so far?
Da Nang, beautiful. 美しい.
So I do this thing, I take players to lunch, but since we're in this gorgeous Da Nang, let's go to the beach. Wow, this barometer is just really beautiful.
Beautiful. キラキラしてます.
Yeah, like we look at the water and the sand. It's really nice. I think we can like go to one of those chairs and get a cold drink.
せっかくだったらスポーツがしたい.
Sports? What sports should we do?
パラグライダー.
Paragliding?
絶対気持ちいい.
Like fly way up there?
Yes.
No! That's so dangerous. Let's do something else. How about kayaking?
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Let's go! Hello.
Are you ready?
Okay!
Players are competitive in nature, so today we race.
Race!
I'll beat you. Go with me.
Very easy. Yeah. 楽しい. Kanpai.
So are you going to Incheon?
Yes. Incheon も行きます.
I think a lot of Japanese like to go to Incheon, to Korea, right?
Yes. やっぱり APT がアジア最大のトーナメント、一番大きいトーナメントで、こう日本でたくさんポーカーをやってる人はやっぱり次のステップとしてこう海外でトロフィー、タイトルが欲しいっていう人はすごく多い。でその中で韓国はなんか私たち日本人にとってすごく身近な国、楽しい、食べ物も美味しいし、近い、飛行機もちょっとでいいから初めての海外旅行、海外トーナメントにインチョン選ぶ人はすごく多いから、それが理由だと思います。私も初めての海外トーナメントは APT インチョン。
Well, I had a lot of fun today.
Yes.
And I hope to see you in Incheon.
Yes.
Incheon.
Incheon. Trophy.
Hello and welcome to the record-breaking main event here at APT Da Nang, officially the largest poker tournament in Da Nang with 675 entries. We're now down to our final table. Let's meet our finalists. Anything you want to say to your opponents at the final table?
There are people who cheer for me, so I will do my best to meet their expectations.
여기까지 왔으니까 뭐 최선을 다해 봅시다.
Anh có điều gì muốn nói với đối thủ của mình trên bàn final không ạ?
Cần cẩn trọng tôi.
Anh muốn nói rằng là người Việt Nam tuy vóc dáng nhỏ bé nhưng mà về tinh thần thì không bao giờ bị có thể là dễ dàng đánh phục được.
Come on, fighting. Let's all have fun. Okay, go on.
I think everybody played very well because the goal to the final table was not easy.
Nobody is my rival.
Nobody.
Don't miss this epic final table of this record-breaking event, live streaming today on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch, only on the Asian Poker Tour. Welcome to the final table of the Superstar Challenge. Here's what went down. Yeah! Ge Yingrui all in for his tournament life with Queen 10 of clubs. And that's going to be a good game there for Ge Yingrui of China out in 9th place. As flop comes, and Chun Yuhang of China out in 8th place. And that's going to be a good game for Quan Nguyen Trung of Vietnam placing 7th. Martin Garrett of the Netherlands out in 6th place. That's going to be a good game for Alan Pham from Australia out in 5th place. Chiu Qian of China out in 4th place. And Remy Florent out in 3rd. Which means we're now down to heads up. Joshua Curtis McCulley of Australia versus Bank from Thailand. Even stacks here, but both players all in. Bank with the ace-3 offsuit versus Josh McCulley's ace-jack offsuit. Flop comes 7-8, 9 ace-jack holding. Turn Queen of Hearts, River 5 of clubs. Josh McCulley wins his hand. And that is going to be a good game from Bank of Thailand. And Josh McCulley of Australia is our winner for the Superstar Challenge.
It was an interesting final table. Came in mostly short, and I was pretty fortunate to squeeze in, and yeah, good experience.
Because he is superstar, so he deserves it.
Thank you so much for watching. If you want to learn more about the APT, please go to apt.poker. We have 61 mystery bounty hunter envelopes, and one of them has 300 million Vietnam dong.
APT 越南岘港站究竟谁可以拿下最高的神秘赏金呢
Let's go bounty hunting! Down to our final table of the mystery bounty hunter. An Win all in for her tournament life here against Deng Zhiwen of China. Needs to find a 4 or a 5 or an ace to chop, and that's not going to be it. And that's going to be a good game for An Win. And Deng Zhiwen is our champion of the mystery bounty event.
恭喜冠军邓志文，来自中国，可以跟大家分享一下你现在的心情吗？
我是第一次参加国外的比赛，第2天越南站这个 APT 给我的体验非常好。我在国外的话也拿过3个边赛冠军，这个是我国外的第1个复赛冠军啊！希望我未来的主赛能取得好成绩。
让我们再一次恭喜 APT 岘港站神秘赏金联赛冠军来自中国邓志文，恭喜！
Make sure you like and subscribe, and for more information about the APT, please go to apt.poker. Bye bye! I'm playing a poker tournament here at the Asian Poker Tour, and I'm buying in for $6 million. Did I say dollars? I meant Vietnamese dong. I'm playing one of the nightly turbos, just one of 61 different events happening here at the Summer Series in Da Nang, Vietnam by the Asian Poker Tour. So let's get right into the action and let's buy in. One turbo, please.
Thanks, Dad.
20K starting stack, 15-minute levels. It's level 1, and I've got 20K chips. Come on. Oh. Hi. Still alive though. Still alive. Start of level 7, 18,500 in chips. Level 8, last level before late reg ends. 15,000 chips, 15 big blinds. Staying alive. Ace jack offsuit versus ace 5. Need to hit a 2 or a 5. And winner winner chicken dinner for me. It's level 9. Late reg is over. No more rebuys, and I have 24,000 in chips. I'm over starting stack. Give me the 5 or the 6. Please, Daddy, please. Christy, we're alive. We still have chips left. It's the spot to start level 10, and we have 5,500 chips. We have 2.5 big blinds. Okay, that's a good flop for me. Just need to dodge a 10. And that's a good river for me. Double up, here we go. It's level 11. I have like 12,000 chips. I have four big blinds. That's a great turn. Pick up the flush draw too. River! still alive, baby. Final 2 tables, top 18, 11 more till the money. 8s versus ace-9 for my tournament life. Flop comes 8, but I need to dodge the open-ended straight draw. Turn is good. Well, little lion, today it wasn't meant to be, but I had a great time. I placed 17th out of 53 people. I was in for 12 million, the Vietnamese dong, out for 0. But hey, I had a great time. If you want to have a great time with me here in Da Nang in Vietnam with the APT Summer Series, please go to apt.poker for more information, and we'll see you here in Da Nang.
Hello, Sako.
Oh, hello. Hello, Nick.
Hey, how are you?
Oh, so good. Psychoです.
Well, how have you enjoyed Da Nang so far?
Da Nang, beautiful. 美しい.
So I do this thing, I take players to lunch, but since we're in this gorgeous Da Nang, let's go to the beach. Wow, this drama is just really beautiful.
Beautiful. キラキラしてます.
Yeah, like you look at the water and the sand. It's really nice. I think we can like go to one of those chairs and get a go drink.
せっかくだったらスポーツがしたい.
Sports? What sports should we do?
パラグライダ
ー. Paragliding?
絶対気持ちいい.
Like fly way up there?
Yes.
No! That's so dangerous. Let's do something else. How about kayaking?
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Let's go! Hello.
Are you ready?
Okay!
Poker players are competitive in nature, so today we race.
Race?
I'll beat you. Go
Very easy. Yeah. 楽しい. Kanpai.
So are you going to Incheon?
Yes. Incheon も行きます.
I think a lot of Japanese like to go to Incheon, to Korea, right?
Yes. やっぱり APT がアジア最大のトーナメント、一番大きいトーナメントで、こう日本でたくさんポーカーをやってる人はやっぱり次のステップとしてこう海外でトロフィー、タイトルが欲しいっていう人はすごく多い。でその中で韓国はなんか私たち日本人にとってすごく身近な国、楽しい、食べ物も美味しいし、近い、飛行機もちょっとでいいから初めての海外旅行、海外トーナメントにインチョン選ぶ人はすごく多いから、それが理由だと思います。私も初めての海外トーナメントは APT インチョン。
Well, I had a lot of fun today.
Yes.
And I hope to see you in Incheon.
Yes.
Incheon.
Incheon. トロフィー
Hello and welcome to the record-breaking main event here at APT Da Nang, officially the largest poker tournament in Da Nang with 675 entries. We're now down to our final table. Let's meet our finalists. Anything you want to say to your opponents at the final table?
There are people who cheer for me, so I will do my best to meet their expectations.
여기까지 왔으니까 뭐 최선을 다해 봅시다.
Anh có điều gì muốn nói với đối thủ của mình trên bàn final không ạ?
Anh muốn nói rằng là người Việt Nam tuy vóc dáng nhỏ bé nhưng mà về tinh thần thì không bao giờ bị có thể là dễ dàng đánh gục được.
Come on, kayaking. Let's all have fun. Okay, go on. I think everybody played very well because the goal to final table was not easy.
Nobody is my rival.
Nobody.
Don't miss this epic final table of this record-breaking event, live streaming today on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch, only on the Asian Poker Tour. Welcome to the final table of the Superstar Challenge. Here's what went down. Ge Yingrui all in for his tournament life with Queen 10 of clubs. And that's going to be a good game there for Ge Yingrui of China out in 9th place as flop comes. And Chun Yuhang of China out in 8th place. And that's going to be a good game for Quan Nguyen Trung of Vietnam placing 7th. Martin Garrett of the Netherlands out in 6th place. That's going to be a good game for Alan Pham from Australia out in 5th place. Chiu Qian of China out in 4th place. And Remy Florent out in 3rd. Which means we're now down to heads up. Joshua Curtis McCulley of Australia versus Bank from Thailand. Even stacks here, but both players all in. Bank with the ace-3 offsuit versus Josh McCulley's ace-jack offsuit. Flop comes 7-8, 9 ace-jack holding, turn queen of hearts, river 5 of clubs. Josh McCulley wins his hand. And that is going to be a good game from Bank of Thailand. And Josh McCulley of Australia is our winner for the Superstar Challenge.
It was an interesting final table. Came in mostly short, and I was pretty fortunate to squeeze in, and yeah, good experience.
Because he is superstar, so he deserves.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are live here, coming to you from Da Nang, Vietnam. We are bringing to you the final day of coverage here at the APT in Da Nang, Vietnam, wrapping up the summer series for the APT, leading into, of course, the big event coming up in South Korea, Incheon. My name is Viller Singhal. I am joined, as always, by Stephen Lai as we wrap up this amazing series with the two-day high roller, the most prestigious event perhaps the APT has to offer. Hello, Stephen. How are you doing, my friend? Ready to wrap this up with me?
Well, I am delighted to be back after 4 days already of streaming, and I feel like I will miss it if I don't get to stream this day today. Tomorrow I'll be missing this. I feel this withdrawal symptom coming on.
Yeah, we do get the high roller to wrap things up after 3 days of what I thought was an amazing main event, leading up to, of course, the eventual winner from Singapore, Mr. Shishang Koo, walking away with $165,000. But let's not discount the prize pool at this amazing high roller event today as well. Let me give you the brief here. 80 million Vietnamese dong is the buy-in. That's about 3,400 in USD. 161 entries, absolutely incredible for that buy-in size, leading to almost a $500,000 US prize pool, and that means first place is an incredible $110,000. That's 2.6 billion Vietnamese dong, by the way, going all the way down to 327 million Vietnamese dong. That's 14,000 USD for 8th place finish, which is, of course, the final table. We are beginning the day today, by the way, with 25 out of those 161 entries advancing to day 2. And a slightly painful situation seems to be on the cards because only 23 out of those 25 players will indeed make the money. ITM will be good for $5,500. So we are effectively kicking off today's coverage on the soft bubble, as they call it, which means we are going to kick off with some tense action. Of course, we're playing 8 max. That's the nature of the high roller. We have about 3 tables in the mix, plus that extra player. We will be getting it down in the money. It's going to be tense, Stephen. How do you think these players are going to be approaching day 2 coming into today?
Well, I'm going through the list of survivors on day 2, and there's some very familiar names here. Our boy Nevin from the final table yesterday of the main event. He is somehow managed to jump on and still in the high roller. And also, of course, the Japanese superstar Gact. He is also in the mix.
Sometimes when we say superstars, we had Elki at the Hanoi high roller final the high roller final table. Now, Elki is a superstar in many ways, but he's not a legit pop star, rock star superstar. He's a superstar in the poker world. Our Japanese friend Gact, as I'm sure the entire Japanese world knows him, is a legit superstar. I believe he's sold over 10 million records. So exciting to see him in the mix, and by the way, being one of the top 10 starting stacks for this day too.
Well, we had some amateurs singing songs at the high roller final table in Hanoi. Maybe we'll get Mr. Gact to break into a song and a dance for us.
That would be absolutely incredible, of course, as we did see a shot of that glorious high roller APT Lion Trophy, not the tiny ones that you saw afterwards, the one right up top. Similar size as the main event, different finish, not gold, but beautiful nonetheless, as we see what is my favorite shot of this coverage of the APT in the new era, the 360 of the final table, excuse me, the feature table in this case, and we see the rest of the floor as well. A little bit sparser, I'd say, than yesterday, considering it's the last day of the series here, but still many, many events going on, and of course, the crown jewel, the high roller, is the coverage we will be bringing to you today.
Fantastic news. And look at these players. They all look so fresh. I think the play went on until 1 or 2 a.m. last night, and they've come back, you know, within 12 hours, and they're looking fresh and ready.
Yeah, as I said earlier, 25 players advanced out of the 161. That's the graphic you see on the top left of your screen. 23 places paid in the money, good for 5,500 USD. Not a bad return for the 3,400 buy-in. But of course, first place is what everybody has their eyes set on. 110,000 USD up for grabs. We were talking about some of the players in the mix. You mentioned Nevin. Let's just highlight what an accomplishment this is already. Nevin comes, I believe, 4th in the main event last night, hops into the high roller immediately, and is now in the mix, very well placed to at least cash and be in the running for that top prize of 110,000. What an achievement this would be if he makes another truly deep run here. Nevin, of course, the player from Taiwan, the only Taiwanese player left in this field right now. His actual name, I believe, is Chang or Chung, but he goes by Nevin, one half of the YouTube channel Win Poker Couple, making an incredible showing at the main event yesterday. Hopefully, we find him at the feature table soon.
Don't forget, he's also the latest addition to the amazing roster of Natural 8 ambassadors. Indeed. I had a chat with him last night and jokingly asking how many bullets he fired at the high roller. And he jokingly replied he didn't have time to fire more than one.
Of course, he had fired an incredible 6 bullets into the main event yesterday, or rather maybe on the day ones. That was good for $9,000 in buy-in. But nothing to complain about when you come 4th in the main event, walking away with $55,000.
And I'm looking at the players list overall, well represented, the world. You know, we have plenty of Vietnamese players, some Japanese players, some Chinese players, South Korean players, an Australian player, and a player from the United Kingdom, Grant Gardner.
Grant Gardner, of course, well known on the APT circuit. 2 players from India, by the way. Both have been a constant presence at this APT event here in Da Nang. One of them on the screen right now, Ashish Manot. You'd remember, Stephen. He was on the final table of the high roller in Hanoi. So this is a familiar situation. And what a glorious position he's in right now. 40K open from the cutoff, a standard 2x raise. An aggressive 3-bet from the Japanese player who is the biggest stack on the table. And indeed, in the tournament, an absolutely monstrous stack. And Ashish finds ace-king off with 20 bigs in the big blind. I think there's only one move here.
Let's go.
This is how we kick off hand number 1, it seems. An open mystery hand, a 3-bet, a light 3-bet, queen jack off on the button from the big stack. And I suspect, well, let me just repeat, we are on the soft bubble. We've cut away from Ashish, it seems, but we were just mentioning Ashish made the final table off the high roller, and he is a very, very well-known pro from my home country of India. I don't see him laying this one down to try and sneak his way into the money. Ace-king off, such a strong holding. He should recognize, there we go, rips it in. I was about to say he should recognize that the chip leader is going to be 3-betting very, very light on the bubble. Gets it in with the open and the 3-bet. Look at how much dead money. I say dead money assuming that Shimizu doesn't call it off here. He certainly could. In fact, is getting the appropriate odds almost to make this call. But the amount of chips in the middle means Ashish, if he gets this jam through without contest, would have added 50% to his stack.
I can't see a call here. even though the chip leader does have 87 big blinds.
Against a 3-bet jam, you might think you could be flipping with the queen jack off. This is a cold 4-bet jam.
Well, first hand of the day as well. You know, you've just unbagged your chips, your hard-earned chips from yesterday. You haven't actually sat down properly. You haven't even placed the chips properly. Probably will just let it go for now.
6 players on the feature table at the moment. That's because we have 25 players remaining, and this is an 8-max tournament. So we have got an uneven distribution of players for the moment until we get down to 24, of course. We will have 3 tables then, but we will be on the stone bubble. I think the tensions will be pretty high.
Well, yesterday we had a rock star lookalike in our friend Maeda. Today we have an actual Japanese rock star in the house.
Yeah, I cannot wait to talk about the player from Japan. Oshiro is what his graphics is going to show, but the entire Japanese world will recognize him instantly as Gact. I believe that's spelled G-A-C-K-T. In case you're not familiar with him and not from Japan, look him up. You will be astounded at some of his achievements in the music world. I actually heard some of his music just this morning. Incredible talent. And I have to say, as somebody obviously not too familiar with Japanese culture, and I was not familiar with his work, but you know who he reminded me of, Stephen? My point of reference to him? It's sort of like a Japanese David Bowie, or David Bowie.
Oh yeah, David Bowie. Ground Control to Major Tom.
Gact had the same vibe, and of course I mean that as perhaps the ultimate compliment in the world of music.
Well, what is your favorite David Bowie film?
Of course, it's The Prestige.
Ah, very good. That's the great scientist Tesla.
Indeed. Some players in chat doing our job for us, as they have been known to do, pointing out another superstar we have at the table. We will be mentioning him also. The Japanese representation here has been incredible, but since we do have access to the entire player pool left at the moment, all 25 of them, the representation from Vietnam is just astounding. I believe 25 players left. I count at least 10 names from the home local contingent. That is a great ratio.
Well, you know, we were saying earlier, APT in Vietnam is going from strength to strength. And, you know, like a high roller event at this buy-in, attracting 161 entries, is a very, very solid event.
No doubt. That's what's led to the incredible prize pool as well, by the way. 474,000 USD to be precise. As a result, a 6-figure top prize today, 110,000 USD. That's 2.6 billion in the local currency.
And we welcome the 150 viewers on YouTube. I'm sure it will grow. We became a bit of a phenomenon yesterday on YouTube.
All thanks to those viewers.
Of course. We should claim a little credit too, I think.
Sure. Always happy. Another big stack.
Okay, oh, sorry, go on.
Well, I was just about to point out the player on the small blind. We actually have some of the bigger stacks in the tournament on our feature table. Purely a random draw, of course. 1.8 million or so is the biggest stack in the tournament. We just saw that player in the mixed. Takao making the 3-bet, finding the fold. An extremely accomplished player from Japan. We will be telling you more about him going forward. All the way down to the shortest stack of 165,000 chips coming into the day. That's about 8 bigs. With the bubble the soft bubble that is, where we're at. I think the players might want to look at the outer table, especially in a hairy situation like this. The reason I was pointing out the stacks, of course, being on the bubble, two middle stacks colliding here, and the board is as exciting as it can get. Top pair and the flush draw for Hugh. Oshiro has an overcard and a higher flush draw. A diamond would be absolute disaster here for Hugh.
And we're talking about a stack size that will definitely stack off if a flush does hit. Oh, it was red, but it wasn't a diamond.
It was the red and the right amount of pips as well. The 7 or 8 of diamonds could easily have been that card as it first came into the frame. For now, Hugh has a commanding position here in this spot. Oshiro has a very pretty hand, but is frankly drawing pretty thin.
Well, he needs a king or a diamond.
Wow, look at the pot control there, despite the commanding position I mentioned. Purely a function of being on the bubble, I suppose. Good pot control practice, irrespective. The 8 did connect with a lot of holdings that might have been continuing. These guys
I see some. Sorry, I see some familiar names. Apart from the playlist, I see familiar names. I see a lot of familiar names in the comment section as well on YouTube. Welcome back, Justin. And Junko Fox, he was a frequent commenter last time around at Hanoi. So I welcome you, our YouTube viewers.
4 to a straight now on the river with the 7. Does not slow down. Who going for value here, recognizing that with the check from Oshiro, his queen is very likely good, and he almost seems to want that value he perhaps missed on the turn. Could be too late. Just as a reminder, as we settle into this table, the player on the screen right now, we will be referring to him as his desired moniker. And a much, much cooler title, Gact.
I wonder if it's some sort of abbreviation of something or some kind of initials, acronym.
It is indeed. His first name is, of course I might butcher it, but Gakuto.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess
where did the C come from?
Magic. C for cool.
Oh, wow. That must be it.
Do you have a nickname, Stephen, by the way?
A lot of people call me Baldy because I have had a very, very short haircut for the longest time. They also call me the... oh, no, I'm not going to say that because that's a bit arrogant, but something along the line with the Wikipedia, because I do have useless facts coming out of my mouth all the time.
Ah.
Mm-hmm.
How long has that been around? Back in the day, I know people would call you like, what was it, the Britannica, right? Encarta?
Yes.
Britannica?
Yes, yeah.
That's what you used to call nerds.
Encyclopedia Britannica, yes.
In case anybody's below the age of, well, precisely my age, I suppose, like, if you're not in your 30s, we used to have Wikipedia, except it used to be on multiple CD drives that we would spend hundreds of dollars on.
Oh, I remember flipping through proper plant-based encyclopedia.
I remember those as well. I had one for each letter in the alphabet.
Exactly. You're a scholar.
Players are clearly settling in to the table. We had sort of an action hand to kick off coverage with the 4-bet jam from Ashish Manot. Things have been relatively timid since then in the next few hands, but let's just remind you, We're playing 6 max right now. A very different game than perhaps what most of these players have been playing, even in the lead up to day 2 of this event. This is of course an 8 max event. Gact finds a solid holding in the small blind.
And raises it up to 60,000. 3x reflop from the small blind. By the way, someone on YouTube responded to your comment earlier. He says, Gact is unlike anyone else, but Japanese David Bowie does the job. There you go.
Hey, thank you.
And our friend Poker Now on YouTube says Gact has been playing high roller every day in the series.
Of course, referring to some of the single day high rollers we have going on, but trust me, the one to perform the best in is this one, the crown jewel of the high rollers. There's a reason the APT Lion Trophy, the big one that is given out for this event, not the single day high rollers. It is the elite here at the series battling it out. $3,400 buy-in, 2-day event. You can see the intensity with which some of the players are approaching this spot. After all, 25 players left, 23 get paid. Gact has managed to accumulate a fairly big stack. Well, at least he came in today with 1 million chips, which is good for 7th out of the 25 players remaining in terms of stack sizes.
Well, as a bit of a selfish thinking, I am hoping he stays all the way to heads up. So that will give us a lot of viewers.
Absolutely. I'd love to learn more about Japan. Junko Fox says, hi, Vither. Hi, Stephen. I'm Poker Now from Japan. Hello, Poker Now.
Yes.
Ashish raising, reasonable holding, late position, not too late of course, we're playing 6 max. Shimizu, chip leader in the tournament, an extremely experienced poker player. He was, I believe, Japanese Player of the Year in 2018. Flops the nuts, more or less anyway. Poker is just too easy sometimes. You have
Fundamental theorem, right?
Indeed. It's not enough that you have the chip lead. You defend the big blind and flop your opponent dead. Ashish understandably comes out firing. Small continuation bet. Has the straight draw to Broadway. Could think his ace would be good. Far from it, of course. Backdoor spades might give him some comfort as well. Small raise from the full house. Look at this. Ashish does not seem to be in the mood to exit the hand yet. Taking account of how many blinds he has. He has 25. He's being asked to put in 3.5. Tosses in a time bank chip in case you're new to APT coverage. Those squares on the left, at least screen left of Ashish's chips, are time banks, each good for an extra minute in time. And that huge stack of time banks means you can pretty much take your time. There we go, lets it go. And Shimizu shows
it.
The monster. I was mentioning that Shimizu, Player of the Year 2018, or was it 2017? A few years ago, did take sort of a step back from poker, not completely. Just let his foot off the gas a little bit once he started a family, then of course during COVID. But now, his child is just about old enough to travel. As a result, Shimizu has brought his family with him to the beautiful city of Da Nang. One of the many beauties of having an event here in Da Nang is how family-friendly this place is. As are some of the other APT stops. Phu Quoc comes to mind. I'm not too sure about Incheon, Korea, but Korea is a wonderful place. I'm sure Incheon has plenty of family-friendly things to do. As a result, if that's something that you're considering, make sure you check out apt.poker for all the information about the upcoming event in South Korea. Kicks off August 25th. Not too soon, but not too far from now, but you have plenty of time still to figure out all logistics. And then you come see us there, say hi. We'll show you around.
Well, you can show me around too, because I've never been.
I plan to watch a lot of travel vloggers before I get there.
Pocket juices from Hijack, puts in an open. I think I remember this name, Kitasato. I think we had him on the TV table on day 3.
Another player from Japan, of course. Also one of the top stacks in the tournament. Started the day with over 1 million in chips, which is good for 5th out of the 25 players remaining.
No, he is this big blind boss looking player is staring at his opponent, I think, hoping to find the courage to play Jack 6 off.
That's Chung Kwan Win from Vietnam. Really, really cool sleeve tattoos, I must say.
Mm-hmm.
You don't see that combo often, Steven. Muted bowling shirt, it seems like. And then some crazy sleeve tats.
Oh, it is a Gucci shirt after all.
Oh, is it? Oh, I missed that actually.
Yeah.
That is that is a look I will never have, much less ever pull off. I think I would probably look more like Shimizu right there. Or Ashish, in fact. There we go. It's more my vibe. The grungiest, plainest looking hoodie of all time, and zip it up all the way to the top, so doesn't even matter what you wear beneath.
Keeping you nice and toasty.
Gact, doing what superstars do. Check out that watch, by the way. I don't know much about watches, but that one makes a statement.
Does look a bit shiny. By the way, I've just been told by Poker Now on YouTube that Kitasato is an editor and writer of GACKT's recent books. They are good friends of the felt.
Wow. We had no idea. Thank you for that information. They have a new book coming out in September. Definitely check that out. But how cool. Clearly traveling together. And both have run super deep here. Have great stacks.
Well, we don't want to speak too soon because they are experiencing the soft bubble right now. I think at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how deep you run, as long as if you don't make the money, then everything's in vain.
Now, I mentioned 161 entries. Over 90 of those were unique. But just like the main event, many players are in for multiple bullets. One of those players is indeed GACKT, as is Kitasato. I think GACKT might be in for 5 bullets, at least according to Justin Fairbanks in chat. which, just like Nevin yesterday, who once again is still in the field. In fact, I might be spotting him in the shot of the outer tables right now. But Nevin needed, I believe, a 7th place finish yesterday, or rather 11th place finish yesterday to break even on his investment in the main event. Of course, he absolutely outdid that, walking away with $55,000 for his 4th place finish. Gact needs a 7th place finish today. 7th place today, good for 19,000 USD.
As an aside, the Taiwan Million Tournament is happening. The day 2 of the event is happening in Taipei right now. And my WhatsApp inbox is filled with bad beat stories already.
Of course. As Stephen was mentioning, some familiar names in chat. We, of course, thank you so much for your company. Very curious how many new people we have watching today who did not follow the main event coverage. Perhaps because of the man on the screen with that glorious watch, the superstar from Japan, Gact. Or perhaps just because you preferred the high roller style of poker, I have to say. Sometimes I lean towards the arguably more predictable, more fundamental, more boring, some might say, but to me it's the most fascinating thing in the world, style of poker that you would see on high rollers. But also have a feeling with this field, with some of the names in the mix, it's going to be a good combination of advanced moves and, let's just say, creative moves today. Ashish Manod with 8-7 of hearts certainly leans towards the advanced side of those moves. 3-bet from the button. I think it's time to let your suited connectors go. There we go. Let's go. The real question is, what does the chip leader do here? Wow, wait a minute. Kings in the big blind might have something to say. And this is where the soft bubble could make things interesting. Kitazato has 49 bigs. Win has 3-bet from the button. Kitazato does have the 3-better covered, which should really help his case. How much does he want to go for here? He should be mindful that the one player who has everyone covered on this table is still in the hand. Initial raiser from the cutoff. Huge raise. 520,000. I think he seems happy to end the hand right here. Puts half his stack into the middle. Effectively putting Win to the test for all of his chips. And I suspect another call.
25 big blind 4-bet. Massive.
Yeah, it's one of those 4-bets where you've just effectively announced all in, and I suspect this cold 4-bet, just like the ace-king earlier, is going to get through. Fair play, Steven, you think, to lean towards ending the hand more than trying to perhaps extract value with pocket kings?
Well, we have to take into consideration we are right on the verge of the bubble.
Exactly.
You want to take a more conservative approach, i.e. taking it down pre.
And what do you think of the 3-bet by Win, by the way? Ace-10 off on the button, but he was 3-betting the chip leader.
He was probably thinking the same, thinking you could take it down pre.
The crying fold. So with these guys being friends, Kitazato supposedly being the editor of GACKT's book, absolute coincidence that they're in fact seated next to each other as well, much less on the same table.
All random.
All random. Live poker is not rigged. So, Stephen, you were talking about the withdrawal. You and I certainly feel after wrapping up an exciting series. 4 days of coverage we've had here. You had another day before that covering the natural 8 table as well. Of course, you missed playing some live poker action, but between now and Incheon, any poker plans?
Yeah, that's going to be an event in Taipei. Another PT, but not APT. I shall not mention the name. I'll be playing that, hopefully. Short trip over, play a few high rollers, and then the big one, 25th of August in South Korea.
That truly is the big one. APT Incheon, of course. The main event alone is guaranteed prize pool of 1 million USD. We did have a huge series in Taipei. Not the one Stephen was just talking about, but the APT in Taipei a few months ago also had a $1 million guaranteed prize pool, which was far exceeded. I know there have been some doubters in the chat who think that because the local Koreans are not allowed to play without having dual citizenship, that we might not exceed the guarantee. But I'll tell you what, I've been with the APT for long enough to know how they deliver. I suspect we might be crossing the 1 million mark fairly quickly there in the prize pool. So if it's value you're looking for in your tournaments, cannot recommend the APT main event enough. But what I've been liking highlighting this time around, particularly because of the response we've gotten in Da Nang, is the crazy mixed games on offer. Starting with Da Nang, we have really stepped up the diversity of events on offer. I'm talking about some mixed games ranging from Crazy Pineapple that was happening yesterday, Limit Badugi. There's an event called, and I believe it's today actually, I think it might have just kicked off, no, how do you say it? Omaholic. Oh, is that it? I think it's Omahaholic actually. Tough word to say. Sponsored by Natural Aid, of course. It's Omaha High pot limit pre-flop, and then you actually play no limit post-flop. So you're playing no limit Omaha.
It's a very popular format on the Natural 8 platform. Actually.
Precisely. Except here it's live, and only $258 is the entry. I've been talking about how cool it is for all these players to be able to participate in these mixed games for very, very low buy-ins. Just makes for a really fun table. We've had single draw, triple draw, all kinds of stud events, and going to APT in Korea, it's going to be a repeat of that, with, of course, a lot of short deck added in. Speaking of which, Stephen, you're a big short deck guy?
Not at all. I find it frustrating.
I'd love to hear from chat, by the way. 200 plus people watching on YouTube alone. A few more on Facebook and Twitch. Do you guys play any mixed games? Or are you just...
Oh, sorry, go on.
Oh, sorry about that. I actually was hoping somebody in chat would pipe up if they play mixed games. I'd love to hear what's popular in different countries. I have to say, in India, by the way, 5-card PLO and 6-card PLO is finding a home for all the degenerates out there, but not much else to speak of at the moment. Would love to hear if players from all around the world in our chat are familiar with other mixed games. Gact in the hand, by the way, small blind versus big blind situation, and has completely outflopped the pocket sevens. Has the flush draw to boot.
But pocket sevens. Ooh. Yeah. To give that up. Well, we have very quickly climbed up to 200 viewers. Thank you. Welcome. Konnichiwa. To the Japanese viewers. I don't think I can repeat my long speeches in a foreign language as I did yesterday. But I do welcome you. Konnichiwa indeed.
Shimizu getting the close up. That's been sort of the new addition to the production coverage this time around. Extremely impressive record, over $500,000 USD in live tournament earnings. Was the player of the year in Japan in 2018. Also the chip leader coming in to day 2 today. His best cash 73,000. If he comes second in today's event, he will outdo that number. And if he comes first place, his best cash will then be 110,000. Perhaps more importantly for a player of his caliber, that coveted APT lion on his mantelpiece.
Or as your card protector, maybe.
As the biggest card protector of all time. Speaking of such things, Stephen, I did manage to have a word with our main event winner last night, Shishan Ku from Singapore.
Oh, yes, of course. Yes.
Of course, APT is very transparent about any deals that are made. We are a very player-first sort of series. And it was very evident that no deal was made. I asked the main event winner about that, whether they even considered the possibility. He was obviously, if our chat remembers, up against Shinya Maeda from Japan, who ended up coming second. He said both of them cared more about the glory than the money. And that was a $65,000 heads up, by the way. They both wanted to just go for it and only cared about the title. Talked about it perhaps briefly and then just said, let's play it out. That's badass.
It was, but you could tell. I mean, Maeda was really there, trying to win the heads up despite the chip deficit, and did climb up to almost even stacks at one point.
Yeah, there was almost a moment where chips were even, but Ku did seem in control for most of it before finishing it out.
It wasn't to be, and Ku, oh, look at this. The 2018 Japan Player of the Year, Shimizu, has picked up aces from the big blind. Live can be quite easy.
Indeed, he's been raised into as well. Those are 3 betting chips. Hugh might think he's getting bullied. Of course, anytime you're out of position against the chip lead of the tournament, I suspect he's going to see the aces, indeed. Thinking back to when Shimizu showed the flop full house with the queen jack.
I'm going to chip in here. If you look at the top left corner of the screen, you will see there has been an elimination. So we are on the stone cold bubble right now.
And this is a big one. 130 million VND is the minimum prize on offer today, which means somebody walks away with 0. And somebody walks away with a 1.7x or so return on their 3,400 buy-in. 5,500 USD is what it's good for.
Infinite percentage increase.
You say that in jest, but it is something to take into account, isn't it? Talk about ICM so frequently.
I'm not saying in jest at all. I am addicted to the principle of ICM. To me, is the essence of poker, MTT.
Unlike the main event yesterday, which, of course, increasingly famous for its structure. By the way, Grant Gardner here, all in on the outer table. We are clearly at risk for bursting that bubble fairly quickly. Grant Gardner, a mainstay on the APT circuit, representing the UK, but has lived in Thailand for the past 8 years. Gets it through. Goes by Fitness Farang, by the way.
He is. I was just about to say he's been a personal trainer, fitness coach, and a meditation mind kind of coach for a while as well. And I love his little scarf. I am a big fan of just little neck scarf during poker tournaments. Don't you find the poker rooms often get a little bit cold? And you just look at that player over there with a massive blanket.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest neck scarf of all time. Just goes all the way around him. Referring, of course, to one of the outer tables at the bottom of your screen. Grant Gardner, well known for his neck scarves, ends up on plenty of feature tables. You mentioned he's, of course, in peak form, both in terms of physical and mental fitness, a huge part of any poker player's game. Looking around to the outer tables now, we have clearly redrawn. We're now 8 max, I suppose, since we have 24 players remaining. Or are we actually? Yeah, I suspect that's what this slight pause in the action is for. Good luck, Ji-san, says Mirush in chat. I like that, by the way. Gact is a baller superstar name, but Ji-san.
Mr. G, I suppose that would be, if translated into English.
Mr. Gangster.
So just to clarify this, usually when we play down to 24 players, we do a complete redraw, but because of the bubble, they are simply balancing the tables.
Right. Meanwhile, can I highlight another mixed game event? I don't even think mixed game is the right word for it. Let's just say another crazy event coming up at APT in Incheon, Korea. Event number 26, Deuces Wild. And a turbo. In case you're unfamiliar with what used to be a common format in home game poker, Deuces Wild mean deuces are essentially jokers. Would that be fair to say, Stephen?
Exactly that, yep.
And considering you can have deuces as well as, let's say, a full house or a 4 of a kind, 5 of a kind is actually ranked as the second best hand. I'm assuming that follows a royal flush. So if you've ever wanted to have 5 of a kind, go play Deuces Wild in Korea. By the way, Stephen, you seem to sigh when I mentioned the event.
I think that is a possibility that to hit 6 of a kind, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but of course.
So that will be the nut, right? That will be the nut or not?
Stephen, No Limit Hold'em is a 5-card game. I'm going to tell you the basic rules sometime.
Of course,
whenever you're free.
Okay, 5 of a kind. Yes. Sorry. Just for some reason, I just had a little bit of a brain fart there. Yes, absolutely.
That's what happens at these events. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It just throws you off. You know, thinking about, we have an event called, is it called Super Hold'em? Where you can play 3 cards from your hand, which is not a common format at all. And it just absolutely throws people off.
So you're saying my 6 of a kind is counterfeited because of the limitation of Texas Hold'em?
I have to say 6 of a kind, when you have that in PLO, you know, you have like 3 2 pairs, that should be better than trips. It's unfair.
Absolutely. Right, I think the dust has settled. We are going to resume very soon. Lloyd is taking away people's mobile phones, maybe going through their pictures. No, he's not going to do that. But now, okay, we're ready for the stone bubble. Play will be hand for hand.
Could be a tense one. I did mention we had a few stacks coming into day 2 today that were well below 15 blinds. About 7 players kicked off the event today below 15 blinds. 1 player, Lin, rather, from Singapore, was under 10 big blinds. Grant Gardner was one of those sub 15 big blind stacks. We did see him all in there. Got that one through. I suspect he has 17 or 18 bigs now. So as a result, many players at risk. And I think the tables will need to start looking at each other before they make some decisions. Take that all-important ICM into account. Just to add to the fun of the mixed games we've been talking about, there's also some double board events, which are hilarious. But perhaps most importantly, in terms of the side events, there's also satellites every day in the lead up to the main event. So you can be in the main event for as little as $300 if you play a live satellite. And of course, multiple satellites on Natural 8 in the lead up to APT Incheon. We did have multiple players in the main event here. Da Nang itself, thanks to Natural 8, for as low as $30, which is incredible. Kitazato raises from the hijack. Gact in the cutoff with the dolly Parton. 9-5 off.
Well, as a fellow pop star, rock star, he should be playing that hand.
I wonder if he knows it's called the dolly Parton. As we mentioned, 3 tables, which means 2 new players on our feature table. 1 from China, 1 from Vietnam.
Yep, very straightforward fold, especially we are right on the stone bubble.
A noticeable drop in the buzz in the poker room. Today, of course, is the last day of what has been an incredible series here in Da Nang, Vietnam. 10 days of crazy action. Of course, the main event was what it was all about for the previous few days, at least on the stream. Today is, of course, day 2 of the high roller, but only the small events left. Some series savers as well, as they call it. The single day high roller, always well subscribed. In fact, they call it the last chance high roller. $2,100 buy-in. And then to wrap it all up, 2 hyper turbos right at the end. And you will not believe how well subscribed those are, Steven. Everybody just sees it. Yeah, you just see it as it's like the final offering you have to make to the poker gods before you leave perhaps the country.
Before the next series. Now, joking aside, there are many players who have other work commitment, and it's not that easy to take a whole week off traveling to a foreign country to play poker. So you take your chance and play as many events as possible.
And fire as many bullets as possible. It's a hyper turbo after all.
Probably not, but if it demands it, I'll do it.
6 bullets from the man on the screen right now. Gact, the superstar from Japan. And that's 6 bullets into the high roller. We ain't talking about no hyper turbos here. $3,400 is the entry. Stone Bubble be damned. Ace-10 off in the hijack. We'll be opening this one.
Let's go.
Justin Fairbanks in chat reminding me I misspoke slightly there. 5 bullets for Gact in the high roller, not 6. Gets this one through. Good timing. I think realized that one of the shortest stacks was on the big blind. Would be absolutely handcuffed being on the bubble. And here we go. Outer table coverage again, which means a pot is brewing. And there we see the player has all his chips in the middle. Could we be hitting the bubble? We will wait to reveal his holdings until until the camera crew gets there, of course. Oh, somebody has ISO'd him. I see multiple triangles in the middle. Bad news to be called in multiple
Button
spots.
has put all in. He put himself all in. I think a fellow Indian player on the button. Do you recognize him? Or is he Indian? Or no, he's maybe, I don't know actually. Can't tell.
Certainly not Indian.
He's not.
Well, I say certainly actually. Northeast Indians look similar to what other people would refer to as Asian. But I know for a fact there's only 2 Indian players left in the field, and he's not one of them.
All right, this is a three-way.
Throws in that one chip that he was saving, even though 2 other players did go all in here on the bubble. I see jacks. I see an ace-10 perhaps.
To determine who gets last place.
Ace-9 rather. And are those pocket kings?
They are indeed.
2 black kings.
All right, the short man has ace-9 offsuit. The
Rough
middle
shape,
stack
but
has pocket kings.
an ace
The
would
short
triple him up.
stack is Ruiz Lin from Singapore, followed by Lee Min in seat number 8 with pocket kings. The call has been made here by Julian Andrew, seat number 1, who has the most chips with pocket jacks. Okay, we are going to see a flop.
So the situation is thus: Ruiz Lin was the shortest stack coming into the day.
Flop is queen, 4 and a 7.
The player with
As
jacks
clean
is
as he can be for
indeed.
pocket kings.
I should just point out the player with jacks is not at risk. So to the extent the kings hold up, only the ace-9 player Ruiz, he's smiling right now, love to see it, will be the one busted. An ace on the river needed, or we have everybody in the money. Queen seals the deal.
One elimination, guys. Round of applause, guys, for our final 23 players of the main event, of the high roller event.
GG to Ruizi. Unfortunately, the bubble boy here at the high roller. Nevin, by the way, the player from Taiwan, taking a video. Pocket Kings finds the double up and a little bit more. Pocket Jack seems unaffected, considering everybody just made the money.
For making it into the money here in our high roller event. From here on out, guys, first one out, first one paid. Tournament dealers, please shuffle up and deal.
Shuffle up and deal, says Lloyd. $5,500 guaranteed now to everybody remaining in the field, all 23 of them, as they slowly work their way up to that $110,000 for first place. 8 max tournament means the final table would be 8-handed, of course. $14,000 to everybody who makes it to the final table. So certainly pay jumps to think about between 23rd place rather, and 8th place. But really, all the juice up top, as it usually is in tournament poker. That fam asks payouts in chat. We actually do not have the bots set up, but I'm happy to run them for you. 110K first place, 75K second, 50K third, 41K fourth, 33K fifth, 25K sixth, 19 for seventh, and 14, as I mentioned, for eighth. And everybody with 23 remaining, guaranteed 5,500 already. That's what we're playing for. It's going to be a fun one. Of course, a lot of pressure has just been released or relieved, considering everybody's in the money. 2 players, of course, did not make it into the money, so milestone 1 achieved. Second milestone, final table, 15 spots to go. It would be absolutely incredible to see the likes of GACKT, of course, a rock star first and a poker player second, make it to the final table. Well positioned to do so. Currently the player in the mix, Shimizu. Experienced pro from Japan. Pocket nines, reasonable open from the cutoff. Goes pretty big, by the way, 3x. Certainly on the larger size. Gets this one through.
Pocket nines. Probably doesn't want to see the flop.
Should be interesting to see how he balances that. What hands he's choosing that open size with. Ashish, one of 2 Indian players to make it into the money. The second one being Anuj Yadav, who was the chip leader in the main event coming into day 2. I believe the 2 of them have been here for the whole series and fired pretty much every big event. A testament, hopefully, of things to come when it comes to players coming from India, my home country. It's becoming, by the way, Stephen, increasingly difficult to profitably play live tournament poker in India just because of some tax regulations that hopefully go away. But that is music to the ears of the APT, because especially a destination like Vietnam and even Korea, easy enough to get to. So much value once you come here. And even much more friendlier from a tax perspective, as you were pointing out earlier, I believe, yesterday.
Taxation is becoming a small issue in Europe as well. There are talks of the Spanish government wanting to hard implement a 28% tax on poker winnings.
I heard about that, and funnily enough, the same number floated for India. In that case, it's actually for all gaming, which would be even worse.
And of course, the laws are not as mature as they are in the US, because in the US you can deduct your expenses.
You can call yourself a professional poker player on your tax return, and that job does not exist in many other countries.
No, not at all.
Takes it down with the 10s and shows. Good to start managing your image. Funny how much image came into decision making yesterday at the final table. Thinking, of course, back to Shinge, the most aggressive active player on the final table, Daiki Shinge from Japan. But it was just a showcase of how much image can matter, especially in a final table. I wonder if everybody on the table knows what a big deal GACKT is. He certainly has a vibe about him, but...
Well, you know what people are like. They don't want to come across as too much of a fanboy.
Yeah, I'm bad at that. I'd be asking him to sing by now. Another pocket pair. Raised from the button with pocket tens in the previous hand. As I just mentioned, made sure he showed the table he had a real holding. Perhaps this is exactly why. Wants to make sure he gets credit this time when he raises. Weaker holding this time. Weaker position as well from the cutoff. 3 players to get through. 14 bigs. Could consider jamming it in as well. Now that the bubble has burst, about the lowest ICM pressure these people will face throughout the remainder of the tournament. Picking up 2.5 bigs in the middle might be worth it to maximize your fold equity. All in, he says. Can get a lot of hands that have a lot of equity against you. Rags in the big blind. Gets it through. 2 million chips for the chip leader. Chip leader of the tournament, mind you, on our feature table, Shimizu. Certainly one of the more experienced players in the field. As a reminder, we're playing down all the way to the winner, of course. This is an 8 max tournament. 22 players remaining, 3 tables in play. We just lost another player after the bubble burst. And I suspect we'll be losing a few more. Lots of stacks were waiting to make it into the money. Another playable holding, but he has been involved in 2 hands in a row. Queen 10 off from the hijack. Lets it go. Win now. 22 bigs, ace 7 off from the cutoff. Decides to open. The addition of the 2 players on our feature table has actually made a lot of difference. Plus, of course, the bubble bursting. Players are sort of resetting and reconfiguring, it seems like. Did mention how many Vietnamese players were still in the mix, with 25 players coming into day 2. 10 of them were Vietnamese, 40% of the field. We did lose one of them on the bubble, but I suspect odds are we'll have a few local players on the final table. Thinking back to the APT in Hanoi, the final table of the high roller also had plenty of local players. Eventually won by a Vietnamese player. Gact lets the big blind go. As we have a dealer change on the feature table. Outer tables update at the bottom there, 22 remaining. Once again, I want to thank everybody joining us in chat. It's been an amazing few days hanging out with you all. In case you're new to the stream, just hit the like button for us. If you've never seen an APT stream before, make sure you subscribe. If you have seen it before, I'm assuming you are subscribed, because I'm assuming I reminded you and you listened to me. Luffman in chat saying, why all this fold, fold, fold? Because it makes you money, Luffman. That's what poker is all about. You gotta know when to hold him, know when to fold him. And know when to walk away, and know when to run. If you're confused why I'm saying that, go check out the song The Gambler by Kenny Rogers. A classic. We were talking about Rounders yesterday, the most classic poker movie of all time. But I really do want to know if Rounders has the same popularity in Asia as it does in the Western poker world. If not, Steven is working on what will hopefully be the next Rounders in Cantonese, he said. Kitazato. Frisky on the button, queen 6 off. His countryman and friend, Gact. Kitazato apparently is the editor of Gackt's book. Has pocket 4s in the small blind. Really, every option on the table here. I wonder if these guys play against each other often. Total coincidence they're sitting next to each other here on the feature table. 3-bet from Gact. I love this. When in doubt, choose the aggressive option. They both have very similar stack sizes, between 40 and 50 bigs. And Gact has his radar on point. Hefty 3-bet, 235k. Kitazato was getting completely out of line, opening queen 6 off there. Gets punished. Let's see how much Hollywooding he does. Nah, lets it go. Well, there you go, Luffman. You ask, why all this fold, fold, fold? Because you get 3-bet by pocket 4s. That's what good poker is all about. That's what the high roller is all about as well. Unfortunately, poker at the highest levels can seem a little bit dry. But if you pay attention, it's the most fascinating game in the world. Short stack on the table now, by the way. Ashish Manot. Manot the GOAT, sometimes they call him. Down to only 16 bigs here at the high roller day 2. Plenty to work with for someone of his caliber. Did make the final table of the high roller at the very previous stop in Hanoi. I'm trying to spot the Australians still in the mix, 2 of them, by the way. Because thinking back to the final table of the high roller in Hanoi, where we had Dylan from Australia, they always end up with the most fun rails and often the most fun personality. Queen 8 not going to cut it from the hijack for the short stack. Queen 6 once again for Kitazato. Second time's the charm, maybe? Akash in chat asks whether the payouts are in cash. Believe it or not, Akash, if you so desire, they can be.
Bring the man his money.
Pay that man his money.
Hey,
the crazier you go, the better it is, Stephen. The Teddy KGB impression. That's the rule I've realized.
Pay the man his cash.
There we go. Best one so far.
Oh dear.
Gact once again with the small pocket pair, this time from the button. Does not need to 3-bet. His buddy did not open queen 6 off this time. An ace queen for the chip leader in the big blind. Great hand to 3-bet here. Absolute monster to pick up in the blinds. That is indeed what he does, and Gact does have a reasonable holding. And given how deep they are, he might be tempted to try to set mine here. Throws in all his time banks, which simply means he wants to take his time, and the dealer would return all the unused ones to him as needed.
I think it's just about deep enough to set mine with pocket threes.
Wow, I like this even more. Discipline showed by Gact. When you're a musician and a superstar at that first, and a poker player second, this level of discipline is very impressive to see.
He's still up there with 1.1 million chips. It's a very playable stack, I must say. Hey, we have a very positive comment on YouTube. Simply Ray says, I have no idea how I get here, but the commentary is the reason I stayed. Well, thank you very much.
Stop it, Simply Ray.
Stop it, Simply.
I'm far too insecure
Ray.
to believe you. How about kings for Gwen? Under the gun +1 open. Should get a lot of credit. He's just hoping somebody picks up a hand behind. It's time for these players to really start eyeing that final table, perhaps even first place prize, and realize they need to just get in the mix, take some spots, take high variance plays perhaps. After all, the ICM pressure is at the lowest it'll be at the moment. Small pay jumps from the current 22nd place, $5,500, going all the way till 8th place, $14,000 at the final table. Nobody had anything, unfortunately. Folded to the blinds. Zhang from China. 9-3 suited.
If they're suited, they are defendable.
Not in this case. Disappointing result for the Kings. One of the worst feelings in poker is to not get action with the premium hand. Let's take a look at those flags, by the way. The 3 players from Japan perched on the top. Incredible stuff. 3 players from Vietnam, of course. Ashish from India all the way at the bottom. And we just saw Zhang fold his big blind from China. So I was talking about some of the events today, Stephen, to wrap up this incredible summer series here in Da Nang. Of course, we had the Omaha-holic. I'll never figure out how to say that. Pot limit pre-flop, no limit post-flop. Sponsored by Natural 8. I think that must have kicked off. Perhaps on the break I'll go take a peek at what the action is looking like there. The single day high roller. Today it's called the Last Chance High Roller. Always amazing because it can be a series saver. And then another mixed game. The Deuce to 7 single draw, which is now becoming one of the more popular mixed games in the world because I think a lot of it comes down to looking your opponent in the eye and deciding if they're bluffing or not. That's the beauty of some of these draw games. And then, of course, 2 hyper turbos to wrap things up. Should be a fun day. That being said,
you were telling me about the TikTok events in South Korea.
Yeah, those are only in South Korea. And actually, most of them are actually called midnight TikTok. Suppose that's appropriate given the clock theme going on and the fact that they start at 11:59 p.m. And the levels start out at 20 minutes, which is to say 20-minute levels, so blinds go up every 20 minutes. And then an hour later, blinds go up every 15 minutes. An hour after that, blinds go up every 10 minutes. And then an hour after that, blinds go up every 5 minutes. There are hyper turbos, and then there are these midnight TikTok events. 5-minute blind levels in live poker is just hilariously out of line. And I mean that in a fun way. These are $200 buy-in events. It's going to be absolute madness. Even if you think maybe you're not a mid-stakes, high-stakes live tournament poker player, go to apt.poker, take a look at the schedule in Korea, and see if you don't find something that appeals to you. Ranging from, I mean, I'm seeing buy-ins as low as $200 for some of these mixed events. Of course, going all the way up to some of our superstar and high roller events of many $1,000s. It's just an amazing series. 61 events on the table. apt.poker for all info. Kicks off August 25th.
Win is still checking to try to realize his equity with his 4-3 suited on an open-ended straight draw. Shimishi Su is still holding the best hand with queen high. The draw comes in. Win gets the check mark. A straight 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's going to put in a small bet. But before he does that, he's going to check his cards to make sure. Interesting, kind of thinking, does his opponent have an ace or a 5? Puts in a pretty big bet.
A wishful bet.
Wishful bet, yes. Well, don't forget the flush actually got there, the backdoor flush. So maybe he was considering that also. Three Japanese players still up top. 77 big blinds, a chip leader. Ashish is down to 16 big blinds.
We lost one of the local players from the table because we are now down to 21 players, which means 3 tables of 7 players each. Slowly whittling away down to the final
It is Grant Gardner, who was the last player that was knocked out.
Sad to see him go.
Well, I'm glad on YouTube there's a fellow football fan, Mr. Cartoon. Real Madrid lost again against Barcelona 3-0. Yes, I saw that on the ticker this morning. You're not a football fan at all, are you? Like a soccer fan?
Unfortunately not, although yes, I do call it football, even though I lived in America for a
US,
long time,
yes.
where for some reason they call a sport where you throw a ball with your hands football.
Your hand, yes. Well, it's not even a ball, is it? It's like an egg, really.
Yeah, the old pigskin, they call it.
It should be renamed hand egg. Anyway, so we are in the middle between 2 football seasons. So At the moment, there are a lot of friendly matches going on, like a pre-season kind of warm-up matches going on.
Right,
and you
exhibition
get to see all
games.
the exhibition games, you call them in the US, I suppose, yeah. And you get all these big teams playing each other just for fun kind of thing. And they become kind of entertaining, high scoring, playing it in front of a lot of fans. A lot of the times they travel, to the US or to Asia for exhibition matches, attracting a lot of fans. Manchester City, the triple winning team from last season, they are currently in South Korea.
Oh, very cool. Should help grow the game.
Selling a lot of shirts.
Of course, of course. I actually did go to an exhibition match when I lived in America. I believe it was Barcelona versus the New York Red Bulls.
Oh, at the time, Thierry Henry must have been still playing.
Precisely. People asking in chat whether this is football or poker. Well, I was just about to get to the idea of having exhibition matches for poker. PokerGo does do these heads-up battles that are interesting. They just find the biggest name they can. Negrano comes to mind, Helmut. Make them battle heads-up. But, of course, when you have an elite poker player, you need to put money in the mix for them to be interested. Wonder what exhibition only would look like for poker.
I've been asked more than once whether Triton was an exhibition match because people simply couldn't believe the amount of buy-ins people were throwing into the mix.
By the way, Kings raised under the gun +1 here. No action so far. Ashish is going to let this go as well. We wait to see what the blind has. Kitasato, 4-3 of diamonds. Definitely worth calling. That extra one big. 110k in there, 25k to call. These kind of hands are often called aces crackers. Or kings crackers in this case, I suppose. Off to the flop. All clubs. Pretty ugly. Not just for the 4-3 of diamonds, but for the 2 kings without a club as well. Always an ace, they say. It's not true, but it certainly feels like it.
Bias, confirmation bias, here we go.
Have you studied this spot ever, Stephen? Is this a mandatory continuation bet?
Not mandatory. There's some frequency of checking. But a lot of the times you should bet, yes. Because, against a big blind defend, if you get any action or any floating, then you know where you're at. So put a bet in. You probably will get a call from a naked club or a 10. And you get a little bit of value out of it. Now, with someone turning the table around and betting into you, you become the defender. You become more passive.
I do like
simply call
that bet, though, from Kitasato. After he picked up the gut shot, now has the nut low mandatory bet spot if he wants to have a shot at winning the spot. And he is piling up chips. This might just work, by the way. Pocket kings look mighty vulnerable on a board like this. 3 clubs on the flop. Brick on the turn. Jack on the river. The one thing is, clubs did not get there. And certainly Kitasato might think he's up against some sort of a semi-bluff on the turn. It was a semi-bluff, although one of the weakest ones, with the gut shot to the wheel. Big bet, though, on the river. 200 into 285k.
Well, if you want to bluff this river, you got to really be committed.
Wow.
Good bluff. Lovely.
Gets it through. Power poker. Kitasato showing how it's done. These recreationals from Japan perhaps need a new title They're playing as good, if not better, as some of the pros out in the field. This one's going to hurt when he watches it on stream.
We've been told he's a writer by trade, and he's certainly told a very good story.
Haha, nicely done there. Hugh.
Well, we welcome the 250 viewers joining us at this APT Da Nang High Roller event. We are down to 21 players. Everyone is in the money. We will we'll play to the end, and we will see who the winner is going to be for this event later on this evening. Seven Jews off.
If you find yourself in a high roller, perhaps coming off playing the main event, you think you're adjusting your strategy? Of course, a lot of your decision making in a hand will be player dependent, but you shift gears mentally?
You must, because the structure is slightly different. The stack sizes are a little bit shallower. And you haven't committed as much time in the event either. To me, that is always a factor.
The ace on the button gets it in. Ashish, the shortest stack, did have plenty of chips though. A 15 big blind shove. Gact has squadoosh, as Norman Chad would say. Akash in chat asking, what are the major tours coming up later this year? We only know about APT Incheon, Akash. We will announce the later series afterwards. But stay tuned, follow APT on social media, and you'll be abreast of everything going on.
In fact, I'm tempted to say I'm only concerned about that major event at the end of August. That is the big one in Asia.
It is the big one indeed. Gact, by the way, took his time. I'm thinking back to Daniel Brugman, who was on our feature table yesterday, the player from Sweden, who would take the same amount of time folding absolute rags as he would calling hands he wanted to continue with. Gact also showing some sort of timing balance there, it seems like. Not sure what else he had to think about with the 8 deuce. The man is certainly not wanting for TV time. Superstar musician from Japan. I believe we mentioned this already, right, Stephen? Over 10 million records sold. That is incredible.
Well, I did manage to watch an interview with him, because I thought, oh, well, I better know a little bit more about him. And he came across, you know, obviously very well-spoken and very fluent in English.
I'm actually a little bit ignorant about the dynamics of language in Japan. For instance, I remember when I went to Hong Kong as a teenager, I was blown away by everybody's English skills. What's the deal in Japan? Do people speak English often? Any idea? Maybe people in chat can let us know as well.
Not so much, yeah. Japan is more of a Japanese language-based kind of place. It's not as, shall we say, multicultural. I think Singapore and Hong Kong are the two more unique places, unique cities in Asia, where we are more bilingual than others. You know, you've been to Taipei. Taiwanese people generally speak limited English. A similar case happens in Japan as well.
A good time, by the way, for Win to show some discipline. Folds the king jack off, was up against the aces.
Ooh,
that had raised under the gun +1. A big raise,
excellent fold. Excellent fold from Ashish though. Ace 8 off.
respecting the early position open, not to mention the sizing perhaps. The player from China, Zhang, making it 65k to go. Big blind is 25k. Gact has the Robbie. Jack 4 off.
The Robbie. Oh, yes. Okay, yes, I remember now.
And you took your moment. In case anybody is confused, type in Robbie Poker and follow the saga that happened earlier this year. The
Robbie with an I.
Robbie with an I, R-O-B-B-I. Anyway, Shimizu still pole position. Chips have moved around slightly. By the way, our live reporting is absolutely fantastic throughout all of our series. And we do have live reporting for this event as well. Stephen and I tend to stay away from it. Do not get any spoilers. We will have players moving around, joining our feature table at some point. The feature table does not get spoiled in the live reporting. So in case you're following someone who you know is out there, you can always go to apt.poker and check it out. I spotted the back of our Taiwanese friend, Nevin, by the way. I still think it's incredible that he just hopped into late into day one of the high roller and has cashed already after coming fourth in the main.
Safe to say, and safe to say is a profitable trip. And by the way, the better half of the Win Poker couple, Wai Wai, she final tabled the double stack.
Very, very cool.
So the wife of Nevin. So it must be quite a nice little earner for the two of them this trip.
And hopefully some fun content comes from it as well. I look forward to what the channel shows. Of course, it's in Mandarin.
Correct.
But anything APT related, I will certainly check out just because I'll have enough context to follow along.
By the way, I see a comment on YouTube. Icelandic Horse Adventures. Hi. The reason Gact is speaking English so well is because he's been living in Malaysia for the last 10 years.
Ah.
That would do it.
A 3 high flop. You don't see that too often. Gact defended the king 8.
It's true. It's a very unique situation, yes.
Wow, quick call there.
Quick call.
A float in a way with the king high. Drawing to 8s and a 3 for a chop. Now a 4 will also do it for a chop. Suddenly king queen cannot feel too comfortable. 4 does complete all the straight draws, complete or connects with rather, all the straight draws on a board like that. Check, check. King queen gets the check mark. If Gact called simply with the intention of showing down his king high, I guess he'll check behind. That is what happens. So it wasn't exactly a float. I think he just was not giving his opponent credit and shows his hand. Never a fan of that, as you know, Stephen. Unnecessary free information given to his opponent. Not much of a dent to his stack, but does go below the 1 million chip mark. You were pointing out how you need to adjust your strategy. There you see the tournament clock. We have reached the new level. 40-minute levels at this high roller. If you're coming in from the main event as a player, or perhaps the main event coverage, take some getting used to adjust back to what would usually be a pretty generous amount of time per level in a live tournament. The APT main event with 1 hour levels is just such an incredible structure. Just allows for so much more creative and deep stack play. The high roller, 40 minutes, still pretty good, but does require a different strategy.
And may I remind you as well, the main event, the blind jumps are even smaller than the high roller.
Absolutely.
So you get an hour, and then the blinds go up by a smaller increment also.
Everything just engineered to having the best structure possible, even taking into account the field sizes. But the high roller, no joke, 161 entries, as I pointed out. The prize pool, 474,000 USD, more than half of the main event prize pool, so a lot to play for.
And you talk about adjusting from the main event to the high roller. Another thing that you need to adjust to is all of a sudden your stack becomes circular rather than rectangular.
Well, at least for now, those beautiful 100K and 250K rectangular plaques are not in play yet, and I suppose would not be at any stage of the tournament unless people really battle it out deep into the blind levels. Kitazato, meanwhile, opens, has a premium after a long time, had been opening light in late position. Shimizu folds the king suited from the small blind. Zhang has an ace on the big blind. Usually an easy hand to defend, but Kitazato has gone slightly bigger, almost 3 bigs. Ace-6 off, a bit disconnected. Which way does Zhang want to go? He's on the right-hand side of the frame, by the way.
Is a very sexy hand to 3-bet. Decides to give it up. Back at the scoreboard, I suppose. You have 3 players above the 1 million mark, 2 of which are Japanese. And on the right-hand side of the screen right now is the 2018 Japan Player of the Year. He is currently the chip leader at this table.
Shimizu Takao. So for any Japanese players in the chat, 283 players watching, I'm guessing a decent chunk from Japan, of course, if you understand or type in English. I'd love to know more about Gact. Have you guys been fans for a while? Any fun stories or memories associated with him? I struggle to think of really any Indian celebrity that plays poker. I know in the US it had sort of become a trend, but these days it's more sort of the new media superstars, you know, the YouTubers and Twitch streamers that are making their way to the poker world. Some stand-up comedians here and there. Kevin Hart comes to mind. But would love to see this sort of hobby that so many people participate in, poker that is, find its way to the mainstream thanks to the likes of legends such as Gact. Speaking of legends, it's decided to bump up the action here, it seems like. Loves 3-betting his friend, Kitazato. Talk about having no doubts about collusion. Seems to go extra hard every time Kitazato's in the hand. Justin Fairbanks saying Michael Phelps used to play poker. Believe it or not, Justin, I've actually played poker with Michael Phelps. Well, never played a hand actually. He was just on the table.
Wow, look at poker now. Thank you very much. He wrote a long comment in Japanese,
very
asking
kind.
The Japanese viewers to comment on Gact.
Very, very kind. Look at this. Win. Not ready to let his 9-7 suited go. Did a little chip dance. Now, with the grimace, I think might let this one. He might be folding this one. Indeed. Kitazato. His early position open has been disrespected. Correctly so, by the way.
By his friend and colleague, Gact.
Does he show? Not even.
No.
Cool and collected, takes it down.
That gets him back up over the 1 million mark. Now we have 4 players over 1 million at this table. Erica Swan says, when you have the chance to go to one of GACKT's shows, it's a unique experience from all points of view. Not just music, but also visually and emotionally. Wow. I got a PM, I've got a private message from a friend who, well, I couldn't hear her scream, but from the text she wrote, she is screaming, "Oh my God, is that Gact, the Japanese rock star Gact? I've been listening to his music for more than 20 years, apparently."
Incredible.
Well, in 20 years' time, Vidu and I might get comments to say, "Wow, is that Stephen Lai and Vidu?
Stephen.
We have been listening to your commentary for the past 20 years." How about
Unlike you, as I mentioned moments ago, I am way too insecure to have thoughts such as this. And let me tell you, my friend, we ain't no Gact. I can't sing to save my life. I have no swag whatsoever.
Well, you did complain about your hoodie collection yesterday.
Yeah, look at GACKT's hoodie. I think he bought that sick watch just to match his hoodie.
I don't expect any less.
I'm lucky if my flip-flops match my hoodie.
I'm lucky when my flip-flops match each other.
Or each other. It's pretty fashionable these days to have non-matching shoes, by the way. So you can always pretend.
I'm just saying I'm fashionable. I'm just saying I'm fashionable.
Exactly. By the way, blinds are up, which means Ashish's stack is reduced to 11 bigs. We're about 30 minutes from the break at the end of this blind level. Top left, you can see 20 players remaining. 8 make it to the final table. Ashish taking his time, considering whether to defend. 10-9 off. Says he's all in. Takes this spot. Decides that Zhang is opening way too light on the button. And his fold equity is good enough right now. Probably tempted by all the dead money in the middle. This is really, really interesting. Zhang technically has a must-call hand, but the question is, what does he think Ashish is shoving with?
I like the shove. I like it very much.
Zhang can certainly afford to make the call. Almost 1 million in chips, that's 31 bigs. Needs to call 300. 480 in the middle. When you get bought odds, King Jack suited for 1/3 of your stack. Usually you find a way to get the chips in the middle. Even if you're up against a hand as strong as, let's say, Ace Queen. You're actually getting the right odds. Of course, once in a while you're dominated. Wow, he lets it go. Disciplined fold there, but just goes to show the power of Ashish's aggression. Talk about taking down pots you do not deserve to win. Deserve being in quotation marks, of course. Ashish showing how it's done.
And if you notice the top left corner, you see there are 20 players remaining. And that means we've just got a pay jump. I think that could be why Ashish went for it in the previous hand.
Possible. Small pay jump, of course. An extra $500 locked up. 5,980. Let's just go with an even 6,000. Guaranteed to everyone. Up from 5,500. As I mentioned earlier, a small and slow and steady, rather, climb. until we hit the final table. 8th place will be guaranteed 14,000 USD, that is.
We welcome 280 viewers on YouTube, 50 viewers on Facebook, and 30 viewers on Twitch. Welcome. So someone on Twitch is asking how much is the buy-in? It's a lot.
It is a lot in local currency.
It's 80. Yeah, I was just about to crack a joke there. It's a lot. It's 80 million.
Compete with that,
is 80
Triton.
million.
I must say, Stephen, considering the dynamics of Vietnamese dong, we're not making the most of our YouTube clickbait titles. Don't you think?
It's true.
4 billion to the winner in the main event yesterday. Come on. I would click on that no matter what sport I was into.
But just think, if Triton were to play in Vietnam, it'd be $1 trillion buy-in tournament.
Triton actually does play in Vietnam, and they do not, perhaps for that reason, talk about Vietnamese dong.
Triton, trillion, ring to
Loose defense here. 10-4 suited, performs really badly against the pocket jacks of the player from China who had to make a disciplined fold not a moment ago with the king jack suited. Won't be too happy to see the overcard. Queen looks more innocuous, certainly, than an ace or a king. Can fire a continuation bet quite comfortably here. Kitasato has nothing to write home about. Some potential backdoors at the most. To all the people who doubt the power of backdoors, by the way, and sometimes wonder why we even mention them. I mean, partly it's obvious, like you make your hand, it's hidden, lots of implied odds. Notice that with the 10-4 of hearts there, on that queen high board against pocket jacks, still almost 10% equity on the queen 3-6 board. From just the backdoor straights and backdoor hearts alone. So next time you have backdoor straight and backdoor hearts, or backdoor flush draws, you're calculating your own pot odds, remember to add that 10%. Perhaps one of the better feelings on offer in poker, or no limit hold'em to be particular, is when you bluff with air, catch backdoor equity, double barrel, and then make your hand on the river. Suddenly your bluff turns into a value bet. You go from hoping they don't have it to just begging the poker gods to ensure that they do have it.
You're hoping that they do.
Win. It's been quiet for long enough, it seems like. Queen 8 suited from the cutoff. 10-3 hits the muck. King 7 should hit the muck from the small blind.
It's a bit of a loose open from the cutoff. Queen 8 suited seems to be doing the job.
Seemed a bit impatient, not just because of the fact that he opened Queen 8 suited, just has been a little bit frisky past few hands. Local player. 22 minutes left till the break. We, of course, made it into the money, and I'll be the first to admit, action slowed down after that. Did kick off this final table with some feature table, excuse me, with some aggressive 4 bets, particularly one from Ashish. But such is the nature of tournament poker. 20 players left. As Steven likes to say, have to respect ICM. Everybody wants to make it to the final table as the first milestone.
Okay, so yesterday you asked me to explain or 2 days ago you asked me to explain what ICM was. So it's your turn to do it today.
Oh, ICM for 10-year-olds, right? Explain it to a 10-year-old.
Well, make it, you know, if they are mature people, someone.
Oh, I see, for our chat in general.
18-year-old. Yeah, go on.
So firstly, it stands for Independent Chip Model. Sometimes we forget to even mention that, but nobody really cares about that anymore. Everybody just says ICM anyway.
Yep.
But I think the way I think about it is chips gained are not worth as much as chips losing hurts you. Losing chips hurts you, I should say. So for every chip you gain, yes, you have a bigger stack, slightly more chance of going deeper into the tournament. But when you lose chips, it's almost like losing chips is worth twice as much as gaining chips. And if you make decisions accordingly, usually you're respecting ICM. Think that works, Steve?
Very good. Very good.
Gact, by the way, finally has a hand. Once again, Kitasato has opened. Once again, very light on the button. Steven, I think it's time to not take our chat at their word and confirm if these two are actually friends or colleagues of some sort. Because Gact has simply been attacking all the opens from Kitasato, and this time around, he does have a solid holding. I believe a few orbits ago he had pocket 4s. Kitasato was getting out of line with Queen 6 off. This time it's King 5 off. How much more of this can he take?
Well, I mean, if you are true friends, you will compete, I would say.
Absolutely. Shows the 9s. Okay, maybe they are true friends. Kitasato is not impressed, I have to say. Thought Foliage in chat saying, I don't know anything about poker, I'm just here to support Gact. Well, we thank you for being around to support him. And you must be loving this because he has shown aggression and taken down a lot of pots from all kinds of table positions, particularly against what I believe is his editor, Kitasato.
Oh my god, I hear.
Yeah. A big hand happening on one of the side events tables. That's what it's all about. I love people who truly display their emotions at the poker table. In tournaments, that is, in particular. Really makes things exciting and high stakes. Justin doing our job for us as always. If you support Gact, you should like the stream. Indeed. Gact will go home, watch this stream to see how he did, how he looked, how he played. And how do you think he'll feel seeing such few likes? Let's make sure that doesn't happen. Wynn got frisky a moment ago. Queen 8 suited. Worked out for him. 4-3 suited this time. More disciplined this time. Aces. Finally. After all the loose opens. Checking it twice just to make sure. Taking a look at the blinds.
He's making a list and checking it twice.
75k is the open. Those green chips, by the way, 25k apiece. The blue ones, 5k. Once again, Gact has a hand. Seems to have some plans. Just a call this time.
Oh, Jisan.
Hugh, mercifully for him, finds 7 deuce in the small blind. Folds it easily. And the chip leader at the table, Shimizu. 6-5 off. But plenty of pot odds. 45k to call. 225 in the middle. Comes
It's
along
going
for
to
the
be
ride.
an all Japan flop.
That's true. Here we go. 3 of the biggest stacks at the table as well. 63% equity for the aces. Fairly clean flop, but plenty of connection for the other 2 players. Bottom pair for Shimizu. Gut shot for Gact. And of course, the overpair with the aces for Kitazato. Fires big. Very big, might I add. 225k.
Well, he's unblocking all the kings and all the jacks, you know, in the combo. So king X, jack X. So firing big is actually a good way of getting value from those hands.
Absolutely. Unfortunately for him, it's also a good way of losing the precise holdings his opponents have. Gut shot cannot continue. Bottom pair laughs and gives it up. Still, healthy pot going the way of Kitazato after a long time. Shows the aces.
On Facebook, I'm noticing there are many shares of the stream that we are doing right now. One of which is GACKT Italia. So he is truly an international rock star.
Oh, absolutely.
He has fans from Italy.
We had somebody in chat saying they were supporting him from Australia. Geno V. Marie.
So here's something for you here from Facebook. Okay, so I'm just reading the comment, watching for GACKT. Also, he's the actual model and designer of the watch he's wearing.
Ah. That's amazing. Maybe we'll ask our camera operators to get a close-up at some point.
Erica Swan, I am the admin from GACKT Italia. Laughed out,
No
laughed
way.
out loud. There you go. Hello, Erica.
Queen 5
What
off this
time
time.
is it over there? So it's 6:45 in the morning and you're watching this. Phew. Gracias.
I think that's Spanish.
Oh, is it? So, okay.
I think it's grazie.
Go. Well, there you go. It's even easier. Grazie. No entiende italiano. Oh, that's Spanish as well.
7-6 of clubs, by the way, for who has been patient. Folded to him on the button. The chip leader has king 9 off in the small blind. Has been way too disciplined to consider calling that one. Four 3 off. Not the prettiest holding, but 30k to call. Could get tempted into it. Discipline once again. So as I was mentioning, yes, action has been on the slower side at this high roller, but notice that box on the top left, only 18 players remaining. And trust me, as we get down to the business end of this tournament and make our way to the final table, tensions get pretty high. I also suspect a lot of players will sort of reset during the break. 12 minutes to go to the break, by the way. Usually the shorter stacks come back with a whole different gear. You allow yourself the idea of getting used to whatever pay jump you've reached. Set that as a new normal. Perhaps also take a look at what is on offer. First place prize, of course, 110,000 USD. And decide to truly go for it. It was pretty interesting, Steven. Yesterday we saw all kinds of dynamics. Usually every segment would have a hero. I'm thinking back to Shinge on our final table. Even the local player Kong had an absolutely epic run. Of course, Nevin was playing very solid. And then after the break would hit, there's something to momentum in poker. Usually that hero title would switch and you'd have a new hero emerge. All in from the 10 jack suited. Takes the spot, 660k, a very big shove here. Never mind what I was saying about action slowing down. We saw the 10-9 from Ashish. Go for it from the blinds. Hugh has just observed Kitasato raise all kinds of holdings and fold to shoves. When he had aces, he actually showed them. Hugh counting on the fact that Kitasato must be getting out of line once again. This time has a pretty strong hand. But the shove is so big, he takes the cards and throws them into the muck. Very, very interesting shove there. Works out like a charm.
You start to lose your fold equity as your stack starts getting blinded down. We saw that yesterday. We saw that yesterday with at the final table of the main event.
Oh, that was...
And you got to act fast.
Tough to watch. Just see somebody get blinded down to literally one big blind at a main event final
and
table.
Hitting a flush on the river.
You do not see that every day. Just a reminder to some of the newer viewers, to any APT event, we do play a big blind ante format. You can see on the graphic it says blinds are 15k, 30k. That's small and big. And then 30k after that implies the big blind ante. So the big blind puts in, of course, the 30k for the blind. And then another 30k just into the middle as the ante for the entire table. It does lead to some interesting situations, especially as we get short-handed. When you're under the gun, you really feel the pressure of that 2 big blind burden coming towards you. Sometimes it makes people act looser. And then, of course, as we get short-handed, that big blind ante does not change. So there's a lot more dead money to play for.
A shout out to Angela on Facebook. She says, thank you for the mention. I am the founder of Gact Italia. Now they're all coming out.
Are we getting trolled here, Stephen? If one more person says they're in some leadership position from Gact Italia, I'm calling BS on this whole enterprise.
No. I am a believer because he has many fans.
Fair.
Gact, the true global superstar.
Look at that trophy, by the way. In focus with the players at the back. Very poetic. APT High Roller Champion, it says. The APT Lion. We have an amazing video on our channel, by the way, of all the thought that went into designing this trophy. Perhaps only for true fans of the APT, but I recommend it nonetheless. Just emblematic of the new era of the APT. Certainly designed to represent the mentality, what an APT champion represents. A lot of players, of course, recognize there is a lot of luck in tournament poker. But if you watch the streams, like we obviously do from the booth, it is incredible how much skill is on display and how far it takes you. Yes, there's going to be coolers, there's going to be bad beats. That's all just inbuilt into the game. Without those, there might not be a poker economy. But trust me, if you make solid decisions, you will do well.
And you were speaking about the new era of the APT. you know, from what I've seen so far, every series we see improvements, we see novelties as well, extra events, bigger events, better coverage on the stream, better commentators. Everything is fantastic.
You really are just asking me to go against my own personality today, non-stop.
You know, I'm targeting you. I'm targeting you today. I've picked my spot.
Speaking of spots, not to make a cheesy segue, but look at this situation
Oh,
brewing.
I love those. Don't worry.
Top pair v top pair, same hand by the way. One does have a backdoor flush draw with the clubs versus middle pair and a good kicker in the hands of Gact. It was check check to Shimizu, who was the pre-flop aggressor. Quick call, understandably, from the small blind with the same hand, queen jack off. And Gact, who has been very disciplined, perhaps realizing his middle pair does not mean much multi-way, but he will see one more street, it seems like. Makes the call. Three-way to the turn here. Seven of diamonds. Not exactly a brick, does connect with all the straight draws possible with the 5 and 4 on the flop, but a brick relative to the hands of these players. Queen Jack cannot feel too comfortable multi-way, but being in position, Shimizu grabs some chips. Wants to charge potential draws with the spades out there, with many straight draws now possible, particularly with the 7. He knows he can use his position. And a quick call once again from Kitazato. Look at the pot here. 880k in the middle. 915k behind. This is, of course, a chop at showdown. Ace of clubs. Check by Kitazato. I suspect Shimizu might just take his showdown value here. Would be very interesting if he bets either for value or for some reason turns his hand into a bluff and gets the same hand to fold. Sort of a dream scenario in poker. Look at this. Goes for the thin value. 300k is fairly sizable, especially relative to the stack that Kitazato has left in front of him. And with the ace coming on the river, what does he make of this situation? What a pickle he's found himself in against the same hand. 10 seconds announces the dealer, prompting him to throw in some time bank chips.
It's not easy, actually.
Not at all. This would be a brutal one for him to fold. Head into break very shortly. Perhaps find out on the stream during the break or afterwards. He has to think his opponent, for some reason, is bluffing with perhaps spades that also did not include the ace of spades. Not too many hands are bluffing here. Funnily enough, Shimizu has the same hand, is going for extremely thin value. Little does he know, his bet might lead to a glorious result. Not to be. Kitazato makes the call.
Same hand.
Sigh of relief, as I suspected. Great call there, by the way. Certainly wasn't an easy spot. 2.5 minutes to the break, by the way. You can see the clock behind you.
I've just been told on a private message that I've been saying the super rock star's name slightly incorrectly.
Okay,
I'm
I'm
going
sure
to
I
try
have
it
as
now.
well.
I got a voice message demonstrating a 1 second voice message demonstrating how to pronounce his name is Gakuto-san. Gakuto.
Gakuto? I mean, that's his first name, right?
Yeah, so that's so she never told me how to say Gact.
I mean, how many ways are there to say Gact? I'm sure chat will correct us if we've been saying Gact wrong. But say his first name again one more time for me, Steven.
Well, I'm trying to. Gakuto.
Gakuto-san.
But that sounds more Spanish to me. I don't know. Gakuto. Let's try that.
Ah,
Yes,
in Japanese, if you
in
read
Japanese.
Gact, you read it Gakuto. Interesting.
Ah.
I'm afraid we'll have to stick to Gact here. Ace 4. 12 bigs for Ashish. We saw him truly make a move. He's been card dead, but that hasn't stopped him from trying to pick up dead money whenever he sees it. An ace in the cutoff usually would give you a bit of pause, depending on your stack size. Could have jammed it, but that would be committing too much with too weak a holding. Decides to just raise. Gact, Jack 3 off in the small blind, surely hits the muck. Only one player to get through for Ashish. That player is Hugh, and he has Queen Jack off. He will not be folding for that one extra big. The only question is, will he be jamming for some reason? If he senses weakness from Ashish for some reason. Could get this in there. He has Ashish well covered. Ashish Manod, that is. Manod on the graphic.
Elects to call to see the flop. The equities running very close. 55 versus 45. Flop comes 5, 4, 3, 2 clubs. Ashish hits his middle pair.
Pretty fantastic flop when you open ace 4 off. All in he says he will take the money in the middle happily.
Guys, can you stay for a while? We need to take a quick visual. It'll take like 5 seconds each one. Stay for a while.
So we have hit the break. Lloyd asking the players to stay perhaps for a photo, but we can see the outer tables leaving, which means we are going to take a short break as well. I believe this break is going to be 15 minutes, and we will see you right after. My name is Vidar Singhal, joined of course by Stephen Lai. Greg Goes All In will be in the booth after the break. Do not go anywhere. 300 of you watching on YouTube. Thank you so much for sticking around, and we will see you right after this break.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments, featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Sako.
Oh, hello. Hello, Ne.
Hey, how are you?
Oh, so good. 最高です。
Well, how have you enjoyed Da Nang so far?
Da Nang, beautiful. 美しい.
So I do this thing, I take players to lunch, but since we're in this gorgeous Da Nang, let's go to the beach. Wow, this barometer is just really beautiful.
Beautiful. キラキラしてます。
Yeah, like you look at the water and the sand. It's really nice. I think we can like go to one of those chairs and get a cold drink.
せっかくだったらスポーツがしたい。
Sports? What sports should we do?
パラグライダ
ー。Paragliding?
絶対気持ちいい。
Like fly way up there?
Yes, yes, yes.
No! That's so dangerous. Let's do something else. How about kayaking?
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Let's go! Hello.
Are you ready?
Okay!
Oh, okay.
Yeah, good.
Poker players are competitive in nature, so today we race.
Race?
I'll beat you. Go with
Very easy. Yeah. 楽しい。乾杯。
So are you going to Incheon?
Yes. インチョンも行きます。
I think a lot of Japanese like to go to Incheon, to Korea, right?
Yes. やっぱり APT がアジア最大のトーナメント、一番大きいトーナメントで、こう日本でたくさんポーカーをやってる人はやっぱり次のステップとしてこう海外でトロフィー、タイトルが欲しいっていう人はすごく多い。でその中で韓国はなんか私たち日本人にとってすごく身近な国、楽しい、食べ物も美味しいし、近い、飛行機もちょっとでいいから初めての海外旅行、海外トーナメントにインチョン選ぶ人はすごく多いから、それが理由だと思います。私も初めての海外トーナメントは APT インチョン。
Well, I had a lot of fun today.
Yes.
And I hope to see you in Incheon.
Yes.
Incheon.
Incheon. Trophy.
Hello and welcome to the record-breaking main event here at APT Da Nang, officially the largest poker tournament in Da Nang with 675 entries. We're now down to our final table. Let's meet our finalists. Anything you want to say to your opponents at the final table?
There are people who cheer for me, so I will do my best to meet their expectations.
여기까지 왔으니까 뭐 최선을 다해 봅시다.
Anh có điều gì muốn nói với đối thủ của mình trên bàn final không ạ?
Anh muốn nói rằng là người Việt Nam tuy vóc dáng nhỏ bé nhưng mà về tinh thần thì không bao giờ bị có thể là dễ dàng đánh phục được.
Come on, fighting. Let's all have fun.
Okay, go on.
I think everybody played very well because the go to the final table was not easy.
Nobody is my rival.
Nobody.
Don't miss this epic final table of this record-breaking event, live streaming today on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch, only on the Asian Poker Tour.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
We have 61 mystery bounty hunter envelopes, and one of them has 300 million Vietnam dong.
APT 越南岘港站究竟谁可以拿下最高的神秘赏金呢
Let's go bounty hunting! Final table of the mystery bounty hunter. An Win all in for her tournament life here against Deng Zhiwen of China. Needs to find a 4 or a 5 or an ace to chop, and that's not going to be it. And that's going to be a good game for An Win. And Deng Zhiwen is our champion of the mystery bounty event.
恭喜冠军邓志文，来自中国，可以跟大家分享一下你现在的心情吗？
我是第一次参加国外的比赛，第2天越南站这个 APT 给我的体验非常好。我在国外的话拿过3个边赛冠军，这个是我国外的第1个复赛冠军啊！希望我未来的主赛能取得好成绩。
让我们再一次恭喜 APT 岘港站神秘赏金联赛冠军来自中国邓志文，恭喜！
Make sure you like and subscribe, and for more information about the APT, please go to apt.poker. Bye bye!
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Hello everybody and welcome to the APT High Roller here on the last day of our APT Da Nang series. I'm Greg Goes All In and I'm joined by my co-commentator Stephen Lai. Stephen, how was your break?
Bonjour, bonjour. Hello, hello. Excellent. I am very happy that I managed to watch a international rock star playing poker for the past 2 hours.
Yes, and not only are you excited, it seems that our live chat, 216 people watching our live stream, are also excited. Here are some of the things people had to say about Japanese rock star Gakuto, or Gact. Let's see. Gact is the best. I'm here for Gact. I don't know anything about poker, but I'm a big Gact fan. I'm a Gact fan from Japan. He is always cool. Wow, it seems like we've got a pretty cool poker player, poker rock star on our table as we take a look at a little snapshot of the high roller. 161 entries, folks. We got 11 billion in the prize pool, about 474,000 USD. And first place gets a cool chunk of 110,000 USD. Average stack right now is about 30 big blinds, and we have 18 players remaining. Remember that it's an 8 max, so we will be shuffling, redrawing the tables once we lose 2 more players. But currently we are 3-handed. Steven, you've had the opportunity to watch the past couple hours. How have things been going?
Oh, the Japanese players are playing very, very strongly. There were 3 of them on the feature table. Most notable, of course, is Gakuto. But Shimizu played very well indeed. And I look forward to seeing more of those play in the coming hour or 2.
Excellent. It's great to see so much Japanese representation here in Vietnam. Of course, we're seeing a lot of Vietnamese and local representation as well. But as always, the APT does draw many people from many different parts of the world to our series. We've got players all the way from Singapore, from Australia, to New Zealand, Azerbaijan, India, just to name a few, as we take a look here at the massive diversity here at the series here at APT Da Nang.
Well, one thing I noticed, and without sounding too disrespectful, you don't seem to have done your job very well promoting the game to Canada. I haven't seen a Canadian player yet.
That is fair. Not, you know what? I said to name a few. In my own personal defense, sir. But to be fair, I think of all the series I've seen, maybe I think I've only met one Canadian. I think it was Luke Troutman back in Taiwan. But yes, always trying to grow the game, and I will do my best, sir, to grow the game of the Asian Poker Tour in Canada. I will get them.
I didn't mean to put you right on the spot.
No,
it's
not
a
at
long way
all.
to travel. It's a long way to travel.
It is a long way to travel, but hey, I'm here. What excuse do other Canadians have? None.
Well, because
so
you get free coffee. That's why, right? That's why you're in Vietnam.
Yeah, yes, and not only is it often free, it's also very good. Vietnam, of course, being one of the biggest coffee capitals of the world, and they have so many varying ways of making coffee. You can have Vietnamese coffee. You can have Da Nang style Vietnamese coffee. You can have egg coffee, coconut coffee. Whatever kind of coffee you can imagine, you can bet that it's here at Vietnam. So that's just one more reason to come on by if you're still around for the day. We've got some more events happening on the side. So it's still not too late to come join in on the poker tour. But of course, our next big series is APT Incheon. We'll be there August 25th to September 3rd. So you can come on in and join in on that. And for more information about APT Incheon, you can go to apt.poker.
Wow, I am so well. Of course, I'm excited to see this high roller table, but I'm also extra looking forward to Incheon. It's going to be a massive, massive series.
Massive series it will be indeed. We're expecting Taiwan was pretty massive, of course, hosted at the largest poker room in Asia, the Asia Poker Arena, and even then it was almost not enough to keep up with the capacity of the demand that we had in Taiwan. And we expect Incheon to be even bigger. It's going to be a really monumental and historical event and series for the APT, I'm sure, and the poker industry in Asia.
Don't get me started, because I was playing I was trying to play all the daily high rollers in Taipei. And I was, of course, very happy for Asia Poker Arena to do well. But I was on the waiting list every single day.
Yes, it was a long wait list just to trying to keep up with that demand. And we'll put a slight pin in our Taiwan Poker Arena talk as we see our star of the table, Gakuto, with Jack 10 offsuit on the button, cutting out a raise here. Blinds are 20k, 40k. Looks like he's cut out. about 90,000?
90. What will we see?
Looks like 110 to my eye. Dealer will confirm.
Big race.
Hugh gets out of the way with 8-3 offsuit. Back to Shimizu on the big blind with ace-9 offsuit versus the button raised by GACKT. So we will see some Japan versus Japan action here.
Oh, we've seen a lot of that in the previous segment. The 3 Japanese players were locking horns pretty much every other hand.
So Shimizu will defend big blind as flop comes ace-7-3. Shimizu flopping top pair 9 kicker. GACKT with jack 10 high currently, but in position with the pre-flop aggression. We see a check from big blind. Action in GACKT.
A very standard check from Shimizu.
Continuation bet 100,000. Pardon me, 85,000.
Also very standard. You know, you're the pre-flop racer. Very dry board. Ace 7-3 with pretty much no draw.
Does get the call.
Tens of 4. It's going to be a bit of a give up, I think. GACKT will check the turn as well. River's a king. Doesn't really change much of the board texture. Shimizu is going to put in a bet to value maybe a pair, maybe like pocket tens or pocket jacks.
Third pot bet of 150k into 460k.
Very standard.
GACKT, jack 10 high, likely never calling here.
And after watching 2 hours of play, I have to say I'm very impressed by Shimizu's play. He's a very steady, very solid player, and you know, it shouldn't come as a surprise that he was the Japan Player of the Year in 2018.
And also demonstrating quite well, as he also is the chip leader of this current feature table with 2 million in chips. Looks like we just lost 1 player, now down to 17 players.
Interesting. Does it mean we're going on the break again soon? Because there's going to be a complete redraw when we play down to 16 players. Here we are, 16 players.
Double knockout in the first hand back. So, folks, that means we are going to go on a table redraw, which means that we will be going on a very brief break, but you won't want to miss this, folks. Again, 16 players left. This is the APT High Roller. There's 110,000 USD up top, and we might even see GACKT make a deep run here, maybe make the final table. I know the chat's going to go wild for that. So, folks, please do not go anywhere. Look at this person who wins this is going to walk away with that APT High Roller Champion Trophy, that bronze lion trophy. So specifically designed, custom designed just for the APT. As we're wrapping up, just one hand here on one of our side tables. Loved this handheld shot, huh, Steven?
Oh, it's fantastic. It's fantastic. It gives me that WSOP feeling. You know, like I never dreamed of like an Asian event having this kind of coverage.
This kind of budget, this kind of value, this kind of production value. And it all has occurred so quickly. The APT, I just find, is just constantly reinventing itself and never settling for complacency. And of course, this handheld floor cam being one of the lovely additions to this table. As we see a bet here out of position. Heads up right now, actions on the cutoff facing this bet on the turn. I wish I could tell you what the board was, what the action was previous to this, or their hole cards, but I cannot. So we will just watch and play poker in the dark as we see cutoff make the call here. As we see a river here. Looks like maybe about a little more than $500,000 in the pot, maybe 600,000. As we see our out of position player go all in for about what looks like 200 and 300,000. So maybe a 2/3 pot bet here on the river.
9 of clubs on the river.
All in for his tournament life. Cutoff does cover.
And spoiler alert, judging by the fact that we have a knockout, it's going to be a call, right?
That I'm not sure. I feel like the 16 is up to date with what we're seeing.
Oh, okay.
But I may be wrong. But what I really appreciate about this is the blanket, the very rare blanket technique of shielding one's tells. Don't see that very often. We are getting a real glimpse of it here at APT Da Nang. Incredible stuff, folks.
So I'm not actually in the poker room. Is it a little bit cold?
Not to my feel, but out of position will get the fold and get a big chunk of
Canadian,
chips.
so
That's
you're good
right.
at
That's right.
in the cold.
So we are going to table redraw now, folks. Thank you so much for watching. We will be right back after this draw, but on behalf of myself and my esteemed colleague, co-commentator, Stephen Lai, do not go anywhere. We will be back as we resume the final 2 tables of our APT High Roller Champion event.
Okay, guys, table assignment. Okay, this is table 2. Table 1 is over there. Okay. Okay, this is table 2.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
I'm playing a poker tournament here at the Asian Poker Tour, and I'm buying in for $6 million. Did I say dollars? I meant Vietnamese dong. I'm playing one of the nightly turbos, just one of 61 different events happening here at the Summer Series in Da Nang, Vietnam by the Asian Poker Tour. So let's get right into the action and let's buy in. One turbo, please. Thanks, Dad. 20K starting stack, 15-minute levels. It's level 1, and I've got 20K chips. Come on. Hi. I'm still alive, though. Still alive. Start up level 7, 18,500 in chips. Level 8, last level before late reg ends, 15,000 in chips, 15 big blinds, staying alive. Ace jack offsuit versus ace 5. Need to hit a 2 or a 5. And winner winner chicken dinner for me. It's level 9, late reg is over, no more rebuys, and I have 24,000 in chips. I'm over starting stack. Give me the 5 or the 6. Please, Daddy, please. Christy, we're alive. We still have chips left. It's the spot to start, level 10, and we have 5,500 chips. We have 2.5 big blinds. Okay, that's a good flop for me. Just need to dodge a 10. And that's a good river for me. Double up, here we go. It's level 11. I have like 12,000 chips, so I have four big blinds. That's a great turn. Pick up the flush draw too. Ripper! Still alive, baby. Final 2 tables, top 18. 11 more till the money. 8s versus ace 9 for my tournament life. Flop comes 8. But I need to dodge the open-ended straight draw. Turn is good. Well, it's a lion today. It wasn't meant to be. But I had a great time. I placed 17th out of 53 people. I was in for 12 million. The Vietnamese dong out for 0. But hey, I had a great time. If you want to have a great time with me here in Da Nang in Vietnam with the APT Summer Series, please go to apt.poker for more information. And we'll see you here in Da Nang.
Sako.
Oh, hello. Hello, Nick.
Hey, how are you?
Oh, so good.
Well, how have you enjoyed Da Nang so far?
Da Nang, beautiful. 美しい.
So I do this thing, I take players to lunch, but since we're in this gorgeous Da Nang, let's go to the beach. Wow, this drama is just really beautiful.
Beautiful. キラキラしてます.
Yeah, like you look at the water and the sand. It's really nice. I think we can like go to one of those chairs and get a cold drink.
せっかくだったらスポーツがしたい.
Sports? What sports should we do?
パラグライダー.
Paragliding?
絶対気持ちいい.
Like fly way up there?
Yes, yes, yes.
No! That's so dangerous. Let's do something else. How about kayaking?
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Let's go! Hello. Are you ready? Okay!
Players are competitive in nature, so today we race.
Race. 乾杯。
So are you going to Incheon?
Yes. インチョンも行きます。
I think a lot of Japanese like to go to Incheon, to Korea, right?
Yes. やっぱり APT がアジア最大のトーナメント、一番大きいトーナメントで、こう日本でたくさんポーカーをやってる人はやっぱり次のステップとしてこう海外でトロフィー、タイトルが欲しいっていう人はすごく多い。でその中で韓国はなんか私たち日本人にとってすごく身近な国、楽しい、食べ物も美味しいし、近い、飛行機もちょっとでいいから初めての海外旅行、海外トーナメントにインチョン選ぶ人はすごく多いから、それが理由だと思います。私も初めての海外トーナメントは APT インチョン。
Well, I had a lot of fun today.
Yes.
And I hope to see you in Incheon.
Yes.
Incheon.
Incheon.
Hello and welcome to the record-breaking main event here at APT Da Nang, officially the largest poker tournament in Da Nang with 675 entries. We're now down to our final table. Let's meet our finalists. Anything you want to say to your opponents at the final table?
There are people who cheer for me, so I will do my best to meet their expectations.
여기까지 왔으니까 뭐 최선을 다해 봅시다.
Anh có điều gì muốn nói với đối thủ của mình trên bàn final không ạ?
Anh muốn nói rằng là người Việt Nam tuy vóc dáng nhỏ bé nhưng mà về tinh thần thì không bao giờ bị có thể là dễ dàng đánh phục được.
Come on, fighting. Let's all have fun. Okay, go on.
I think everybody played very well because the go to the final table was not easy.
Nobody is my rival.
Nobody.
Don't miss this epic final table of this record-breaking event, live streaming today on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch, only on the Asian Poker Tour. Welcome to the final table of the Superstar Challenge. Here's what went down. Ge Yingrui all in for his tournament life with Queen 10 of clubs. And that's going to be a good game there for Ge Yingrui of China out in 9th place. As flop comes, and Chun Yu-hung of China out in 8th place. And that's going to be a good game for Quang Nguyen Trung of Vietnam placing 7th. Martin Garrett of the Netherlands out in 6th place. That's going to be a good game for Alan Pham from Australia out in 5th place. Chiu Chen of China out in 4th place. And Remy Florent out in 3rd. Which means we're now down to heads up. Joshua Curtis McCulley of Australia versus Bank from Thailand. Even stacks here, but both players all in. Bank with the ace-3 offsuit versus Josh McCulley's ace-jack offsuit. Flop comes 7-8, 9 ace-jack holding, turn queen of hearts, river 5 of clubs. Josh McCulley wins his hand. And that is going to be a good game from Bank of Thailand. And Josh McCulley of Australia is our winner for the Superstar Challenge.
It was an interesting final table. Came in mostly short, and I was pretty fortunate to squeeze in, and yeah, it was a good experience.
Because he is superstar, so he deserves it.
Thank you so much for watching. If you want to learn more about the APT, please go to apt.poker.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
We have 61 mystery bounty hunter envelopes, and one of them has 300 million Vietnam dong.
APT 越南岘港站究竟谁可以拿下最高的神秘赏金呢
Let's go bounty hunting! Final table of the mystery bounty hunter.
On-win all-in for her tournament life here against Deng Zhiwen of China. Needs to find a 4 or a 5 or an ace to chop, and that's not going to be it. And that's going to be a good game for.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to APT Da Nang 2023 High Roller Final Day. This is the High Roller event at APT Da Nang, and we are down to 16 players. I am your presenter, Stephen Lai. I'm joined by Greg Goes All In. Hello, Greg.
Hello, Stephen Lai. It's great to be back for our final 2 tables of the High Roller event. We've got 16 players left out of 161 players. Top 10%. You're looking right out of here as we take a little snapshot. 161 entries, of course. 11 billion with a B VND in the prize pool. There was a 5 billion guarantee, so we've completely smashed that, more than double. And top prize walks away with 2.6 billion with a B, about 110,000 US dollars. And action's going to be flying, folks. We're not that deep right now. Average stack is about 26 big blinds, so it's going to be a pretty fierce, pretty accelerated final 2 tables as we play down to the winner today. Of course, notably right now you can see in seat 1, I believe that is the back of his head. I believe that is the GACKT, as the chat goes wild for our Japanese rock star here. Has had quite the impressive career over the past few decades. And right now, it's great to see he's able to take a break from his busy line of work in the music industry to play some cards with us here at APT Da Nang.
Oh, I wish one day someone would say Stephen Lai is taking a break from the poker industry to try his luck in singing.
Hey, if anyone's going to make that happen, it's you, Stephen Lai.
Oh, you haven't heard me sing. You certainly have not heard me sing.
Well, we're going to Incheon together, so we can hit up some KTV there, I'm sure.
Well, I play the guitar pretty well, but my singing is definitely not one of my strong points.
What's your go-to karaoke song, though?
Ooh, Total Eclipse of the Heart?
That's a duet, isn't it?
Turn around.
Every now and then I get a little bit something and a da-da-ba-da-da-ba-da.
Turn around. No, anyway, enough. We have many fans of GACKT.
Yes.
In this watching the stream, and I'm sure they are used to slightly better music than what we just tortured them with.
Well, it's part of our job here as commentators, which is to make the players look good. And so by comparison, we've made GACKT seem even more incredible than he already is.
Indeed, indeed. I wish I could sing a GACKT song, but I'm afraid I do not know any of them. So if in the comments anyone could introduce me to an album that I should listen to on Spotify of GACKT's, I will be happy to oblige.
As we get back into the action here, Hugh of Vietnam with Queen Jack offsuit and +2 started this with 17 big blinds. Gonna open the Queen Jack offsuit as it gets around here to the cutoff.
Jay Chan from Vietnam, wearing all the natural 8 gear, looking like a player, I must say. Speaking of the devil, GACKT-san himself, it just folded something. I missed that, I'm afraid.
But big blind is going to defend, so it's going to be Vietnam on Vietnam action. +2 versus big blind as flop comes ace-5-4. Queen Jack high is going to have the best of it here. Neither player really connecting.
Flop comes ace-5-4, 2 hearts. Both players have missed. I've said that so many times in the past 5 days. It's not easy to catch the flop in Hold'em.
Not easy to make a pair. Not at all. So why don't we take a moment here to look at the song recommendations from our live chat here. Lots of people saying Rebirth. One person said Reborn. They were close enough. Erica Swan, who I believe I saw earlier works with Gakuto in some capacity, something about jewelry, says all of his albums are on Spotify actually. Someone suggesting Mars in addition to Rebirth. All of his albums are great though. Erica Swan also saying you can start maybe with Best of the Best, which is one of the latest, and it gathers a lot of his best songs, and from there go back till 1999 when he released his first album. 1999 has been active for 24 years. An impressive career by Gakuto. No wonder.
Well, you are a much younger man than me, Greg. But I remember 1999. The music was very good back then.
I agree with you very quickly. I do not. I'm 27, so I don't remember 1999. But I do know that today's music I kind of find a little lackluster. I really enjoyed the early 2000s, during which you could actually get this, hear the instruments in the song, and there were actual instruments. Like, oh, that's very clearly a guitar, or very clearly drums. And now it's all just wop 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 wop, and I barely understand the lyrics on top of that either. So I'm looking very forward to hearing some Rebirth or Mars from Gakuto on Spotify.
Back to the action. Queen 10 suited opening from UTG +1. And Zhang at hijack is contemplating a raise with ace 10 off. He is playing with only 24 big blinds.
Gets out of the way.
Means he could only jam, really. So he did get out of the way. Gakuto, man of mystery, is finally putting his cards on the sensor. 8-4 off, taking his time. Very deliberate action. Everything is very intentional, as a successful person should be.
I also have to say, I think I really have to commend how generous he's been in lending, being on our live stream. I can understand, like, with someone of the following such as he does have, would really, value their privacy quite a lot. And for him, this is a retreat away from his line of work. So for him to put himself out in the spotlight here at the APT is much appreciated. It does add a lot of value, especially we can tell from the fans in the chat. We're going to see defend in the big blind here versus Queen 10 suited as flop comes ace 9-4. 7s are ahead here, but there are 2 overcards on the flop. Queen 10 suited does have the backdoor straight, backdoor flush, and positional advantage here. So ace 9-4 likely will c-bet, and we will see the c-bet. Continuation bet, of course, of 40,000. 45,000, pardon me. It's an actions back on big blind with pocket 7s.
Double check his cards to make sure he has a club, which doesn't help. If he had a spade, it would have been an easier call. But then pocket 7 is still pretty strong. He's going to peel the turn.
And turn brings another ace of diamonds here. Shimizu of Japan. Going to check it over back to Hugh, whose backdoor draws aren't coming in.
By the way, I was just looking at Twitter, and there is a tweet from Gakuto himself with his friend, Sakito, his writer, his editor, who was at the feature table earlier as well. There's a photo of the two of them on Twitter. And quickly got 1,200 likes and 143 retweets.
Incredible.
The stuff that I could only... Well, actually, I didn't dream of that, but... he is a celebrity, isn't he?
Absolutely. And just quickly back to the action. We've just witnessed a really small blocker bet, 50k into 300k, 6-pot bet, and Hugh with Queen High, just gonna go ahead and make the fold, and Shimizu gonna take it down with the pocket sevens. But yeah, Twitter or X? That's what I'm confused about now. Is it still Twitter or is it called X?
I'm still calling Facebook, not Meta. So Twitter it is for me.
Facebook is still Facebook. It's just that the mother company is now Meta.
Fair
so
enough.
Meta manages or owns Facebook. I think.
I think
But
that's
you
true.
know what? It's just a lot of billionaires kind of just fighting to see who has the best social media, right?
Well, I mean, you know, people do say if you control the media, you control the world.
There you go. All hail our fearless leader, Mark Zuckerberg. Elon's making a pass, though. As we get back into the action, under the gun, Hugh of Vietnam been very active in the first few hands of this feature table. Gonna raise up King Queen suited to the tune of 2 big blinds. He did only start this hand with 17 big blinds. As action now folds around to GACKT, who has yet to pick up a playable hand quite yet. And just like Elsa is gonna let it go, as action is now on win on the button with Jack 4 suited, infamously known now as the Robbie hand. If you know, you know.
He does look like a boss, doesn't he?
Not just any boss, but the boss. You see the B on his shirt? The B's on his shirt? Guess what they stand for? Boss.
Oh, of course.
Of
Oh.
course.
Oh.
Of course. It all makes sense now.
Yeah, it does make sense. Completely missed that.
Now this gentleman with the 4-card merch, sitting there with 2 cards, contemplating his decision in the big blind.
Is the Im? There is actually another famous female poker player from South Korea called Vivian Im. Wonder if they are related. Flop comes 10, 5, 3, 2 clubs. I'm going to say this again. Both players missed.
Hugh with the 2 overcards. Still in pretty good shape. Even if
Can't
he's
be too
behind.
happy with it on this board against a big blind defend.
Yes, that 5 and 3 going to connect quite well with the big blind defend range. Lots of 2 pairs, straight draws, sets that big blind could have here, but we will see the continuation bet. And we are going to see the float here with 9-7 offsuit, some backdoors, and one of the best turn cards to hit here for Im as he turns an open-ended straight draw.
There's so many outs on the screen. It almost seems like it's harder to miss than hit.
Action on Hugh in position, still sitting on King Queen high with the 2 overs. Is going to check it back. King Queen does have some showdown here, and the showdown gets realized as he gets the check mark with King Queen high. If Im wants to win this pot, he will have to make a bet and get a fold. Front door flush does come in. Im seeking to represent. Gonna bet 55,000 into 310,000. So another, we see yet another blocker bet, but the last blocker bet we saw of a 6-pot bet did get a fold. So even at these late stages at short stacks, 6 pots bets do have fold equity. And we are going to see that equity get realized as Hugh does make the fold with the best hand. And Im of South Korea going to pick up a nice chunk of chips there in the big blind. Sitting now on 27 big blinds, 1.1 million chips. Shimizu, our table chip leader. As we take a look at our second table on the floor. But wow, what an impressive float there on the flop with 9 high and backdoors and winning that pot. Impressive play by South Korea's Im.
We welcome the 270 viewers on YouTube, and don't forget we have presence on Facebook and also Twitch. So I welcome the viewers from Facebook and Twitch also. No doubt a lot of them are here for Gakuto-san. So am I. But at the same time, do stick with us and try to enjoy this beautiful game of Texas Hold'em.
Beautiful poker. That was kind of a new idea that got introduced to me this series. Just the idea of, you know, I think a lot of time we can get caught up in the nuances and the technicalities and the theory. But at the end of the day, you kind of, after you've done all your studying, you gotta just let it go and just try to play beautiful poker. As we get back into this hand here, we're gonna see Win open up on the cutoff with 5-4 suited. Action on Im in the small blind, who just won the last pot, picks up ace-queen suited. Premium here versus the cutoff open in the small blind. Likely we'll see a 3-bet as we see Im cut out 200 in chips. Adds 30 to that. 230 plus a 20 inside is 250 if my math is not incorrect.
It is not incorrect.
Thank goodness. Math was not my strong suit. That was very validating for me.
Well, you've been doing this poker thing for a while now, so, you know, you cannot hide from behind the I'm not good at maths thing. You know, you've got to be relatively good at adding and
lucky. Just lucky.
Oh, you can't be lucky in maths. Come on, stop,
just
stop.
lucky.
No, stop.
And
that makes it less beautiful.
And Win is going to get the full. Is going to fold 5-4 suited. As we take a look at our leaderboard players. Again, looks like Shimizu holding the lead with 2.7 million in chips. 16 players left remaining here at our APT High Roller on our last day of APT Da Nang series. It is the last day. Oh, we're going to see what card exposed. Reshuffle it up. No problem. Happens. Live poker. It is the last day, but we still got some turbo events happening in and around. So if you're still in the Da Nang area, come on down and join us. But if it is too late and you are too far, not a problem. We will be going to Incheon in Korea, August 25th to September 3rd. If you want to learn more about that, you can go to apt.poker. And it is going to be one of the biggest events, if not the biggest series of APT history. So you're not going to miss that. Again, that's apt.poker.
And speaking of which, this evening on Natural 8, there's going to be a mega satellite to qualify you to that event in South Korea. It starts at 9 p.m. Hong Kong time. More information can be found on natural8.com.
What a perfect time to shout out Natural 8 as we see Jay Tran here repping all of the Natural 8 gear.
You see through all my tricks.
Yes. A7 suited gets raised by unofficial Natural 8 ambassador Jay Tran of Vietnam. Action on GACKT, who hasn't been able to pick up a hand and get into the mix quite yet, but patience, folks. A big part of the game is patience. Gonna fold to the cutoff, who has pocket sixes. Shimizu, our chip leader, in the cutoff with the sixes.
Junko Fox, is live streaming allowed in South Korea? I think I've seen in Jeju, but not Paradise City in Incheon. Well, they better allow it, because otherwise I'll be out of a job.
As will I. So I imagine there will be live streams in Incheon, Junko Fox. Don't you worry.
I know for sure that we'll have a streaming table for sure. We are having a lot of interesting streaming events lined up for that series. One of which is the Natural Age Hong Kong exclusive, more of which will be told to you in due course. So tell us, speaking of Hong Kong, where are you watching this stream from? I see some viewers from Sweden, Italy, and Australia. Drop us a line in the comments. Where are you watching us from?
Yes, do drop a line. We are going to see 3 ways to a flop here. A7 open versus 6s versus big blind defend with 4-3 suited. As flop comes King 8-3 rainbow, textbook dry board. So Shimizu going to have the best of it with a pair of 6s. J Tran, action on J Tran now, who was our pre-flop aggressor, does have backdoor hearts. Also notably, Long, who defended the big blind, has bottom pair with backdoor flush draw. We are going to see Tran make a continuation bet into the 2 players. 300k in the pot, is going to bet 65.
Shimizu, pretty standard call with pocket 6s. Shouldn't be too afraid of that board.
And we'll see Long get out of the way, folding 4-3. Would have turned trips.
As you can see on the bottom left-hand side of the screen, 86% winning chance for Shimizu. He doesn't know it yet, but he's actually holding the nuts for this heads up. Check, check, it seems. Nope, there's a bet of 100,000.
Yeah, it looks like 100,000 into 330. Oh, pardon me. 125,000 into what was 430. Seems like a bit of a equity protection bet. Protect against those 6 overcards, 6 outs. Does get the fold, and we'll take it down. Shimizu, 74 big blinds, just hitting the 3 million in chip mark here on our feature table, just completely dominating this table right now.
Viewers from Japan and or viewers of Gakuto's fans, he is down to about 15 big blinds. So if you don't understand poker properly, I will tell you right now, he is going to be putting all his chips in the middle in no time at all. So stay tuned for the railing, for the shouting for the A's or the 10 or whatever it is, because he's going to put his chips all in very, very soon. So stay tuned. Don't leave us.
And you might not have to stay tuned for too long, as Gakuto picks up Ace-Jack offsuit, a great hand for blackjack, a pretty decent hand for poker. 15 big blinds here in early position with Ace-Jack offsuit.
So just quickly explain to the viewers who are not so familiar with the game of Texas Hold'em. The fewer chips you have, the sooner you have to push all in, as they say, so that you don't get blinded out. Because we are playing in a tournament format, so the amount of chips you have to put in each hand, or each big blind or small blind, will go up as the time goes along. So you get, as we call it, blind out if you don't play soon. So with 15 big blinds, that means he's in almost critical position. He needs to make some play, and he has done just that.
Well said, Stephen Lai. So we are going to see the open here from Gakuto to just over 2 big blinds, raises to 85,000. Action on Shimizu with 5-4 suited. Gonna let it go versus the short stack. If Gakuto had more chips, perhaps might just call, as speculative hands like 5-4 suited do perform better when deeper stacked.
Don't you think Sumishu sounds like a Dragon Ball character? You know, just like a cool name.
It is a very cool name. Very fitting name for this cool guy. Chip leading this table with 3 million in chips.
It's a bit better than Steve or Greg. Don't you
Oh
think?
yes, Greg. It's taken me a while to like my name, Greg. Don't meet many Gregs very often, and when I do, they're often middle-aged white guys. And I can say that because I was named after a middle-aged white guy. I was named after Gregory Norman, the Australian golfer, prominent in the 90s, also known as the Shark. My father really liked golf, so he named me after Gregory Norman. As flop comes, we'll readdress that in just a second. But looks like Long is going to defend his small blind with 9 deuce suited, and GACKT is going to be ahead on this flop here with Ace Jack high on King 6-3 board.
Both players have missed the flop. So that's becoming my catchphrase now.
Hard to make a pair in Hold'em. So that's why positional advantage and aggression is going to serve you so well in poker. And GACKT going to use his positional advantage, range advantage, and aggression to stab at this pot. And Long going to come along for the ride here. Pardon me, does not call. Makes the raise, knows that the 6-3 may be better for his range than it will be for GACKT's. And it's going to put Gact in a tough spot here. Does have the best hand with Ace Jack offsuit.
But if GACKT has been following the stream or following my commentary, he will know it's hard to hit a pair on the flop. He does give it up though.
And what a play by Long with 9 deuce suited. Getting the better hand to fold as GACKT now falls down to 12 big blinds, just 500,000 in chips.
So are you a keen golfer as well, from your father's influence?
No, I never golfed, which might be why Dad left. So.
Did he buy you Greg Norman's T-shirts?
That was supposed to be a joke, but no one laughed, so
I
it's
know.
just sad.
I was like, wow, that's. I just thought, let me just go into the, go into the
barrel
tank
through that
looking for
moment.
something else to say.
I say that joke so often, and I keep doing it, but it always gets that reaction. And I just keep doing it. I was like, oh, maybe this time it'll be funny.
Oh, I did give you a funny reaction, which was just ignore it, say something else. Hello, Mr. Gardner. Grant Gardner is watching the stream on Facebook. GG, sir. I saw you busting earlier. On to the next one. I'm sure I'll see you in South Korea.
It looks like we're going to see GACKT in the big blind here. So just lost some chips. Now has to put out not only his big blind, but his big blind ante. Oh, pardon me. He is under the gun with 2 mystery cards. Ace King.
There you go. I think we might be witnessing an all-in here with 12 big blinds. You know, even his hand gesture is rock star. Like, he's just so deliberate. Right? He's so arty.
Absolutely.
I can see why people are loving GACKT Sang's. Oh, he's racing.
We will see an open, not an all-in from GACKT. Going to open it up to what looks like 85,000 in chips here. As Win picks up the pocket deuces in +1 versus the early position raise from a short stack.
From a fellow short stack.
Ah, yes, good observation.
We're down to 16 players. The next player out will pick up $6,650 American. There's no pay jump until the 15th, so the next 2 placings will equally get 6.65K. Pocket change for Gakuto, of course, but we are not here for the money, are we? You know, we're here for the glory, for the beautiful Lion Trophy.
And the friends you make along the way.
No, let's rephrase that. We're not here only for the money. We're here also for the glory and the friends you meet along the way.
And wow, and gonna get the all of the folds all around the table as Gakuto picks up some well-needed chips. Now chipping back up to 15 big blinds here, surviving the big blind.
Well, he'll be next posting his big blind. So we were talking about this earlier, you know, under the gun in Texas Hold'em tournament with the big blind anti-format kind of encourages you to play a little bit looser under the gun, because you are due to pay 2.5 big blinds in the next 2 hands.
Action under the gun on Boss Man here, Mr. Win of Vietnam. Action on our chip leader here from Japan, Shimizu, with King 9 suited under the gun +1, going to raise it up to 2 big blinds, 80,000 in chips. M with 8-3 offsuit and +2. Will get out of the way. Q 7-5 offsuit out of the way. Long. King deuce off out of the way, and Zhang of China. We haven't seen much from him yet. Now gonna get into the mix, perhaps with ace 10 suited on the button.
Is Zhang spelled Z-H-A-N-G in Singapore as well?
Zhang?
Zhang.
In Canada, he's gonna fold the ace 10 suited versus the early position raise from the chip leader. But in Canada, most people would probably anglicize it and say Zhang or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But with my Chinese background, I say Zhang.
But isn't it C-H-E-U-N-G in Cantonese?
I wouldn't know. I'm a
Yeah.
Mandarin speaker, and even then my Mandarin's not great. So don't think I'm the right person to...
Oh, you didn't hear me. You didn't hear my Mandarin monologues yesterday.
No, I did not. I would love to hear some of that, but just right after this hand, as we see Gakuto defend 6-5 suited in the big blind.
Hard to connect with the flop again.
Especially
6-5 is playing the board right now. King high still plays. I think it's an easy c-bet, an easy fold. Very straightforward. No alarms and no surprises. As Tom York from Radiohead would sing.
So tell me about these Mandarin monologues you were saying yesterday.
Oh, yesterday we had Nevin from Taiwan playing the feature table, and we got 1,500 viewers, a lot of them from Taiwan, and they were, just to keep them sweet and keep them, in the stream. Every 45 minutes, I set a timer to say something in Mandarin. And my Mandarin is bloody awful, like proper bad Mandarin.
我的汉语也说得很烂啦。
哦，不是这么简单啊！我就是烂到，就是每一个人都知道我不会说的。
我的中文说得马马虎虎的。
Oh, it's not horses and horses. It's worse. It's a donkey cat. It's not a horse tiger.
I see.
It's worse than that. It's a 驴子猫。
The people listening who don't speak Mandarin are so confused. And that's okay. That's okay. Hugh, ace 8 of diamonds from Vietnam. Gonna raise to 80K, 2 big blinds.
By the way, we did the shout out to the viewers to tell us where they are watching this from, and we haven't responded. So welcome, viewers from Holland and Japan. How do you say hello in Dutch? I have no idea.
I do not know, but Gakuto with the pocket tens in the small blind with 11 big blinds has a spot here.
He is saying hello and all in.
There we go. Gakuto goes all in. And action back on Hugh, who is also a fellow short stack. Started this hand with 12 big blinds. Makes the fold, and Gakuto going to pick up the dead money in this pot. As he chips up now to 16 big blinds.
Every little helps. We're down to 15 players. So one more elimination will see a pay jump. We are currently paying $6,650. Oh no, we're down to 15, sorry. We have made the pay jump. So now we're up to 6.36K, $7.36K, $7,360 is the next payout.
Very nice. And buy-in, of course, was 80 million VND, which works out to be $3,440 US. So all players guaranteed at least a around a $3,000 profit currently. Or you said 7,000? $4,000 profit currently.
It's not bad, is it?
Not bad at all.
Better than working at McDonald's. But not quite as lucrative as having sold 10 million records. $45 viewers from Twitch, thank you. 44 on Facebook, I thank you also. UDG +2 long has opened it up to 100K with pocket juices. Very standard min raise at this stage of the tournament.
And we're going to see Gakuto go all in once again here. Ace-5 offsuit versus the Ducks.
And we'll get a fold, so that's good. It's a good jam.
Card still with long. Likely we'll get the fold, but we never know. Getting a count. If long makes this call, Gakuto will be all in for his tournament life.
So with pocket juices, let me just explain very quickly. You are at best 50-50 against your opponent. And, well, yes, you're at best, facing this kind of action. But it's more likely that you are 80-20 behind. So when you balance it out, the situation, do you want to risk your tournament life with a holding as weak as pocket juices?
And the answer will be no, as Gakuto picks up yet Another small pot here, staying alive with his well-timed shoves. Nice hand to GACKT. As we take a little look at the live chat, Erica Swan saying, I don't think they understand how big of a celebrity he is quite yet, and they're starting to understand how big of a celebrity he is, but don't get the full comprehension of it yet. Admittedly, Erica, yes, I do give you credit. Admittedly, I was not aware, and again, this is from a very Western lens living in Canada. I was not familiar with GACKT. But as I've learned more and more about him, it's obvious to me that he is quite the celebrity here. As Icelandic Horse Adventures adds, but it must be nice for G to be able to be himself and be a poker player rather than the superstar surrounded by screaming fans. And I'm glad that we are able to provide a nice little haven for GACKT here to just sit back, relax, and play some cards. Zhang from China with the pocket tens with 17 big blinds to start this hand. We haven't seen him get too much into the mix. Has been short stacked for the majority of this feature table and hasn't really picked up any hands quite yet. Now has an opportunity here with the pocket tens as blinds are now up to 25k, 50k. Opens to 105.
We still haven't seen the GACKT's hand yet. Okay, he just decided to forget about the sensor. Oh no, King Juice suited. That's a good fold.
Graphics just haven't caught up quite yet. Still thinks actions on the hijack. But looks like we're gonna have the hijack open. It's gonna fold around to the blinds. Folds around to the big blind.
Mr. M is folding
Mr.
as well.
M will fold his big blind as he had 4 deuce offsuit, 4 high, no good. And Zhang will pick up some well-needed chips, chipping on up to 20 big blinds.
And you know, we've been talking about GACKT quite a lot, considering he is a global superstar in rock music. But I also saw a video of you interviewing a Filipino DJ.
That's correct. Of course, Stephen Lai is referring to my interview with Miss Patty Chu. For those who don't know, Miss Patty Chu, is known as a well-renowned DJ in the Philippines, and she's been making more of an appearance here at the Asian Poker Tour. I first met her, I believe, in must have been Taiwan. She was definitely at Hanoi, and now here in Da Nang, and I think we can expect to see her in Incheon as well. APT Incheon, of course, is running from August 25th to September 3rd next month, and it's going to be one of the biggest series of APT history, comparable, if not bigger, to that of Taiwan. So you're not going to want to miss that, and you can learn more about that on apt.poker.
Well, I am going to write Greg Norman an email and get him to play the APT event in South Korea. And that is met with a silence.
Sorry, can I be honest? I tuned out for a second because I was reading the live chat. What did you say, Stephen?
I said I'm going to write to Greg Norman and invite him to play the APT event in South Korea.
Yes. Yeah, that would be cool. We should close that bridge between golf and poker. You know, have a little collaboration.
I don't want to, you know, get your bad childhood memory, you know, because you couldn't play golf and then your father left you. I don't want to dig up that trauma.
Correct. Getting some corrections and pronunciations. Please just say Gact. I will, from now on, just only say Gact. Thank you so much for the correction. Much appreciated. I think I got thrown off a little bit at the beginning because some people were saying like, oh, it's like Gact is just an abbreviation for GACKT, which is it's just how you would say it very fast. And but I appreciate the recorrection. As we see an all-in here, blind versus blind, Im limped in on the small blind. And Hugh's going to shove with Queen Jack offsuit in the big.
Or Im will make a very good fold because he's obviously behind with Queen 8 off against his opponent's Queen Jack. And he's committing, you know. Yes, he hasn't really committed himself that much. And he'll have to put another 7 big blinds in. So it's a good laydown.
And a nice steal there by Hugh of Vietnam in the big blind.
Well, I'm hoping, I am waiting for Gact to make a bold play and have a massive double up because the fans deserve it.
Trying to give the fans and viewers the best production quality as possible for our live streams. We hope that you're having a good time hanging out with Stephen Lai and myself and our 15 remaining players. If you're enjoying this high quality poker content, please leave a like on this channel and please do subscribe if you haven't already. Not only will it help notify you when we have live streams just like these, it also helps us grow the channel, which in turn helps us grow the game of poker in Asia, which is good for everybody.
Well, I must say I feel very privileged to have all these viewers and commenters staying with us for the past 5 days. I start to get to know a few of them, including Justin Fairbanks, who's a very active commenter, Anthony Wood, who sat through the whole Natural 8 Thai exclusive event with me. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Sometimes it's difficult, you know, you kind of feel like you're talking to no one. And then with that bit of interaction, things just get a little bit smoother.
Definitely helps having your engagement in the chat, y'all. So again, much appreciation for being here. And a special thanks to Icelandic Horse Adventures for the nice compliment. You're doing an awesome job, guys. Thanks for covering this for us. You're so welcome. And I can't wait to check out your channel. I really want to know what kind of content Icelandic Horse Adventures makes.
I'm guessing. I'm just guessing.
Just a guess.
Just a guess. It's going to be based in Iceland.
And he makes content about horse adventures?
Probably. It's going to be a lot of riding.
Oh, wow. Okay. Icelandic Horse Adventures has 11,000 subscribers. It says, welcome to my channel. Here you can follow me and my Icelandic lone horse Asker on our hacking rides. I share both riding videos and vlogs and uploads at least once a week. Thank you for watching. Has an impressive 11,000 subscribers and 889,000 lifetime views. Give it up, y'all, for Icelandic Horse Adventures.
We are among YouTube celebrities here too, huh?
Wow. Rocking the shorts game. It's 154,000 views of a POV ride through what I can only guess is Iceland.
It'd be trade description. That would be a trade description dispute if she was riding in China.
That is right.
Well, actually, no, because, you know, it could be an Icelandic person riding horses around the world.
Or an Icelandic horse riding around the world.
Oh, I didn't even know they had horses in Iceland.
I didn't either. As we draw our attention back to the hand right here, as we see Jay Tran under the gun with pocket eights. Gonna raise it up to 2 big blinds, 100,000 in chips. Started this hand with 16 big blinds. And just to confirm what I had said earlier, the horse is from Iceland. And the channel, the human is from Sweden, for lack of better words. Im with decision on the cutoff picks up King Jack offsuit versus the under the gun raise. Is going to let it go. As Hugh picks up 10-9 suited on the button, a pretty hand, but with only 8 big blinds here, it's not as easy of a spot. 10-9 suited does not have a lot of showdown value. Performs a lot better deeper stacked. And is going to let it go, as action now is on the small blind on Long, who lets it go as well. Action on Zhang, 18 big blinds to start, just going through the big blind. With 7-4 offsuit, action on Zhang.
Yeah, it's okay to let it go.
And Tron, under the gun, is going to pick up the chips.
By the way, okay, so for viewers who are not so familiar with poker, there is a database of poker records. So it's like a encyclopedia of, well, it's like a record book for all poker earnings. So if you play an event, and you'll be recorded on Hendon Mob. I just went on to Hendon Mob, and guess what? I see the name Gact. Not with surname, like usually you see Stephen Lai, or what's the surname, Greg?
Liao, L-I-O-W.
Yeah, okay. So you see Greg Liao on there, but no. It's not Gakuto, whatever his surname was. It's Gact. So apparently he has a live earning of 180,000 American dollars.
Very impressive.
He's come second in a WPT event in Cambodia.
Looking to take down first here at this APT High Roller. As we see Shimizu, our chip leader under the gun, opening ace-4 suited. Action on +1 with ace-7 offsuit. Makes the fold. Hugh, faring not much better. King-3 off, makes the fold. Long with the pocket jacks. Gonna opt for the call here, as Zhang picks up pocket 10s with 18 big blinds. And this trap by Long might just pay off.
It looks like a push to me. We shall see.
We shall see.
A push of his time bank, first of all. So for viewers who are not so familiar, once again, so each player gets 30 seconds to act. So after 30 seconds, your hand is automatically declared void unless you use the time bank. So each time bank will give you another 30 seconds, and then you can use multiple time banks for each action.
Looks like Zhang does not go all in, but does make a 3-bet to 245,000.
Ooh, it's a very small 3-bet. Very small.
Very small. Just might induce Shimizu to come along.
And then Long is going to push. So here we go. So somehow Long manages to max value this hand. He is not going to like going into the flop multi-way. So he's all in. NG Long from Vietnam is pushed all in, 1.3 millions in chips. Zhang has got what he wished for. But at least that's what I thought. Until he folds.
And it's going to be a very suspicious looking line here from Long, because he just flats the initial open, and then once the cold 3-bet comes in, he just cold 4-bets. So what really just flats the open and then 4-bet jams?
Aces.
Aces and jacks, it seems. And so Zhang in a spot now with pocket tens for what would be his tournament life if he decides to make this call. As we move down to a very cinematic, very sexy floor cam, getting the close-up, seeing all of the inner machinations at work here for Zhang, as we can see through the window to his soul, his eyes, the inner workings as the cogs turn.
I think he just pushed in more time banks to give him a bit more time to think. Trying to piece together the puzzle. Greg was asking, so UTG, the first player to act, raised. Long decided to call, meaning he didn't have a very good hand. And then Zhang tried to exploit that situation by putting in another raise, a re-raise, and we call it a 3-bet. Gets a call from the original raiser, which makes him quite strong, but not super strong. And then Long re-jams.
And
oh,
Zhang
there you go.
Will make the call here.
Just make the call.
Action back on Shimizu, who has folded. So we're going to see Zhang all in for his tournament life here with the pocket tens. Gets shown the bad news.
Yep.
Gets shown pocket jacks. Is a 4-1 underdog. Needs to find a 10 and only a 10 on this board to stay alive and find the double.
So usually when we say an overpair versus a inferior pair is 80-20. Oh, that's a jack.
And that's going to be a really heartbreaking. Some backdoor straights, and no, it's not going to come. And that is going to be a good game for Zhang, drawing dead on the turn. Good game to Zhang of China, placing 15th here at the APT High Roller at APT Da Nang.
Well done, GG. He will take home $7,360, which is not bad.
Not bad at all. As we take a look at our chip counts again, Long now propelling himself up. Sitting now on 51 big blinds, second in chips, just behind Shimizu. Through the foliage, thank you for the nice compliment. Thanks for the ace commentary. Much appreciated. Very kind, thank you.
You are the opposite to Vedu. He gets like a little bit shy when someone compliments him.
It might also be cultural. Something I notice from like east to west is receiving compliments is very different. I think in the west, receiving a compliment shows grace towards the complimenter, saying thank you for this gift. Thank you for the gift, and not just throwing the compliment aside. Whereas I think it's more socially acceptable into the East, at least I know in Chinese culture, to say, no la, no, 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 no. It's like, oh, no, but you sing so well. No, 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 no. And where it's actually less appropriate to just say thank you and accept the compliment. Perhaps.
Well, I do come from a Chinese culture, and if someone tells me I sing so well, I would definitely say no la. Out of honesty, I think.
Mm-hmm. But if someone were to say, Stephen Lai, I think you're a great co-commentator, and I'm really enjoying spending time with you doing commentary for the APT, how would you respond?
I would say, oh, no, it's all Greg's credit.
But what if I'm the one who's trying to give you that compliment right now. We'll get back to that point in just a second as we take a look at the action as Shimizu opens under the gun with King Jack suited. And Hugh, our short stack with less than 10 big blinds, goes all in with the pocket threes.
Quite an ambitious jam, I think, but probably needed because he's running low on chips and he needs to double up urgently.
Action back on Shimizu, facing the shy of 9 big blind shove with King Jack suited. Time chips go forward. Shimizu goes into the tank. Makes the call. So we will see Hugh of Vietnam flipping for his tournament life with the pocket threes against Shimizu, our chip leader at this tables. King Jack suited.
Classic flip.
Classic flip. Pocket pair versus 2 over cards essentially is 50-50. As we see a flop here of ace 8-6. That'll be a good flop for Hugh. Dodging the king or jack turn. Brings an 8 of clubs. Just needs to fade the counterfeit out or the king or jack. And will. And Hugh will get the double up here with pocket threes. Junko Fox paying you a compliment, Steven, as we resume our conversation. I like Steven's sexy voice.
Oh. Very much. I'm not sure about that, but yes, I have to say.
Come on, chat. Come on in, and let's give Steven as many compliments as possible just to make him squirm even more than he already is.
Exactly.
But
you know, like I spent half my life in the UK and half my life in Hong Kong, and I guess I'm picking up the worst of both cultures sometimes. You know, I sometimes the most unexpected manners, my other side kicks in. You know, for example, someone paying me a compliment, and then, you know, as a, in quotes, Western person, you say, oh, thank you very much. And then my Chineseness kicks in and go, oh, I'm very shy, you know. So it's weird.
No, it just sounds like you adapt as needed to the situation you're in. And the situation right now is simply Yare says, I can hear him blush. I love this chat. Thank you all for being here. And thank you, Justin Fairbanks, for the correction and the update. Zhang went out in 14th. The players' remaining counter hadn't updated, and the tables had already been balanced as there are 13 left. Thank you, Justin Fairbanks. Honorary live chat co-commentator.
I've already asked him to send his CV through to the APT team.
Excellent, excellent. Natural 8 Hong Kong hopping into the chat here with an update as well. That's you?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. I understand now.
I'm updating the payout so that people get it. Yeah, people keep asking and I keep updating them. And it's for my sake as well, you know, so I can just read the comments and I know where we are at.
Absolutely. As we take a look at action here, cutoff versus big blind, queen 10 off versus 8-5 suited, and queen 10 off gonna make top pair 10 kicker versus the gut shot and the big blind. So we're gonna see Shimizu check his big blind over to Long, who is gonna bet 125,000 into 285.
Hey, turns out Justin Fairbanks is a Canadian.
Thank you for watching all the way from Canada. Much appreciated, Justin.
6 a.m.?
Depends where in Vancouver. It'd be like 2:50 a.m. In Toronto, it would be 4:50 a.m.
6 a.m., yeah.
6 a.m. Action goes check, check. River bringing the jack of spades here. Shimizu with 8-5 high. Waves the white flag. Long. Gonna check it back and showdown. Second pair. On the straight board, on the flush board. And it's gonna take it down.
So Long is our new chip leader with 2.9 million in chips. Shimizu, 2 million, not far behind him. But we're still looking for the big double up from Gact, the superstar.
More live chat updates from our super fans, if you will. Jungle Fox saying, Shimizu was runner-up of APT Taiwan Finale 2019 championship when he advanced with his fiancée Sarah, then married. Now they came back to APT with their new little family. How wholesome.
Another poker couple. Yeah, how do you feel about that? You know, like, if your partner plays poker, would you travel with them to play poker? Greg?
Cart before the horse kind of thing, Steven. Step one, find a partner, and then we can talk.
Imagination is a wonderful thing. Try harder, Greg.
So if anyone's interested, my phone number is 64...
You're good at this, Greg. You're very good at this. Very
yeah,
good.
just let me dox myself to 324 live viewers.
Dong betting into 324 players?
Dox myself. Doxing is when...
I know doxing.
Yeah. Long with the jacks. Jacks have been running hot on this table. It was, I believe it was Long who had jacks, who stacked Zhang. So picking up jacks once again. Please correct me if I'm wrong, folks.
He's trying to make his stack even longer.
Ah.
Phew, I've been building up to this.
Nice work. Well respected. Dad jokes? 10 out of 10.
Dad?
Dad. Im with Jack 5 suited in the big blind versus the single raise.
It's okay. It's okay to just see the flop suited.
So we will see a flop. Jacks versus Jack 5 suited. This flop comes ace, ace 10. Im
You
with
must
the
be
backdoor
happy
straight.
with pocket jacks.
There is an ace on the board, but there are two, making it less likely that Im has an ace. Jack's likely still very good on this board. We'll make a bet of 125,000 into 280. Shy of half, more than a third.
So I'm guessing Im belongs to a club called 4 somehow. Everything on his shirt, his hat, it says 4.
That's correct.
I wonder what that is. If we have any South Korean viewers watching, who is Im? Tell me more about him. The king is not a very good card for Long actually. Because when Im called the flop, obviously floating with nothing, he could have an overcard, and king is one of them.
Yep. King high floats will be a big part of Im's range. And Im going to use this to his advantage. Facing the turn check back, sensing weakness, will make a considerable bet of 250,000 to 535,000, just shy of a half pot bet. And is going to put Long in the blender here with the jacks.
I think it's a bit rash to do that, because as a pre-flop racer from hijack, the king helps. Yeah. Oh, time bank. I thought it was good. It's actually relatively an easy call with pocket jacks. Okay, Esma is joining in the game. Dad joke of the day. My wife is thinking of leaving me because of my obsession with poker, but I think she is bluffing. Ooh. I don't think that's a joke. I think this has happened to me before. That's a joke, by the way. Just to clarify.
Action still on long with the pocket jacks, spending a long time in the tank.
Greg, yesterday, remember we were commentating on the final table of the main event, and I sent you a picture of a rock singer called from the band Echo and the Bunnymen.
Yes.
Remember that?
I do.
But today we have an actual rock star.
That's right.
At the table.
Of course, that is Gact of Japan. Just want to quickly wrap up that last hand here. Jack Spectacle wins the pot, along with the jacks. Very powerful. But yes, of course, Stephen Lai is referring to Gact at our table in seat 1. Doing really well here at this high roller. Now in the top 13 players out of 161. But of course, all players still vying for that grand prize Lion Trophy and 110,000 US dollars up top.
We have a follow-up of that joke earlier. So something about she's bluffing. And then the follow-up is, if she leaves, I no longer have a full house. Whew.
On to the poker puns today. I have so much competition in this live chat as the poker meme lord of the YouTube industry. As we see TQ win in the cutoff of Vietnam, go all in with Ace King suited for less than 10 big blinds. Looks like we'll be just shy of 7 big blinds. It's fold or shove at this point, especially when you're under 10 bigs. Choosing the former, shoving all in with Ace King suited as it gets all the way around to the big blind.
Fair play to win is the correct EV strategy.
And a fold and win will take this pot.
So Esma, I'm going to one-up you with an even more, slightly less family-friendly joke along with your line. So it turns out that the wife in question got divorced and met another woman. So she was no longer straight.
All right.
Wow.
All right, all right.
It's very LGBT friendly here.
There we go. LGBT APT.
There's no two-pair joke. Oh, so the two of them are no longer a pair? How about that?
There we go. Love to hear it. Nice. Stephen Lai, everybody.
Ooh.
APT co-commentator. As we're going to see Win go all in once again here, back to back. A slight demotion from Ace King, now shoving with Ace 7 offsuit on the hijack.
I must admit, thinking of bad jokes is harder than playing poker.
I'll take that as a compliment because that's entirely what my channel does.
Meme Lord?
Meme Lord. Long in the big blind. King 10 suited versus the 9 big blind shove. He's going to make the call. So we will see TQ win of Vietnam all in for his tournament life with Ace 7 offsuit versus King 10 suited.
Very standard. It's actually 50-50 until the ace flops.
So Ace on the flop win takes the lead here, likely to double, and gets the check mark on the turn and will find the double up. TQ win of Vietnam.
He does look like a boss. Ooh. Very, very good double up. Timely also. He was grinding down a little bit. Now he's gone back up over 1 million in chips. Good luck to Mr. Win. Still waiting for Gact to do something big, I suppose. You know, he's once again chipping down a little bit. Is the big blind right now. That means he needs to commit a big percentage of his stack into the middle. And don't forget, we are playing short-handed right now, so that means there are fewer players at the table, and that also means you have to post blinds a lot sooner, more regularly, I should say, and your stack will get blind out a lot quicker this way. Have to make a move soon, Gact.
Speaking of making a move, we see Im of South Korea in the cutoff with ace-10 offsuit going all in for 555,000, running into Hugh's pocket kings. TT with KK reshoving. Oh, pardon me, that was Im's hand stack I saw go forward there. Action still on TT Hugh of Vietnam with pocket kings, who does reshove all in here for 860,000. Along with 10-9 suited, and small blind gets out of the way. GACKT with queen 5 offsuit, stoically making the fold. So we're going to see Im of South Korea all in for his tournament life with ace-10 offsuit versus the kings.
He is facing a 30% chance of elimination. Ace and an ace alone.
As flop comes 9, 7, 3. No help for Im. Needs to find an ace or running straight cards. As turn brings the 3 of clubs.
Not it.
Needs an ace on the river to stay alive. And it's not going to come. And that will be a good game for Im of South Korea, eliminated here in 13th place of the APT High Roller.
GG.
And of course, a nice pickup here for TT Hugh of Vietnam, picking up pocket kings, now chipping up to 1.6 million in chips, or about 26 big blinds.
We are down to 12 players. There are 2 tables left, 2 of 6-handed tables. As you can see, down to 11 big blinds, GACKT. And on top, we have Mr. Long with 47. Oh, where is he going? Are we having some sort of... Oh, I think we might be balancing tables, perhaps. I think that's why the play has paused for the time being.
It seems that we are going to be balancing tables. We will have a new player join in on our feature table here. We're going to have Swa Sheng-er of Malaysia join us in seat 4 here on our feature table. Very excited to have Sheng here with us. Did ship one of the events in Hanoi. If you came to APT Da Nang at the Ariyana Convention Center, you would see a banner of his face in the lobby. I'm just getting confirmation now about specifically which event it was. I do believe it was also a high roller event.
It kind of has to be featured, I suppose. So in my WhatsApp group, lots of people are shouting and screaming because a Hong Kong player has made the final table of the mini main event. Charles Wong from Hong Kong is currently playing the mini main event. And on that final table, a player is wearing your all-in glasses.
Oh, that's very nice. Love to see the branding work out. Just to revisit, as we can see, Sheng here, also known as Terry to a lot of his friends, joining us here in seat 4 of our feature table. He did win our APT event at the APT Summer Series in Hanoi back in June 2nd. He placed first on the single day high roller, bagging $81,000 US. And back at it again to try to win yet another APT Lion trophy.
The branding and the marketing and the product itself is just getting so solid, APT. You know, with all these big posters, big banners. You know, I remember when we were in Taipei, the massive APT logo at the front of the venue. All of it is attracting a lot of attention.
Yes, we brought that same sign to Da Nang with us, and in addition to that, we also got a really large inflatable balloon that says APT on it, and we put a bunch of helium in it. And so if you approach the Ariyana Convention Center here in Da Nang, you will see about maybe like 30 meters in the air, a gigantic APT balloon just flying in the wind. Definitely hard to miss our venue for sure.
Gact with 6-5 off from the small blind, facing a raise from the cutoff, decides to give up. Win is suspicious. 14 big blinds. He's going all in, attacking the relatively middle stack of Hayu. Can't really say his name properly. That did the job. And he's climbed up over 1 million at 1.2 million in chips.
Very impressive. In just the past 5 hands or so, we've seen him go all in 3 times now, and it's working out well in his favor.
We're down to 12 players. We will merge when we reach 9 players for the final table, unofficial final table. That will be played down to 8 for the official final table. And 1 more elimination after that. Our friend Gact will break even.
We see Swa just joining this feature table, bringing in new life, new blood, new chips. Opening King 9 suited under the gun. Long will make the call in the cutoff. And Gact now with a spot here with Ace Jack suited. Goes all in. You've heard of Greg goes all in. Now it's Gact goes all in. Shoving Ace Jack of diamonds versus the under the gun open with King 9 of diamonds versus the flat in the cutoff with Queen 10 offsuit.
The boss is taking his time. So I like to see the comments giving Gact a bit of a cheer. His tournament life could be at risk.
Also worth
Maybe
noting.
Not. Oh wow, folding King Queen off very instantly from the big blind.
Also worth noting, much thanks to Justin Fairbanks, we did have an elimination on the outer table, so we're now down to 11 players. Swa, our initial opener, will get out of the way. Action back on Long with Queen 10 offsuit. Wow! Long makes the call here, so we will see Gact all in for his tournament life with Ace Jack suited versus Queen 10 offsuit. This is it, folks. If you've been railing Gact, this is the moment to tune in, as Gact is all in for his tournament life, is
No
slightly
queen,
ahead.
no 10. No queen, no 10. Ace is good.
Great flop for Gact here. Just needs to dodge the runner out as turn. Gives Gact the check mark here. Gact will double up. Aces and threes, Jack kicker. Gact has been very patient here as our short stack on this feature table. Patience will pay off, and we'll find the well and much needed double. Through the foliage.
I have to pick you up. I need to pick you up on that. Patience will pay off. See, that is just fantasy, I think. How many poker players have waited until they are down to one big blind and got knocked out? No, Greg. Dad is here teaching you some home truth.
Thank you for the dad advice. Much appreciated. I want to extend something from one of our marketing guys to Justin Fairbanks. Justin Fairbanks, if you're listening, I've been asked to request that if you could reach out to us on Instagram at Asian Poker Tour or on Facebook at Asian Poker Tour. We would like to get in touch and just thank you for being a chill dude in the chat so far. That is verbatim the message I got. So Justin, shoot us a message on Instagram. Dude. It sounds like some of our guys would like to reach out to you. And just gonna take some time to celebrate Gact for a moment as I reach through the chat. Go Gact, go Gact. Oh yes, oh yeah, yay. Some Japanese characters. Awesome, yes Gact. Love to see it as we see Gact once again in a spot with Ace-10 offsuit on the cutoff. Does have much more maneuverability now with 25 big blinds.
On Facebook, way to go, G. There's a lot of clapping on Twitch as well. Seems like the world is... Oh, there.
Wow. We will see a call by Gact on the cutoff. And now Shimizu picks up the pocket kings in the small blind.
A good race from Shimizu, and big blind got out of the way. Back to Gact. Deep into the tank. Looking up to the clock. Perhaps for some divine inspiration. Just a reminder to the viewers, when you have an ace in your hand, you always have 30% equity. You always have 30% chance of winning.
Wow. And Gact loses the minimum there with Ace-10 offsuit. Making a more creative play with calling the big blind as opposed to raising. And taking the limp fold line versus the raise from the small blind from one of the chip leaders. And Gact staying alive with his newfound chips.
Just updating the payout schedule. If you get knocked out placing 11th, you will get $9,260.
I would like to address Katrin's message here, who just said, I would love to learn to play poker one day, but I usually only play rummy. I'm not really a strategy player. Usually just count on my luck of getting often jokers, but poker sounds really fun though. Well, Katrin, I'm happy to share with you, I know that at least on GG Poker, that GG Poker has play money. So you can play with play money on GG Poker. And Natural 8 is a subsidiary of GG Poker. So I would imagine Natural 8 might also have play money that you can learn to play with for free on Natural 8. I would clarify that though. So if you want to learn more or look more into that yourself, you can go to Natural 8.
There's play money on Natural 8.
Excellent. So you can go to natural8.com and get yourself signed on up and start learning how to play at no risk to yourself. Natural8.com. Looks like someone in the chat's trying to find out what the buy-in was for this. The buy-in for this was 80 million Vietnam dong, which works out to about 3,400 US dollars. We are now in the midst of a blind v blind hand. Swa limps in the small blind. Hugh raises on the big blind with pocket tens. Swa makes the fold.
Fair enough. Just responding to a comment by God JJ. Why is the MC laughing at every Asian player's first name? Well, I'm not. I simply struggle with some of the pronunciation, and I apologize if I offended you. And no offense was intended at all. 0. Not that I'm going to play my Asian card, but I am an Asian person myself. And, you know, my anglicized name is Stephen, but my Romanized Chinese name is also quite hard to pronounce. No, Anthony, no, it's okay. I'm addressing the comment directly. An Asian person can also be offensive, so I apologize for, having perhaps offended him, but no offense was intended. Please stay on the stream.
Sure. Well, and I'm sure everyone can appreciate just acknowledging the comment from God JJ. And we also appreciate God JJ for bringing the point up. I would say my last name gets mispronounced quite a bit in Canada, and I would also imagine most, even outside of Canada and even in Eastern countries, just because I do have a strange anglicized spelling of my last name. It's Liow. Now, most other people with that same Chinese last name might have it spelled as Liao, sometimes Liang. But something about my great-grandfather being illiterate when they moved to Singapore, and when the nurses asked for the birth cert for the spelling of the last name, he didn't know. And so the nurses guessed. And the nurses guessed Lio flopping W. W. So oftentimes when people ask me, try to pronounce my name, they'll say like Leo, Leo, but I just have to tell them it's Liao. Or you can call me Greg Goes All In. That's fine as well. As we get back into this hand here, we're witnessing a hijack open from Win with King 8 suited. We will see a 3-bet from Hugh with Ace 6 of clubs.
Ambitious. Might get the job done though.
But it's always a sweat when you're bluffing and your opponent asks for a count. Win in the tank, King 8 suited in position as the initial opener versus a 3-bet from the small blind. Stacks are short. Both players playing for about 18 big blinds effective. We'll make the fold and get out of the way and find a better spot. And a nice, well-timed 3-bet there by TT Hugh of Vietnam.
You still see at the outer table, the man sitting at seat number 1 is still wrapped in a cozy blanket.
I like that. I wish that was more. I wish that was more common. I found myself. I don't find the room cold. I find the room quite a very normal, very comfortable temperature. However, I'm one of those people that, when I get nervous, I feel cold. And so a lot of times when I'm playing in some of the side events or the turbos, I do find myself getting a little bit cold, and I would love a poker blanket. I think hoodies and sunglasses are overrated. You know, blankets are the new 2023 tell coverer, and
we have to get something from Mexico, maybe. You know, one of those big things.
Oh, a poncho is perhaps what you're referring to.
Yeah, exactly.
Perhaps. We're going to popularize the ponchos here in Asia with the APT.
Can you grow a mustache?
I cannot.
Otherwise, it'd be a new look.
Shimizu, second in chips, I believe. Going to raise pocket 8s up on the hijack.
Very standard. By the way, earlier you said TT with pocket kings, and I just thought that was the funniest thing ever.
TT with KK, correct.
TT with KK. You know, because in poker talks, we often write pocket tens as TT.
Ah, true. True facts.
And then I just sat there giggling to myself.
I'm glad you appreciate the slight play on words.
I'm an easy crowd, Greg. I'm an easy crowd.
And Shimizu will pick up the blinds with pocket 8s.
Just for the viewers, poker, when there are not any kind of significant pay jumps, often gets folded around. So someone will put a raise in, and then the raise will get through. And that's why, you know, as commentators, we often find a little bit of dead air time to talk about other things. So please forgive us if you find it in any way offensive. We are trying our best to be entertaining yet informative. So another dad joke from Esma. I accidentally gave my wife a glue stick instead of lipstick. She is still not talking to me.
I thought that was a good one. I like that one.
Whew.
Swa getting back into the mix with ace 10 offsuit on the hijack.
Ace king off.
Yes, Hugh picks up ace king offsuit on the cutoff now, right behind Swa.
So when did you land at Da Nang, Greg?
It's been a while.
It's been a while. But you've
Whatever
been working,
10 days ago
you've been
was.
working for APT?
Yes, I have.
Entertaining all the players?
Doing my best,
being
yes.
an all-round socializing expert that you are?
That's too kind. Yeah, most of my responsibilities have revolved around making content, the daily content for the APT, helping script and produce and host those pieces of content, occasionally facilitating with the live streams when and where I can, which includes right now, as we're facing.
Sounds like a fun life.
Yes, I am quite fortunate to, because I have an opportunity to come travel out to Asia, and while a lot of it is work, I still do have opportunities to go see the cities I'm in and experience new cultures and food. So again, I'm very grateful to the APT. Hashtag thanks APT.
No need to say hashtag.
Hashtag thanks APT. No, I feel like it makes it more sincere.
No. Millennials? No.
Yes.
Stop it.
action is back on Swa now. Was the initial opener here in the hijack with ace-10 offsuit. Is facing a 3-bet by Hugh from Vietnam.
It's a difficult decision to make, actually. It's a good decision.
We'll make the disciplined fold. Ace-10 offsuit, not going to perform too well versus a lot of value 3-bets. Will often be dominated. And so, finds a better spot and lets it go. Swa now sitting on 1.9 million in chips. As stacks run pretty evenly now. Everyone's sitting in and around 2 million in chips. One short stack with 900,000.
I was told yesterday by Verdu that you do a mean Australian act. However, we haven't had any Australian playing at the TV table today.
No, we have
missing
not.
a trick there.
No, we have not. We did have quite a handful of Australians. I'm sure they're just at the outer feature tables. Hopefully we get a chance to feature some of them quite soon.
Queen 4 off, easy fold. Hijack is 8-7 off. That's another easy fold. Back to long at the cutoff with quite a good healthy stack. 9-8 off. Puts in an open. Gact looks down to 4 deuce off. That's no good for now. Small blind, the boss. Mr. Win, Queen 9 off with 14 big blinds. Gets a fold there. To the big blind. Another fold, 5-3 off. Easy.
And in a nutshell, not much happened. As we take a look, which is the nature of the game quite a bit, you know. And totally nothing wrong with that, as we are slowly working towards our final table, and then, of course, our champion, who again, folks, remember, will be walking away with a big chunk of that 11 billion with a B prize pool. Remember, our guarantee was 5 billion. We've made it 11 billion. And our grand prize winner will be walking away with 2.6 billion VND, about 110,000 US dollars.
But closer to home, the next player eliminator will pick up $9,260. Which
nice
isn't
chunk
bad.
Of change.
Yeah, it's not bad. Greg goes all in, says,
oh yes,
or face, space, book.
Typo. Autocorrect.
Then use Twitter. DM Asian Poker Tour on Twitter. How about that?
Do we have a Twitter?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
We do. It's twitter.com/Asian Poker Tour. Oh, we do all the socials. Don't worry about that. Gact Italia has been busy on Twitter, screen capturing all the little close-ups of Gact, posting on Twitter. Handsome Devil.
And the Handsome Devil picks up Ace-King offsuit here on the hijack with 22 big blinds to start.
That's a very handsome hand.
Looks like a raise to 130,000 here by Gact.
Excellent. Still, you know, keeping the raise small, not to disclose the strength of your hand. You know, you raise 9, 10 suited the same amount, so that will keep the opponents guessing. You know, maybe someone will get a bit frisky and puts in a 4-bet, put in a 3-bet, and then you can easily put the money in with ace king off. Not to be so far, and unlikely to be with 9-3 off from the big blind. And that will be the end of that.
Gact
Still
chipping
a
up
nice
nicely.
pickup.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, just reminding the viewers, because we play a big blind ante format, so each time when you raise and you pick up the blinds, you will actually increase your stack by 2.5 big blinds.
That's right. And in the wise words of our other co-commentator, Vitter, if all you do in an orbit is win the blinds, you win the tournament.
Well, here's another one for you. If you maintain above the average stack throughout the tournament, you will also win the tournament.
Here's another one for you. If you never go all in a tournament, you win the tournament.
Unless you're disqualified.
Unless you're disqualified.
Just to be tricky.
That's fair. That's fair. Cover all the bases. We're going to see some blind on blind action here. So Hugh in the small blind with king 6 offsuit.
King 6 off. It's nice to just limp in.
Oh, wow. And Long going to check back his option with king queen offsuit.
Actually, very fair. It's very fair. Protecting his range. Flop comes 10-5-5, which actually hits the small blind more than it hits the big blind. Still, Long puts in a bet with his 2 overcards. With king high and no improvement in sight, this could be a very difficult call. Difficult as it is, he's made that call. In pretty bad shape right now. A king comes will sure means fireworks.
Absolutely. So as both players make top pair, but Hugh's gonna go through some pain here, as he is outkicked. His best 5 card hand is kings and 5s, 10 kicker, completely dominated by Long's kings and 5s, queen kicker. And when you have top pair here, heads up, blind versus blind, this is pretty much going to be very top of your range.
Cannot fold, but he will see the bad news when the river comes.
River.
An ace.
Ace of diamonds might actually save Hugh here, as there is now an overcard to the king, and the backdoor flush does come in, and as does the backdoor straight. As action goes check, check, and they will actually now chop this hand. A great card here for Hugh, as they both have the same hand, kings and 5s, ace kicker.
Yeah, chop, 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 yes. The 2 Vietnamese players joking. No love lost there. I think we're heading towards another break in about 10 minutes time, something like that.
From my eye, looks like it's going to be in 3 minutes, as we will likely play 1 or 2 more hands before we go.
Oh
on a
my
quick
God!
break.
Look at Facebook. Hi Sam. Wow, that's a
up?
name I haven't. Oh, someone on Facebook commenting.
Oh, great. Old
Sam,
friend of yours?
Who is? Yes, we used to play in Macau a lot. He was an absolute crusher of the APT tour. He used to live in Asia. He used to live in Manila, and now he's moved back to the UK, and he's now a theatre person, just like you, Greg.
Fantastic. Great to hear it.
We used to call him Sam Wasabi, but his name is actually Sam Razavi.
Ah.
Oh my God. Hello, Sam. Obviously that sounds a bit cringy, but I kind of miss you.
Oh, always
You were
nice to
always very
reunite.
fun to be around.
APT,
Well,
bringing people together.
I don't know whether you remember me. Stephen Lai, the baldy face from Hong Kong. Used to talk a lot. But still talk a lot. Because of my job, I suppose.
And we will reconnect with Sam just in a moment as we sing a pot brew here. As Swa opens Jack 10 offsuit on the cutoff, Hugh calls on the button with pocket 5s, and Gact on the big blind with King 10 offsuit. A great price to defend his big blind. A reasonable holding. Is multi-way and out of position. Some consideration there. And wow, and Gact will go all in with King 10 offsuit here. Swa gets out of the way. Hugh. We did see Hugh call an all-in with Queen 10 off versus Ace Jack suited earlier on. Might want to take the gamble once
1.4
again.
million. That's almost, well, that's over 20 big blinds. It's going to take a big chunk of his stack. He's currently sitting at 30 big blinds.
Boss off to take
Oh,
his
it's
break
good.
now.
Icelandic Horse Adventures. He has done the right thing. No, oh dear God. This is good. This is very good.
We can see in pure raw equity that Gact is slightly behind, 48% versus 52%. But you have to remember, he also has fold equity here, where a lot of his EV is going to come from the fold, and Hugh will make the fold to pocket 5 as Gact makes a excellent shove here, reading his players correctly, picking up the dead money. And so, folks, we're down to our final 11 players here. Again, we're playing down to number one walking away with $110,000 and of course the APT main event Lion Trophy. We're going to go on a short break for 15 minutes, but when we return, you can expect that we will be playing down to our final table. So you're not going to go anywhere. On behalf of my esteemed colleague Stephen Lai, I'm Greg Goes All In, and we'll see you back soon here at the APT High Roller live stream.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
On win, and Deng Zhiwen is our champion of the Mystery Bounty event.
恭喜冠军邓志文，来自中国，可以跟大家分享一下你现在的心情吗？
我是第一次参加国外的比赛，第2天越南站这个 APT 给我的体验非常好。我在国外的话拿过3个边赛冠军，这个是我国外的第1个复赛冠军啊！希望我未来的主赛能取得好成绩。
让我们再一次恭喜 APT 岘港站神秘赏金练赛冠军来自中国邓志文，恭喜！
Make sure you like and subscribe, and for more information about the APT, please go to apt.poker. Bye bye! I'm playing a poker tournament here at the Asian Poker Tour, and I'm buying in for $6 million. Did I say dollars? I meant Vietnamese dong. I'm playing one of the nightly turbos, just one of 61 different events happening here at the Summer Series in Da Nang, Vietnam by the Asian Poker Tour. So let's get right into the action and let's buy in. One turbo, please. Thanks, Dad. 20K starting stack, 15-minute levels. It's level 1, and I've got 20K chips. Come on. Hi. Still alive though. Still alive. Start up level 7, 18,500 chips. Level 8, last level before late reg ends. 15,000 chips, 15 big blinds. Staying alive. Ace Jack offsuit versus Ace 5. Need to hit a 2 or a 5. And winner winner chicken dinner for me. It's level 9. Late reg is over. No more rebuys, and I have 24,000 in chips. I'm over starting stack. Give me the 5 or the 6. Please, Daddy, please. Christy, we're alive. We still have chips left. It's the spot to start, level 10, and we have 5,500 chips. We have 2.5 big blinds. Okay, that's a good flop for me. Just need to dodge a 10. And that's a good river for me. Double up, here we go. It's level 11. I have like 12,000 chips, so I have four big blinds. That's a great turn. Pick up the flush draw too. Ripper! Still alive, baby. Final 2 tables, top 18. 11 more till the money. 8s versus Ace 9 for my tournament life. Flop comes 8. But I need to dodge the open-ended straight draw. Turn is good. Well, it's a lion today. It wasn't meant to be. But I had a great time. I placed 17th out of 53 people. I was in for 12 million. The Vietnamese dong out for 0. But hey, I had a great time. If you want to have a great time with me here in Da Nang in Vietnam with the APT Summer Series, please go to apt.poker for more information. And we'll see you here in Da Nang.
Sako.
Oh, hello. Hello, Nick.
Hey, how are you?
Oh, so good. So good.
Well, how have you enjoyed Da Nang so far?
Da Nang, beautiful. 美しい.
So I do this thing, I take players to lunch, but since we're in this gorgeous Da Nang, let's go to the beach. Wow, this drama is really beautiful.
Beautiful. キラキラしてます.
Yeah, like you look at the water and the sand. It's really nice. I think we can like go to one of those chairs and get a cold drink.
せっかくだったらスポーツがしたい.
Sports? What sports should we do?
パラグライダ
ー. Paragliding?
絶対気持ちいい.
Like fly way up there?
Yes, yes, yes.
No! That's so dangerous. Let's do something else. How about kayaking?
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Let's go! Hello. Are you ready? Okay!
Poker players are competitive in nature, so today we race.
Race?
I'll beat you.
Very easy. Yeah. 楽しい. Kanpai.
So are you going to Incheon?
Yes. Incheon も行きます.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Hello, everybody. I just want to point out this aerial shot right there, catching of Usako and Raymond Chu, our marketing director. They had a really fun day shooting our attractions video. You can check that out on our YouTube at the Asian Poker Tour. Hey folks, I'm Greg Goes All In, and I will be your commentator for this portion of our High Roller feature table live stream. It's really exciting, folks. We're getting right down to it. Check it out. Here's our little snapshot. 11 players left remaining out of 161. We're 3 players away from our final table. There are 161 entries, generating a prize pool of 11.2 billion with a B, VND. Our guarantee was 5 billion, so we've more than doubled the guarantee, generating a prize pool of around 474,000 US dollars. And first place is going to be walking away with 110,000 US dollars, but it's way more impressive to say it in VND because they'll be walking away with 2,614,280,000 Vietnam Dong. Wow, what an exciting lineup we have here. Right now, we're running a little bit short in terms of our big blind stacks. Each player has an average big blind stack of about 25 big blinds, but something to note and to look forward to is that at our final table, we have guaranteed 30 big blind stacks, so we may be rolling back the levels just a little bit to keep up with that guarantee, because when we make a promise here at APT, we like to try to keep it. Hey, check out this room here. This is at the Ariyana Convention Center at Furama Resorts here at APT Da Nang, and isn't it gorgeous? The halo lights running down the aisle, our 30-plus poker tables here. Absolutely stunning. The 10-meter tall headshot of Punat Punsri on the right there, the winner of the main event in Taiwan. And that's what happens, folks, if you win the main event at any of our APTs. We print your face out, and we make it 10 meters tall. What an honor. What a glory. You can see over there, just in the top left corner, we just missed it, but Nindik won the series in Hanoi, and he too has a 10-meter tall photo of his face on the walls, and you can as well. We're settling right back in here for our high roller feature table, and it's going to be a good one. If you want to leave me some messages in the chat and hang out, please feel free to do so. Some poker card dealing ASMR here, courtesy of our very professional dealers here at the APT. Manicure work on fleek as well.
Alright, last 10 guys. For single draw, 15 minutes. 15 minutes to enter for single draw.
And cards are live and are flying as we enter our next level here.
Guys, your phone, please.
Swa in the hijack with Queen 10 offsuit, 22 big blinds to start. A notable player here. One of the high rollers back in Hanoi has his face blown up on a banner in our lobby.
Once again, last chance to get in for 2-7 single draw. Registration is closing in 14 minutes. This is your last chance to enter.
Takes the fold. Seven 4 offsuit hits the muck. Ace 8 suited for long here. And Gact, the crowd favorite here in the small blind, picking up Ace King suited versus the button raise. 20 big blinds. Doesn't opt for the all-in. Goes for the raise here. 100,000 plaques have been introduced. Blues are 5,000. Greens 25,000. Plaques are 100,000. It's going to be a three bet to 5 big blinds here. 390,000. Action back on long. Throws out a time chip. Each player given 30 seconds to act. Can use a time chip for an additional 30 seconds. Justin Fairbanks also adding that Swa also won the high roller in Incheon in 2022. Justin Fairbanks watching from Canada. I'm curious. I've been really appreciating the support here in the live chat, especially with all the details. I'm curious as a Canadian, why do you find yourself so invested at the in the Asian Poker Tour and our live streams? Would love to hear your perspective and experience on that. As Gact gets the fold from Ing's ace-8 suited and picks up yet another modest sum of chips. Gact navigating a short stack very well. Sitting on 2 million in chips currently, representing Japan. As our current table chip leader. So you can see here, folks, that the action's going to be flying. The chips will be going back and forth quite a lot. There will be a lot of all-ins, as our average stack size on this feature table is going to be pretty short. About 20 bigs. Speaking of Incheon, yes, we are going to go to APT Incheon, August 25th to September 3rd. It is our last day here in Da Nang. Our series are always 10 days. Starting on a Friday and ends on a Sunday. So not much time left to come to Da Nang, but you can expect us in Incheon August 25th to September 3rd. It's going to be a good one. We expect it to be one of our biggest. And you can learn more about that at apt.poker. As we see Shimizu go all in here for 1.5 big lines. Blind versus blind. Win now facing a decision with 9-8 offsuit versus the all-in. We, of course, have access to very privileged information and can see that he's dominated here with 9-8 off versus ace-8 offsuit. And it's going to make the fold. Some fierce blind on blind action here. As Electric Tutorial 1 asks, when are the next event announcements? Soon or after Incheon? To be candid with you, I don't think I'm privy to that information just yet. I know it hasn't been made public yet. But so the best I can do is keep up to date as best you can with apt.poker. But I imagine they will be announcing those dates soon. I do this for the other tours too. Also, the main reason is that you actually respond to me instead of me getting drowned out in some of the bigger streams. It does make you stand out, Justin Fairbanks. This is true, and we appreciate it because you do add a lot of value to our live chat here at the Asian Poker Tour. We appreciate your patronage, and we will always welcome you back. And hopefully one day, you can also be one of the handful of Canadians that come out to the Asian Poker Tour. As we see Long in the hijack raise up ace-8 offsuit. Gact, the cutoff with 9-6 off. And we're going to see Win go all in with King-Queen offsuit on the button. Shimizu with pocket nines in the small blind has a spot facing a hijack open, a button 3-bet shove. With pocket nines. Justin Fairbanks, literally never played a hand of live poker in my life. Justin Fairbanks, you are an interesting person. Come and play some live poker. It'll be a good time. Online's good too, natural8.com. But live's got its perks as well. Nothing beats the camaraderie. Again, we're in a spot here. Wow. So Shimizu goes all in. It was a hijack open, a button 3-bet shove, and now a 4-bet shove by Shimizu in the small blind. Long gets out of the way. So folks, we've got a hand. Someone's tournament life is at risk. Win with King Queen offsuit, also known as the Beauty and the Beast hand. Tail as old as time, flipping for his tournament life against pocket nines. All in triangle goes over the King Queen to indicate who is all in for their tournament life. A nice little touch by our dealers here. As flop comes, Queen 5-3 hits top pair, has a redraw to a flush. Shimizu drawing to 1 out, the 9 of hearts. Why not trips just for good measure? Shimizu. And a boat there for win. Gets the double up with King Queen offsuit versus the pocket nines. A great flop, great turn. Sexy river. As Win sails down the river on a boat for the double. Ali asking, why is there another final table? Isn't the tournament has ended yesterday? That's a great question. Yesterday we were watching the final table of the APT Da Nang main event. This is a completely separate event. This is our APT High Roller event. It is also a two-day event. We came into day 2 today with 25 players, 23 in the money. And we are now down to our final 11 players.
Yes, we are, Greg. Hello, hello, hello.
Yes, we are. And welcome back to my co-commentator, Stephen Lai. Stephen, how have you been?
I was trying to cook a little bit of dinner, and then I was getting a little bit of FOMO because I saw you having such a good time. So
I have been having
just
a great
jump right
time.
back in.
Oh, that's kind of you, Stephen. Stephen was going on his well-deserved and entitled to the dinner break. He is doing remote commentary from Taiwan, Hong Kong.
Hong Kong, man.
From Hong Kong. And has decided to hop in just a little bit earlier. Stephen, seriously though, if you need to, it sounds like you're in the midst of cooking. So if you need to go stop a kitchen fire and go eat your dinner, please feel free to do so, okay?
No need. Being Asian, I just put some rice in the rice cooker. You just cook yourself.
That's fair. Hard to burn rice. It's
well,
doable.
I am in the school of Uncle Roger. I must have a rice cooker. That's the only way to cook rice.
Yes. Pot and pan rice, no good. As we see, Win has probably gone the most. He's gone all in the most of any player on our feature table. Not necessarily an indication of the player he is, but also just the hot run of cards he's been getting as well. So he's going to shove the pocket tens on the cutoff. Gets folds from the button. Gets folds from the small. Hugh with 8-3 of hearts likely will get a fold. And Win will win this pot. Another successful all-in.
2.5 big blinds. That will grow his stack by about 10%, which is very useful at this stage of the tournament.
Extremely, as we see him chip up here to 27 big blinds, 2.2 million. Now takes the chip lead from Gact. Gact has been our short stack ninja this entire huge portion of our feature table, and now finds himself second in chips on our feature table, which is a very exciting thing to see, especially not just for us, but especially for his fans who may be watching here on our live streams as well.
Superstar, we call Gact, has Queen 8 off from the under the gun position. It's a very reasonable fold. I approve. Not that it matters, but I do approve.
Win, counting up his newly acquired chips. Has yet to look at his cards, I believe. Oh, no, yes, I'm sure he has. Swa on the button with ace-7 off.
Judging by his resume, he is definitely going to put in a raise at the button.
A raise it is to 2 big blinds here as Hugh wakes up to 10-6 offsuit on the small blind. Not continuing. As Long picks up ace-jack suited on the big blind here. Gonna make the 3-bet here. 20 big blinds effective to 450.
Also very reasonable is the I know you are opening light syndrome. And then, of course, he is looking at him thinking, I know, you know, I know. Throws in the time bank, looking at the clock, working out the strategy for what to do next. I know is a very classic poker problem, because these players, they are all quite experienced and they have seen each other playing for a little while now. Considering this is the last day of the series, I'm sure they have encountered each other along the way. Gets a fold. Quite happy to see the fold actually, because ace-jack suited, if you miss the flop, it's quite hard to continue. We are down to 11 players. Gact is actually doing okay with 2 million in chips. And I thank the 300 viewers on YouTube. I'm sure a lot of you are here in support of Gact. And also the 35 viewers on Facebook. And on Twitch, there's someone saying, Terry, 加油. That means, go on, Terry. So no doubt, a Malaysian fan or friend.
加油, of course, being the literal translation of add oil, which is just our Chinese way of saying, go, go, go. Go Terry. Terry, of course, being referring to Swa, is his other nickname that he goes by. As we see Shimizu go all in here in the hijack with ace-3 of clubs for just over 10 big blinds. Gets all the way around to the button. Who folds? 2 players left to get through. Small blind, 9-4 offsuit. Folds. Action on big blind with one last player. It's our star, Gact, with king 4 of diamonds. Our second chip leader here. Forcing the hijack jam with king 4 suited. And will fold. And Shimizu with a well-timed jam will pick up the chips here. As we take a look here, Shimizu now was our chip leader for the majority of it, now sitting as our short stack, 12 big blind in chips. And folks, I'm getting news that I need to be on the floor to cover what will inevitably be the final table. So I will bid you all adieu, Stephen. Spoilers. We'll bid you all adieu, Stephen Lai. It's been a pleasure. And of course, let me reintroduce our co-commentator extraordinaire, Vitter Single, back into the booth. Until then, bye-bye.
See you, Greg. And thank you, Greg, for stepping in to commentate with us. It's always a pleasure working with him. He's actually I can see why he considers himself a meme lord because he is quite humorous. Back to the table, while they are swapping headphones in the commentary booth, we see a fold from hijack and another fold from cutoff, no doubt. A fold from the button onto the small blind. Our superstar Gact, we haven't seen his hair so far. He's been hoodied up all day. Folds his queen 4 off as well from the small blind. Shows ace 10 suited. He's Win, the boss, is shouting, "Oh, I was going to go all in." Well, he didn't have that opportunity. So looking at the chip distribution, Gact is still at 1.8 million, which is, you know, healthy enough. But everyone is getting short, that's for sure. So a high roller event is actually a lot more turbo than a main event, which means people will have to, oh, there's an exposed card. That means people will have to take their chances a bit earlier, a bit more rapidly. More aggression's needed. So here we have pocket fours. Speaking of aggression, didn't take any. I'm going back to my old ways of predicting incorrectly. King 3 suited, that's an easy fold from the cutoff. He's been long's been actually quite tight. King 6 suited from the button. Gact, if he wants to accumulate more chips, he will have to, oh, he doesn't. He will have to fold, and okay. Now is a blind versus blind situation. The boss at the table, Mr. Win, is cutting up a race with King Jack suited. Look at the clock again. He thinks, okay, well, there you go. 175k. 200k even. It's a bit of a big race from the small blind, considering Shimizu is quite short stacked. Gets a fold, and I think I can welcome my co-presenter. Hello, Vidu.
Hello, hello.
You're back.
Indeed I am. I have come from the outside world. I cannot mention the things I have seen, but I must say the atmosphere is eclectic, not least because we're down to 2 tables and they have to keep staring at each other before making important decisions, considering we're 2 away from the FT bubble.
It's almost like Back to the Future, isn't it? You know, you are stepping back in time for half an hour.
Yeah, but I have no stock price information to make the most of.
Well, you're not supposed to. You know, you remember Back to the Future? You know, you go back and you don't tell anyone. You don't change anything.
Don't change anything. I would never.
Except maybe moving the tomato, that can of tomatoes.
Ah, the reference to The Flash, of course. What a nerd. And I mean that as a compliment.
Yeah.
So, how about a summary of the action? I was following along a huge chunk of it. Of course, all eyes on the superstar at the table, as we keep calling him, but also how short everybody is becoming. I'm sure you've reminded the viewers that we will roll back the blinds as we do here at the APT flagship events to 30 bigs. And by the way, in case the average is turning out to be less than 30 based on the previous blind level, then we actually roll back 1 more blind level. So, as much as you correctly mentioned, it becomes turbo-y on the FT bubble. The high roller does promise a lot of solid, fairly deep poker on the actual final table.
In many ways, I think for high roller events, you don't want it to be too slow either. You know, you play the high roller, you want to behave like a high roller. That means more risk taking, taking a higher variance line, just getting the chips in.
That's a great point. And as you say the words high variance line, Shimizu finds a pair of deuces in the small blind, takes the low variance approach.
Oh, deja vu. Back to my old ways of getting things wrong.
So, fair to say...
The comments have been very active, by the way.
Absolutely,
everyone is chatting and, not only just talk about GACKT, just been a lot of interesting conversations going on. It's good fun.
It really has been. As I said, I was following along large chunks of you and Greg covering the action, and of course our lovely viewers in the live chat. It's exactly what we envision, especially as we wrap up what to me has been a fairly successful summer series here in Da Nang for the APT. It's almost like we're winding down with the community together, making some new friends along the way, perhaps from Japan, if not other places. This might...
That is not a high variance line. Pocket 8s.
Exactly.
That's a very legitimate line to raise or not to raise. Oh, those square things are back.
I was reading some of the information. The
Go on.
biscuits? Is that what you like to call them?
Well, that's what we call them in Chinese.
Ah, I like
They're
that.
little biscuits. Or cookies to American viewers, I suppose.
I was following along some of the nuggets of information being given by the chat about the fan favorite GACKT here in the hand with pocket 8s, including his love for poker, how much he talks about it, promotes it in various ways to his fans. And I must say, he has a new fan in me, not because of his primary talent, just surely being an absolute rock star, but because he's such a fan of the game. And people in chat who are probably used to the celebrity side of GACKT, envisioning how it's kind of cool how you can just sort of be relatively less recognized on our poker floor, considering we have many nationalities in the mix apart from Japan. Wow, gets outflopped here with the king. Let me come back to my point in a moment. Hugh has just smashed this flop. Goes check, check fairly quickly. Now the straight draw to boot for Hugh. The quick check should signal that the king can start betting for value. Goes for the check again. GACKT seems uninterested in this spot, despite having what usually would be a hand that beats most of his opponent's range. His radar spot on this time around.
Taking a low variance line.
Well said. Exactly. A huge bet on the river. Pot size. Asking for 25% of GACKT's remaining stack. And his hand so underrepresented, he makes the quick call. Well played by both players. GACKT arguably losing the minimum. Hugh going for max value on the river.
We have a big blind special there. A king high defend.
As I was mentioning, Stephen, it is one of the things brought up in the chat by some of his fans that, you know, he can sort of just be just another guy on the poker floor. Of course, the poker table is a great equalizer to begin with. One of my favorite things about live poker is it brings people from all demographics, perhaps classes in society, etc., together. But yeah, he just gets to chill out, just play a game he loves. And now that I was outside the booth and I saw him doing exactly that. You know, if you told me he's an accountant from Japan who just likes to dress up and he plays poker a bit, be a bit badass, I'd believe it.
You're very bad at reading people, I'm afraid, sir. Surely not an accountant. He doesn't look like an accountant. Come on. Stop it.
Know, an accountant with a dark side.
With a weekend warrior, as they say.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I meant. You know, somebody who only brings out the bling when they're traveling.
Well,
my point being,
he must have been a very successful accountant.
An extremely successful accountant. But my point being, I hope he's had a great time. He has certainly shown world-class poker skills.
Well, you know, it's funny you said that because I have met some mega celebrity playing poker.
Any names you want to drop?
Brazilian superstar in football, Ronaldo.
No way.
I played against him in Macau.
That's awesome.
You know, we're talking absolute best footballer at one point in time.
Totally. The short stack, by the way, does decide to put himself at risk.
Oh, yeah.
Lots of tension in case somebody picks up a hand, and ace-queen suited is certainly a hand. Quick call. Could we be down to 10?
We are going to get... Ooh, no, don't do it. Yes, good.
Ace-queen, be ace-4 suited. Shimizu once dominant on the feature table. Now at risk of elimination, going out in 11th.
Vietnamese, I think. There you go. That's an ace.
Eights and kings.
We chop it. And king, we chop it.
And the case ace as well, of course. Down to 6 outs. Queen wraps up this story. We have lost Shimizu in 11th place. Fist bumps all around. A fantastic player from Japan coming in as the chip leader into day 2. Goes out in 11th place for 219 million VND. That's good for over 9,000. GG, sir. And now we are officially on the FT bubble.
Whew.
Gact now the shortest stack on this table. 5 players on the outer table as well.
I'm going to make a very bold and slightly selfish prediction.
Let's hear it.
Ji-san will be playing the final table so that we can keep our viewership.
Well, here's hoping, although I'm supporting everybody out there. Always sucks to bubble the FT. Cannot get myself to root against anyone, but we'll pretend one of the unknown faces on the outer table can be the FT bubble boy.
We are down to 10. One more elimination will give us the final table of the APT Da Nang High Roller event. Who
Sometimes, of course, we call it the unofficial final table, because after all, the high roller is technically 8 max, but we get it down to 9. Get those 9 players on our final table, the feature table you're looking at right now in the coverage. And then technically, very technically, once it's down to 8, everybody guaranteed 13,810. 9th place does have a page jump attached as well, going from 9,200 to 11,000.
back to Gact from the small blind. King 9 off. You know, we're looking at a UTG Open, which is 5-handed, so we're talking cut off really. Hijack, sorry, a hijack open.
Indeed.
Wow, he's going for an all-in.
Oh my word, Gact has put it
King
in there
9
with
off.
King 9. Pretty loose, I'd say.
Hoping for maximum fold equity.
He just wants to go for the win. You'd love to see it. But Ace-Jack suited is pretty strong. 5-handed. I think Sua's going to have a real decision. Time for some.
You will cripple him actually if he makes a call incorrectly.
Absolutely.
Or if he makes the call and loses even.
Let's not forget it's
Sometimes
the FT.
Correct. Yes, it is the FT. And also, you know, he is looking for his 3rd or 4th high roller trophy from the APT.
People in chat.
Ace-Jack suited is not easy. People in chat?
Now's the time to send first the fold equity energy in the direction of Gact. Have an F in chat for fold, maybe. Sua needs to decide.
Just type it out.
Yeah,
type it out in capitals.
Sua needs to decide how wide he thinks Gact is jamming here. Say skull.
Oh my god. That's not good.
Gact is at risk with the King 9 against the Ace-Jack suited. Rough shape, still has 34% equity. 1 in 3 times he will survive, or else we will have our final table bubble boy for the high roller.
King.
6 high board, no help at all. A 5 inches closer towards eliminating Gact, and 8 doesn't make the cut.
Oh my
we
god.
have lost by far the highest profile player left in this event when it comes to global recognition. GG to Gact. An incredible performance, slight misstep perhaps right at the end. Did take that spot. I love that he was clearly going for exploiting the bubble. Was not affected by things like the pay jump or even making the final table. Runs into the Ace-Jack suited of Sua, taps the table. And with that, we have reached our final table, ladies and gentlemen. 9 players left. Unofficial final table, as I said a moment ago, as we bid goodbye to the Japanese superstar, musician, actor, Gact.
All-round artist, I would say.
Absolutely. We will take a short break as we form the final table. Gact having a word with some of the players in the outer table.
Well, that's his friend.
That's right, Kitazato. Unfortunate for him not to be joining us on the final table, but the remaining 9 players should provide some action-packed poker as we head to a short break as we set up for the final table, after which we will introduce you to all the players who made the FT. Stick with us. My name is Vilar Singhal, joined by Stephen Lai. We will be playing down to a champion here at this high roller. Be right back. See you shortly.
Hey guys, break time? After moving. Okay, lock. Same seat. Okay guys, make your move. Go there. Yes. You know what's your name? What? Yes, do that.
Yeah, sit one. Your time back, time back you reset, right? Reset to 10, yeah. You're going to reset that to 10. Okay.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
I think a lot of Japanese like to go to Incheon, to Korea, right?
Yes. やっぱり APT がアジア最大のトーナメント、一番大きいトーナメントで、こう日本でたくさんポーカーをやってる人はやっぱり次のステップとしてこう海外でトロフィー、タイトルが欲しいっていう人はすごく多い。でその中で韓国はなんか私たち日本人にとってすごく身近な国、楽しい、食べ物も美味しいし、近い、飛行機もちょっとでいいから、初めての海外旅行、海外トーナメントにインチョン選ぶ人はすごく多いから、それが理由だと思います。私も初めての海外トーナメントは APT インチョン。
Well, I had a lot of fun today.
Yes.
And I hope to see you in Incheon.
Yes.
Incheon.
Incheon. Tarabi!
Hello and welcome to the record-breaking main event here at APT Da Nang, officially the largest poker tournament in Da Nang with 675 entries. We're now down to our final table. Let's meet our finalists. Anything you want to say to your opponents at the final table?
There are people who cheer for me, so I will do my best to meet their expectations.
여기까지 왔으니까 뭐 최선을 다해 봅시다.
Anh có điều gì muốn nói với đối thủ của mình trên bàn final không ạ?
Cần một cái trọng tôi.
Anh muốn nói rằng là người Việt Nam tuy vóc dáng nhỏ bé nhưng mà về tinh thần thì không bao giờ bị có thể là dễ dàng đánh gục được.
Come on, fighting. Let's all have fun.
Okay, go on. I think everybody played very well because the goal to the final table was not easy.
Nobody is my rival.
Nobody.
Don't miss this epic final table of this record-breaking event, live streaming today on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch, only on the Asian Poker Tour. Welcome to the final table of the Superstar Challenge. Here's what went down.
Ge Yingrui all in for his tournament life with Queen 10 of clubs. And that's going to be a good game there for Ge Yingrui of China out in 9th place. As flop comes, and Chun Yuhang of China out in 8th place. And that's going to be a good game for Quang Nguyen Trung of Vietnam placing 7th. Martin Garrett of the Netherlands out in 6th place. That's going to be a good game for Alan Pham from Australia out in 5th place. Chiu Qian of China out in 4th place. And Remy Florent out in 3rd.
Which means we're now down to heads up. Joshua Curtis McCulley of Australia versus Bank from Thailand.
Even stacks here, but both players all in. Bank with the ace-3 offsuit versus Josh McCulley's ace-jack offsuit. Flop comes 7-8, 9 ace-jack holding, turn queen of hearts, river 5 of clubs. Josh McCulley wins his hand. And that is going to be a good game from Bank of Thailand. And Josh McCulley of Australia is our winner for the Superstar Challenge.
It was an interesting final table. Came in mostly short, and I was pretty fortunate to squeeze in, and yeah, good experience.
Because he is superstar, so he deserves it.
Thank you so much for watching. If you want to learn more about the APT, please go to apt.poker.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
We have 61 mystery bounty hunter envelopes, and one of them has 300 million Vietnam dong.
APT 越南岘港站究竟谁可以拿下最高的神秘赏金呢
Let's go bounty hunting! final table of the Mystery Bounty Hunter. On-win all in for her tournament life here against Deng Zhiwen of China. Needs to find a 4 or a 5 or an ace to chop. And that's not going to be it. And that's going to be a good game for on-win. And Deng Zhiwen is our champion of the Mystery Bounty event.
恭喜冠军邓志文，来自中国，可以跟大家分享一下你现在的心情吗？
我是第一次参加国外的比赛，第2天越南站这个 APT 给我的体验非常好。我在国外的话拿过3个边赛冠军，这个是我国外的第1个复赛冠军啊！希望我未来的主赛能取得好成绩。
让我们再一次恭喜 APT 岘港站神秘赏金练赛冠军来自中国邓志文，恭喜！
Make sure you like and subscribe, and for more information about the APT, please go to apt.poker. Bye bye! I'm playing a poker tournament here at the Asian Poker Tour, and I'm buying in for $6 million. Did I say dollars? I meant Vietnamese dong. I'm playing one of the nightly turbos, just one of 61 different events happening here at the Summer Series in Da Nang, Vietnam by the Asian Poker Tour. So let's get right into the action and let's buy in. 1 turbo, please. Thanks, Dad. 20K starting stack, 15-minute levels. It's level 1, and I've got 20K chips. Come on. Hi. I'm still alive though. Still alive. Startup level 7, 18,500 in chips. Level 8, last level before late reg ends. 15,000 in chips, 15 big blinds. Staying alive. Ace jack offsuit versus ace 5. Need to hit a 2 or a 5. And winner winner chicken dinner for me. It's level 9. Late reg is over. No more rebuys, and I have 24,000 in chips. I'm over starting stack. Give me the 5 or the 6. Please, Daddy, please. Christy, we're alive. We still have chips left. It's the spot to start level 10, and we have 5,500 chips. We have 2.5 big blinds. Okay, that's a good flop for me. Just need to dodge a 10. And that's a good river for me. Double up, here we go. It's level 11. I have like 12,000 chips, so I have 4 big blinds. That's a great turn. Pick up the flush draw too. Ripper! Still alive, baby. Final 2 tables, top 18. 11 more till the money. 8s versus ace 9 for my tournament life. Flop comes 8. But I need to dodge the open-ended straight draw. Turn is good. Well, it's a lion today. It wasn't meant to be. But I had a great time. I placed 17th out of 53 people. I was in for 12 million. The Vietnamese dong out for 0. But hey, I had a great time. If you want to have a great time with me here in Da Nang in Vietnam with the APT Summer Series, please go to apt.poker for more information. And we'll see you here in Da Nang.
Sako.
Oh, hello. Hello, Nick.
Hey, how are you?
Oh, so good.
Well, how have you enjoyed Da Nang so far?
Da Nang, beautiful. 美しい.
So I do this thing. I take players to lunch. But since we're in this gorgeous Da Nang, let's go to the beach. Wow, this barometer is just really beautiful.
Beautiful. キラキラしてます.
Yeah, like you look at the water and the sand. It's really nice. I think we can like go to one of those chairs and get a go drink.
せっかくだったらスポーツがしたい.
Sports? What sports should we do?
パラグライダー.
Paragliding?
絶対気持ちいい.
Like fly way up there?
Yes.
No! That's so dangerous. Let's do something else. How about kayaking?
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Let's go! Hello. Are you ready? Okay!
Poker players are competitive in nature, so today we race.
This.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back, coming to you live from the APT in Da Nang, Vietnam. We are here wrapping up the summer series with our high roller, which is now down to the final table of 9 players for now. This has been an incredible event. Let me just recap where we started from. 161 entries, 25 of them advanced to day 2. Only 23 were paid, so we started off the day on a bit of a soft bubble. A minimum prize was given out of $5,500, good for a 1.7 return on the $3,400 buy-in, and now we are down to the final 9. Each of them are guaranteed over $12,000 USD, that is. Of course, the top prize is what is all to play for. 2.6 billion Vietnamese dong. That's good for over $110,000. My name is Vidar Singhal. I will be joined by my friend and co-host Stephen Lai as we play down to the winner tonight. This has been an incredible event, not least of all because we were joined by the Japanese superstar Gact, who we were unfortunately ended up as the bubble boy. We were sad to see him go. There we see it, 161 entries, over 474,000 US dollars in the prize pool. An incredible way to wrap up what has been two incredible summer series events for the APT. First Hanoi in June, and now Da Nang, followed by APT Incheon coming up August 25th. Find out all about that at apt.poker. For now, as it stands, 9 players remaining. Now let me point out one thing on this graphic. It says the average stack is worth 23 big blinds. One of the features of the APT, particularly for the flagship events such as the main event and this 2-day high roller, we will actually be rolling back the blind levels to ensure that we have at least 30 big blinds in the average stack. Now what that means in this instance, by the way, given we had 161 entries, because if we roll back one level, the average bigs would actually have been closer to 29. We're actually going to roll back 2 levels. As we cut to Greg, he will be introducing the final table lists.
After 2 days, we're now down to our final table, so please join me in giving a warm APT welcome to our 9 finalists. In seat 1, with 2,460,000 in chips, representing Malaysia, please give it up for my friend Swa Sheng Er. And in seat 2, representing Vietnam, as coming in as our chip leader, 2.9 million in chips, it's Long Win Huang. In seat 3, also representing Vietnam, on the home court advantage, 1.7 million in chips. Please give a warm welcome to An Yo Gua. And in seat 4, sitting with 1.7 million in chips, representing Japan, it's Kitazato Yohei. And in seat 5, 2.3 million in chips, also representing Vietnam, it's Hugh Tran Trung. And in seat 6, our lone man from China, coming in as our short stack, it's with 630,000 in chips, it's Zheng Xiaosheng. In seat 7, representing Vietnam once again, 845,000 in chips, it's Terry Nguyen. Seat 8, 1.1 million in chips, our lone man from Australia, representing Down Under. Please give it up for Matthew Bevan. And last but not least, Vietnam is representing strong here in Da Nang in seat 9, 2.2 million in chips. It's Nguyen Trung Truyen. Folks, please give it up one more time for your final 9 players of the APT High Roller event.
And there you have it. The table is set. The stage is set. We are playing down to the winner, as I said, and as I was explaining a moment before we introduce the players.
30 bps, 25,000, 50,000, right?
Well, there we go. The floor doing my job for me. Rolling back the blinds to 25,000, 50,000. Ensuring that the average stack is actually well over 35 bigs. That's just simply because we just roll back to the earliest level that gets you over 30. With Greg's introduction, perhaps you paid attention to the nationalities in play. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players from Vietnam is what I count out of the 9. An incredible showing by the local contingent. If you remember, at the start of the day, with 25 players remaining, 10 of them were from Vietnam. I thought that was an impressive ratio. has actually been superseded by the 5 out of 9 players we have here at the FT. 2 of them are part of the top 3 stacks at this table. 1 player from Australia. Common sight on APT final tables to have an Australian, Matthew Bevan. 1 player representing China. Seat 6 is the shortest stack. Zhang with 630,000 in chips. Still with the blind rollback. That does represent 13 big blinds or so. Kitasato from Japan has made it through to the final table at the cost of his friend, perhaps his colleague, the Japanese superstar Gact, who was the bubble boy on this final table. And then we have Sheng Swa from Malaysia, one of 4 chip stacks that are effectively at the top of the player standings here. Almost 3 million in chips for the chip leader, Nguyen Hoang Long from Vietnam. But close behind is the chip stack of Swa, 2.46 million. Hugh, 2.4 million. And in fact, Shang Win also has 2.2 million. I'm sure that graphic will be coming up, but the dynamics here. 1 chip leader, 3 stacks not too far behind, 2 short stacks under 20 bigs. As we go straight to the action, one of the short stacks, Zheng, does decide to open with the King-Queen. Was about to face the big blind plus anti-combo on the very next hand. Finds King-Queen off, under the gun. Would love to take this down uncontested. Add 2.5 bigs to his stack. Has made it all the way to the big blind, in fact. And the big blind has the rags of all rags, 6-3 off. Will peel a flop. Pretty surprising. 6-3 off. As bad as it gets, arguably. But the pot odds too good, I suppose. Whiffs the board. Even a better result for Zhang. He actually got the call pre-flop. The tiniest of bets would surely take down this spot. Or maybe Hugh has some plan up his sleeve. No, decides to check. Surely with the intention of check folding. After all, the short stack, min raise under the gun. That looks mighty strong. Wow. Instantly gives himself so much more comfort and throws the 2 green chips back in the middle. That's the ante. There we see the stacks I was just talking about. 4 players between 45 and 60 bigs. Very, very comfortable. 2 short stacks, although not too short thanks to the rollback. 16 bigs are the shortest stacks. Tied for the moment, although once the 2 big blind burden comes around, things will be different. ICM pressure out the wazoo. 8th place, which is technically the official final table since it's an 8 max tournament. Good for 13.8 thousand USD. All players currently guaranteed 11,000 USD, so a 1 buy and pay jump at the moment. But really all eyes should be on the prize. 110,000 USD up top. Sua has deuces in the low jack. Super accomplished player, particularly here at the APT. Over 200,000 in earnings in live tournaments for Sua. The biggest one came at Hanoi, shipping the single day high roller. The super high roller, I should say. This high roller, of course, a $3,400 buy-in. The super high rollers are closer to 5,000. A much more elite field. He shipped that for 80,000. Trying to improve his career best score here by shipping the 2-day high roller today. Does face resistance in the form of the 3-bet from the ace-queen off. Han from Vietnam. Hugh finds king queen off. Should be an easy fold. Now that An has decided to 3-bet. Five for Zhang, already smiling. Seems like he's decided he's going to be folding this. I'm sure he would have loved to peel a flop against Sua's open. Try to hit a set. Just saw him pick up some extra chips. And now Sua with a decision. 170k to call. Certainly not getting the direct odds to try and flop a set against the effective stack of 1.4 million of his opponent. Really has to try and soul read his opponent. Lets it go. The more disciplined approach by far. Well played there by An. 3-bet takes it down. Anytime you can get 50% equity to fold, it's a great result. That's what that would have been, a flip. There are those flags I was talking about. We're missing one for Matthew Bevan. No worries. We are well aware that he is from Australia. 5 nationalities in the mix. Par for the course for the APT, by far the most diverse field you will see in any live tournament. Barring perhaps the World Series of Poker, I can in fact argue one of the most globally diverse live series, and certainly in Asia. Players just about getting settled in. On the one hand, during the break, they probably absorbed the fact that they made it to the final table. One of 2 milestones they surely came in with today. One was to make the money. We started off with 25 players, 23 got paid. Surely the other one was to make the final table. And now it's time to reset. Time to reset those goals. Look at first place. Or maybe, if they're so inclined, as Stephen Lai usually is, to pay attention to ICM. Really value those pay jumps. Currently, a 1 buy and pay jump. By the time we reach heads up, it's going to be a $45,000 pay jump. Over 14 buy-ins. Standard open. Through to the blinds. Terry Nguyen on the big blind. Folds it. Frankly, with 5 Vietnamese locals, I'm surprised there are only 2 people named Nguyen on the table. That'd be the last name Nguyen. Very often in Vietnam, it can be a first name as well. So we have Terry Nguyen, as well as, you will see in a moment, Chang Quan Nguyen. There he is. Maybe, should we go with TQ there? I don't like saying T, because of course the name would be Chung. So why don't we go with Nguyen for him and perhaps Terry for the other local. Perhaps a much easier choice here. Long makes the fold. An now finds king queen off in the low jack. Has plenty blinds. Opens it up. This is the stage where we talk about ICM pressure the most. Certainly a lot of ICM pressure to think about because there are 2 short stacks. The only thing is they're not that short. Thanks to the blind rollback. Both have 15 bigs and above in their stack. As a result, no point being super tight, even if you're a middle stack. Must accumulate chips. When you're at the final table, perhaps that's when it finally hits a lot of players. You look around and you realize you have to win each and every chip in play. Hugh has pocket 8s and the stack almost exactly the same size as the pre-flop aggressors. carry, 8-3 off. Matthew Bevan could speculate. 60k more to call multi-way, but 6-5 offsuit does not seem pretty enough to try and draw to something. Top pair right in the window for An. Dry board as well. He's going to feel super confident. Traps with his top pair. Hugh not falling for it. Oh, my apologies. Still thinking about it. Pocket eights could go either way. Certainly merited checking behind for pot control. But could want to make what we used to call a feeler bet when we were first starting out in poker. Of course, theoretically speaking, no such thing as a feeler bet, but a huge portion of An's checking range is going to include high cards such as ace queen, ace jack, ace 10 that completely miss this board. Pocket eights charges them to continue in the hand. Again, when we're starting out in poker, sometimes we do think of it as a protection bet. Perhaps the most accurate way of thinking about it could be A, you're protecting your range, of course. B, you want to deny your opponent some equity. To the extent they want to continue in the hand, they need to pay up. In this case, An has the goods. He's gotten just over one big blind out of Hugh on that flop bet, and then has decided to check raise to over 3 bigs. Not at all much to call relative to the size of the pot. But pocket eights against a check raise does not look that strong in this board. You have to ask yourself, how many streets am I comfortable calling down? No draw is really possible on this board. Not ones that would play this way anyway. Gut shots such as queen jack, jack 10, queen 10. Could have just continued for cheap by calling on the flop. Perhaps even would have continuation bet. Wow. Hugh having none of it. We have action, ladies and gentlemen. And ICM pressure is being applied here. Middle stack versus middle stack violence. Not very often you see this. Raising a check raise on the flop with a pair of eights. This is a stone cold bluff. An, I'm afraid, could have run into some punishment for what I would call fancy play syndrome. Was the pre-flop aggressor. Decided he would check raise a board like this. Let's think about what Hugh is saying he has here. Absolute monster hands, such as pocket kings. Well, firstly, those would 3-bet pre-flop. Pocket nines as well. Pocket threes would certainly play this way. But if you had pocket threes and you got 3-bet on the flop, would you put in another bet? Or would you want to call in position knowing your opponent is most likely drawing dead? After all, a naked king would have maybe 1% equity on the flop against a set of threes. An has king queen, the 10 of spades gives him the backdoor straight draw as well. Really fascinating hand early on here at this final table. This is the moment. 34 bigs in Hugh's stack, 1.7 SPR. He can get what I often call a high leverage bet here. Betting 300,000 or so would imply an under 1 SPR on the river. Ad would need to decide if he's feeling comfortable enough in this hand to be willing to face a huge river bet if he calls this turn. On the other hand, if Hugh decides he's had enough in this hand and checks behind, surely An is looking at most likely picking up this 1 million chip pot. How's that for coming back from the break to this final table? People in chat, 280 of you who've stuck with us. First of all, I am so grateful for your company and support, not just today, but throughout the series. Look at this. The biscuits, as Steven calls them, being grabbed along with 2 green chips. That's 450,000 in the middle. Even more than the 300 I implied. Forget leverage. This is just a big bet, period. And how's that for ICM pressure? Asking An, there's 2 tiny stacks on the table relative to yours at the moment. Are you sure you want to go out 9th, buddy? You could easily just ladder up to 7th if you just wait for them to bust. Why would you want to get involved when you don't even have top pair best kicker? The only reason I think An's radar should be confusing him here is just that there aren't too many value hands that play this way. I already mentioned a set of 3s is way more likely to call on the flop facing a check raise rather than put in another bet and lose a happy customer who might be bluffing and even could fold top pair. Wow, An is strong. He is solving the puzzle so far. He's willing to go another street. Does help that a jack would give him a straight and possibly the comfort he's looking for. I'm almost rooting for a brick to see what happens. Hugh knows he's going to be behind, and that is certainly not a brick. An is now much, much more comfortable in this hand. Yes, a hand like Ace-King and perhaps a set, now a full house, are remote possibilities. But with the king on the river, An must be thinking, if you have it, you have it. Goes check, check. He sees the bad news. I have a feeling this man was willing to go for it on a huge variety of rivers. That was simply not one of them. We see the bronze APT High Roller Trophy. Surely every time the players take a sneak peek to their left, they must be imagining what it would be like to walk home with one of those. So very impressive start here. Hugh is clearly here to play. I mean, he looked at those pocket 8s as though they didn't have any showdown value at all. Just converted them into a bluff immediately on the flop the moment he got the opportunity, even though a bluff perhaps did not make sense. And impressively I should say, sniffed out by An. If that hand was any indication, we are in for quite the ride here. Some advanced poker being played. An made it look easy, but it is not at all easy calling that turn bet, nor is it easy calling that flop bet when you have been 4-bet, I suppose you'd call it, on the flop, or 3-bet rather. Your check raise getting raised is about as strong a move as you can imagine. Kitazato, player from Japan. Disciplined this time. That's the ace-3 off go. Hugh has a marginal holding. He just lost a big pot. This is one of those moments you might want to take a breather. Thankfully, he lets it go. If he actually had a premium, sure, no-brainer, play the hand. I just think it's important to make sure your brain is not making impulsive decisions. Good timing as well. Zhang found pocket 7s. Would likely have gone with it irrespective. In this case, he opened jams instead of 3-bet jamming against the potential open from that King 10 in the hands of Hugh. Now Terry, pocket deuces, not much to think about. You're flipping at best. Chuck it into the muck. Matthew Bevan decides to do the same. Jack deuce off. Well, it's Jack deuce off. Toss it, move on to the next one. It's literally Jack, you know, you can fill in the blank. It literally rhymes with squadouche, the Norman Chat expression for having absolute drags. There we go, on to the next one. Johnny Wang in chat says good play 8s. Certainly was good play with the 8s, but that king on the river just put him in handcuffs. Ended up losing that hand, of course. I did mention the chip denominations offhandedly. You saw them for a moment. The 100K biscuits or plaques, as we call them, sometimes are out. Those rectangles, white colored, in front of most of the players' chips. Each is 100K. If you have not played with these biscuits before, think back to the movie Casino Royale. They feel just about the same as the ones they're using in the poker game over there. They're just worth 100K. In chips, that is. Not $1 million or whatever it was in the movie. Greens, 25K. Blues, 5K. Terry Wynn, 14 bigs in the cutoff. Let's go. Certainly some hands you can start jamming there. We are on the official FT bubble, let's not forget. Might not make much of a difference to these players, 9 versus 8, but certainly a pay jump in the mix. 11,000 guaranteed at the moment, 14 to 8th place finisher. Win with Jack 9 of hearts. Chung Quan Nguyen from Vietnam came in to the day with 840,000 chips. Currently sitting on over 2.5 times that, so not a bad result. Of course, very likely to make the official FT and stick around for a while with 35 bigs, taking this one down. Impressive stuff. We did lose, of course, Takao Shimizu, player who came in as the tournament chip leader today. And of course, Gact, the international superstar artist from Japan, also was one of the top 7 stacks, did bubble the final table.
Good evening.
Good evening, Stephen.
I'm back.
Welcome back. You've missed an excellent hand that went down between what I can only assume are now going to be mortal enemies on this table. An v. Hugh. Pocket 8s running into the flop top pair and going with the extremely rare and aggressive line of raising a check raise on the flop. That takes special skills.
Wow. Raising a check raise, that's big. Massive hand.
Also doesn't make much sense because obviously most massive hands tend not to raise check raises. Tend to string along your opponent in position. As a result, his opponent, Hugh's opponent that is, which was An, called 2 streets with top pair and was rewarded for his persistence by hitting trips on the river, rendering Hugh's ability to bluff much lower. Very interesting hand nonetheless. Perhaps another one brewing here. Zhang ace-5 suited, opens from the low jack. Terry Nguyen has ace-jack off and 14 bigs, similar to the stack of Zhang.
We are playing quite short here, huh? We're playing quite short here, 14 big blinds.
These two players, they are the shortest stacks at the table. Of course, with the blinds rolled back, everybody's plenty deep, with the exception of these two.
It'll be difficult to call with that shot, you know, with that stack depth.
So all in or fold?
Not quite premium enough to jam either.
Tough spot is what you seem to be saying.
Maybe you get ace-queen to fold? You definitely get ace-5 to fold.
Perhaps all Broadway cards end up laying it down. And that could be reason enough to get it in there. It's all about ICM pressure though. Wow. Just lets it go.
Well, ICM pressure goes both ways.
Dare I say, Terry Nguyen revealing how much the bubble means to him a little bit there.
No,
Thankfully
Mr.
for
Long
him,
doesn't give a flop.
it does not
6-3
give a flop. Has 55 bigs. Will peel and get punished. Pair versus pair. Best one for the pre-flop aggressor.
The man who folded ace-jack, you can see his little cheeky smile there.
Oof.
Thinking he would have hit a 2-pair.
Never mind, he would have hit the nuts. And been up against the case ace, it turns out. Really unfortunate to find the discipline to fold the ace-jack there and then see this board. He's going to be cursing himself. Important not to do that, of course. That's just the nature of poker. 6-3 off now is worth bottom pair, as this board finishes out with the 10 of diamonds. Trips for Zhang. Goes check, check. There we have it. The stacks range from 14 to 62 bigs, thanks to the rollback of the levels we just had. And the prizes range from 11,000 guaranteed to everyone to 10x of that, 110K up top, USD.
And I'm very, very glad to see 281 viewers remaining on the stream. I was slightly pessimistic about fans of Gact leaving.
As was I.
Us. And it seems we are almost as stayable as Gact, Mr. GACKT himself.
Those guys were not fans. These are the true fans. Poker addicts like us. Queen 10 suited for Terry. Surely not. Pitches it again. Queen 10 suited is a very pretty hand. I know he doesn't have the blinds to get super speculative. Perhaps a function of the players on his big blind. Or on the button for that matter. Swa lets it go. Small blind lets it go. And what do you know? Ace King off for An. Great timing.
Well, Queen 10 suited knew it.
Great timing. Terry Nguyen just peeking at the deck. Did not want to be a dog pre-flop. Lets the Queen 10 suited go.
So have we done all the introduction and photos and everything for the final table, or are we going to do it again for when we go down to 8 players?
We've certainly done the introduction and photos. Each of the players, by the way, striking a badass pose before they join the final table. Must say I enjoyed some of them. Others, bit awkward. Nobody said a poker player has to be a model. Posing is not for everyone. But the ones that really bring it, perhaps they watch enough UFC to know what works. Looks kind of cool. I do miss the glam factor now with Gact gone. We do have the player who is alleged to be his editor, was it, Steven?
His editor, correct, yeah. He's also wearing quite a striking watch.
Ah, are those APs? Is that what they call them?
No, that is not the AP.
Do you recognize?
I do.
I'm sure there are some watch heads in the chat who'd appreciate it. And what is a watch head called anyway? Surely there's a name for it. I know the term horologist, which I always laugh at.
Well, yes, that's a good one. But what is a more informal term for a watch head?
I don't know. Horologist seems pretty informal to me.
It's Latin. How can Latin be informal?
I see.
So so petrol drives a car.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the fuel of a car is petrol. So what drives a watch?
Let me pause as I notice Kitasato looking down at kings after An had decided to take the super aggressive line of 3-betting king queen off from the small blind. The easiest 4-bet ever. Pocket kings, a beautiful sight to see. Does leave himself chips behind, considering the dynamics of the shorter stacks. A cold 4-bet is going to look super strong. I think An can get away from this one at this point. Easy pickup there. 400k chips rather added to the stack of Kitasato now with 42 bigs.
He is looking like one of the contenders. You know, he looks very strong, very tidy, picking up good cards. Perfect recipe for victory.
Certainly agree with you on that. He's also shown a proclivity to be sort of loose aggressive, especially when it comes to pre-flop. I really hope he has a strategy in mind for the final table when it comes to his ranges. But as somebody who's clearly not a professional poker player, considering we mentioned he might be the editor of GACKT's book, perhaps fills other roles as well. Very, very impressive stuff. To be ninth, I mean, to be all the way down to 9 players in the high roller and have a fair shot at winning it all is impressive to begin with, but I definitely agree with you, Stephen. His play also has been world-class. Anyway, you were trying to educate me what a watch works on. Is it gravity? Is it always gravity? Is that the secret answer?
Well, there are 3 kinds of watches. You can get the battery-powered ones. So just put in a little button battery. And it has a quartz oscillator that vibrates when it gets electricity. So that keeps the watch ticking. And then you can also have an automatic watch, which uses the... Oh, let's have a look at this. Sorry, I'll come back to that. 10-7 suited from the big blind, small blind.
Raises
it up. Woohoo!
Let's go. Playing the rush. Just picked up 400k in chips with the Pocket Kings. Now finds his opponent in the big blind, Hugh, at the absolute bottom of his range. Still decides to call. Clearly has a lot of confidence in his post-flop ability. In position against the player he certainly perceives to be the amateur here. Kitasato does not flop much. Quickly reaches for chips and bets 100k, and that gets the job done. Once again, as we just discussed, Stephen, this is impressive stuff. The man just seems in cruise control. If you ask me, after watching his play, is this man perhaps a professional poker player? I would actually be willing to bet he just might be.
Yeah, we were watching the main event final table yesterday, and all the players started to claim they were not professional players. And then they got me. Oh, I think they were bluffing me.
Yeah, I think there's humble and then there's hustle.
Yes.
And I think I lean towards hustle when players really double down on that fact, but we do know in the case of Kitasato, he's not a professional poker player.
Well, people have 2 jobs these days, a lot of them. Slashers.
Slashes?
Yeah, that's what they're called. You know,
People with 2 jobs.
something slashing. Multiple jobs. I'm a bit of a slasher myself.
And what would you say your primary job is?
A good husband.
There we go. I knew I'd set you up for something. I just didn't know what. And speaking of setups, once again, I will not miss the opportunity to have a funky segue into what truly is a bit of a setup. 8s versus kings. This time Long has the goods, Pocket Kings. Ace-Jack in the small blind. Quick release. So we have 2 wins on the table, Stephen. Frankly, I would have expected more with 5 Vietnamese players amongst the remaining 9. This is Chung, or rather Chan, I believe. Let me just double check, considering we only have the initials here. But yeah, as I was saying, this is Chung Kwan win. And we can go with calling him Gwen. And then there's Terry Gwen, who we're calling Terry.
Mm-hmm.
How about the ace queen board? Pocket Kings.
Oh, look at that.
Can never be too comfortable. And 8s donks it, as you said. 150k donk. Quick call.
Wow, what a play.
Both players now with the flush draw, but Gwen's flush draw would be no good. Long has the king of diamonds. A big bet now. Not sure what Gwen is targeting here, after all. You're usually only getting called by better hands. Once in a while, maybe you can get 10s, jacks, etc. to lay it down. You also need your opponent to not have a diamond. Long does not seem too worried about the ace after all. If his opponent had flopped trip aces on that board, how frequently are they donking? 9 changes nothing.
For a split second, I thought it was an 8.
Could have been. Right suit for sure. When needed, the 8 of hearts or 8 of clubs. Quick checks. The Kings takes that over 2 million chip pot. Big swing there.
Along the chip leader. His stack keeps getting longer.
Nicely done, nicely done. After all my segues, I cannot give any hate to you.
So 3 types of watches. Battery powered, and then you have what they call an automatic watch, which uses the motion of your wrist, when you move around, and it winds itself with the power of your movement.
Do you mean gravity, Stephen?
Maybe gravity. I suppose it is gravity, yes.
No matter what you say, I'm going to find a way to say it's gravity.
No, it is
So you may
gravity.
as well admit it.
No, it is gravity in many ways.
Okay. And lastly?
No, because the reason why I said that's the case is because automatic watches don't work in space.
Ah, for all the people
That's
going
why
to space.
Not reluctantly, I somehow, you without knowing that fact, actually got the right answer.
Well, what do you know?
It is gravity related.
Turns out I know a lot about horology. That's with an H, by the way.
King, queen off from the hijack position. It's a simple open. Folding ace-5 off, that's very fair. 8-7 off, we are expecting a fold. Big blind. Queen jack off. I'm sure he's still beating himself up a little bit after folding that ace jack hand that turned into a full house. Decides to call, and then we will see the flop. The flop comes ace 6-5. It's hard to make a pair in Hold'em. And c-bets with this king high. Pretty much a range bet. He has a lot of aces in his hand. And gets a give up. A tidy little pot there.
Perhaps not that impactful to the stack of the winner of the pot, but after that fold, Terry now the official short stack here. 9-handed on this final table. 9 big blinds left in his stack.
But he's still within reaching distance of the pack. So, he needs to think about ICM still.
Definitely, and part of the reason he's down to below 10 bigs is because he just paid the toll. 2 big blinds. So he does have 8 free hands, or perhaps more accurately 7 free hands and 1 small blind before he needs to commit more chips into the middle.
Once again, I need to praise APT for their very well trained dealers. Doing an excellent job. Must be difficult.
They truly
Dealing
are incredible.
A week-long series, 10, 12-hour days. Here comes a raise from the hijack position. King, queen off, which is legitimate, very legitimate from the chip, well, second chip leader. Legitimate fold also, queen 8 suited. 9-5 off, definitely legitimate.
Making it look easy. The only Japanese player left in the field. For a while, I believe we had the top 3 positions in the tournament, or at least on the feature table, taken by the remaining 3 Japanese players. Kitazato representing his home country solo now, showing how it's done. Stephen, you've probably had the chance to watch most, if not all, of these players play at some point on the feature table alongside me or Greg in the booth. Not going to ask you for any favorites, of course. We were rooting for Gact to be around for many reasons, not just his charisma, but for the very active community that was enjoying watching him play. I wouldn't say picking favorites, but who do you think is really going for the win here and not worrying too much about the ladders?
Ooh, that's a very good question. I think Win, the boss mode looking guy at seat 2 or seat 3 with a Gucci golf t-shirt, golf shirt, polo shirt. Seat 3. That Win. I think he really doesn't care about pay jumps. He's going for the win.
That would be Win Huang.
Seat 9 even. Seat, yeah, that's the seat 9? Yeah, seat 9, yeah. I think he is really going for it.
Right. For a moment I thought you were talking about the player whose name shows up as Long. His first name is actually Gwen. But you do mean Chung Kwan Gwen. So we mentioned
this one,
we will
yep.
be calling
TQ
him
Win, yep.
Gwen, that's right.
I think
Certainly
he is
agree
really
with
going
you.
for it. Oh, Mr. McCulley. Good evening.
Hello, hello. The Australian Rail.
Congratulations on your 2 wins and a 3rd. What a series. Hope to see you in South Korea in 3 weeks' time.
Incredible performance. Josh McCulley, of course, shouting out Matt Bevan, upcoming Aussie crusher. Man firing in on this ace 6-5 board. 4 of hearts on the turn. The nothing becomes nothing gear with that 4 of hearts. Matt telling a story, feeling compelled perhaps to represent that ace to try and take down the spot. With the obvious straight draw coming in as well. Decides to check. His opponent gets the check mark with the king 5. The pair of 5's good. 3rd pair though to the board. Certainly some potential for getting Win off the hand, but he'd have to make a serious move. And he knows his jack high is not good, surely. Beating perhaps some combos of 9-7, perhaps 9-8, but when you block the 9, it's even harder for your opponent to have those. As a result, if he wants to win this, he's going to have to go for it. After checking the turn, he needs to evaluate what he can comfortably represent. And how many chips does he want to put in the middle to try and represent it? Obviously makes no sense to put his entire stack at risk for obvious reasons. SPR is about 2.2. Gives up. Jack high, he says.
Jack high, he says.
Shows it down.
Ahead all the way, Mr. Win. King high pre-flop. Ahead all the way.
Fitness Farang eliminated in the money at this very event. Grant Gardner, welcome to you in chat. Where is Josh McCulley's Natural Aid sponsorship deal? Steven, I'm going to let you handle that one. Dhaval chiming in. The fans demand a sponsorship.
I have no say in the matter.
Humble.
Bite me over it. Bite me over it.
Heads up for rolls, heads up for sponsorship.
Now, I would not consider myself a pro player. You know, I don't do this for a living. As in, I don't pay my rent through poker earnings. I would call myself a serious enthusiast.
So we've established Win clearly going for it. Chips up a little bit more there. Now has over 2 million to play with. Certainly a force in this table. Daring Win finds Rags in the cutoff. Desperate to get it in with 8 bigs. And look at this. Jack 6 off, reaching for chips. Not this time. A walk given to Sua. So clear short stack. A reminder, the pay jump on offer here is almost exactly 1 buy-in. Everybody guaranteed 11,000. Over 14,000 to 8th place. Slight ICM pressure, I suppose. Also, the official final table will be when we actually reach 8 players. And then the real game begins, as they say. The pay jumps obviously getting bigger and bigger. 5K is the next one to 19. 25,000 USD to 6th place. 33,000 USD to 5th. 41,000 to 4th. 50,000 to 3rd. And then the huge pay jump of 25,000 USD, 75,000 USD to 2nd place. And 2.6 billion BND, that's good for 110,000 USD to 1st.
My friend, you couldn't see my face. You can see how pleased I was when you were expressing the pay jump in terms of buy-ins.
Mm-hmm. Certainly influenced by
very, very sensible way of thinking about it.
By the way, speaking of players who are going for it, I think this man raising pocket tens under the gun +1 certainly would be my vote. I don't know about his mentality relative to ICM and pay jumps. I do know that he has played in the style that you're supposed to play when you're going for it. And a great spot here for him to add more chips to his stack and overpair against the flop top pair off long. 6 really helps the 10s. 4 no longer will make a difference. 2 outs for long. And with top pair on a dry board against an opponent that has been aggressive, they've had some chances to observe each other on various tables. I don't know how good a read Long has on Kitazato's game, but with top pair, you simply cannot fold at this stage of the hand. We're going down to the river. 1.4 million in the middle. 1.8 million effective stack. A queen on the river. Bit of a blank if you really think about the action. Kitazato decides to just check behind. Missed value there for sure. After all, how many queens are getting till the river as played? His opponent would need a queen 9 exactly, perhaps.
A new chip leader.
There we
Kitazato
go.
53 big blinds. Did you know that he was going to take down the pot when you said you felt like he's got a chance of winning?
Totally manifested it. You know,
is it
one of the weakest superpowers of all time is to be able to manifest players to do something 30 minutes in the past from the commentary booth. They call me 20th minute man.
Very good.
Pocket eights for Zhang. Let's not forget the ICM pressure for a stack like Zhang's. After all, a much shorter stack in the mix. Tae Yuan has about 8 bigs. Pocket eight's very strong, of course. Always going to be opening that hand. We are 9-handed. Many players to get through when you open early position. Swa has ace-10 suited. Has been relatively quiet at this table so far, purely thanks to the cards he's been dealt. Distribution now going towards the way of giving him a premium. Certainly would not want to be folding it.
Calls with his ace-10 suited.
Long has grabbed a bunch of chips. He is tied for the chip lead on this table. Could be looking at a squeeze. Has certainly cut out a 3-bet here. There we see it. A huge squeeze 3-bet. Squeeze meaning there's a pre-flop raiser, a caller, and now the action is bumped up. What is pocket eights to do? This is the ICM pressure I was just talking about. Right next to Zhang is the shorter stack of Tae Yuan,
who is very happy to see people with chips battling it out so that he can get his ladder up. Zhang with 13 big blinds behind. He needs to decide whether to play for his tournament life or to wait for a better spot.
Just so easy to be dominated here with eights. Decides to actually just make the call. Not exactly set mining, considering he does not have the odds. Perhaps thinking he's going to reduce variance and jam on boards that are not full of high cards. Now ace-10 suited.
Would a 9 be considered a high card? When you
no, I suppose it's one of those situations where instead of just jamming pre-flop, you figure if you don't see an ace or a king, you might be willing to commit your chips. More interestingly, perhaps, Sua now, who could have considered folding if the squeeze play had worked and gotten the eights to fold. Now considering he has a suited hand and would be in position on the button. Could have considered a call there given the stack, but let's not forget the ladder is applicable equally to everyone. He would love to see Zhang eliminated in this hand. Does not want to get involved.
Well, I think the happiest player at the table is Win.
Surely. Off to the flop. And 8 is just going to be the most beautiful card Zhang has ever seen.
Did you say something about set mining? Hey, what is this? Something is not quite right here. You're making all the right predictions.
Jealous much?
Parallel universe?
Wow. Zhang missing out on some value perhaps by stringing his opponent along, but perhaps with the ICM pressure, wouldn't mind getting the hand just over with without risking a truly dirty card like the 9 of clubs or the 10 of clubs coming out.
more likely targeting an ace because, you know, he did get 3-bet from the small blind.
Yeah, of course, my point being an ace is not going anywhere on the turn as well, considering how many chips would be in the middle. On the other hand, you fold out hands exactly like the one Long has, pocket fives and all under pairs too. Maybe the jack there would fold, and of course, hands that have missed completely, thinking like king little suited and other bluff combos that could be 3-betting from the small blind would also release. When you have a hand as strong as a set, certainly worth considering to just call and let your opponent commit the rest of their chips. As it stands, a healthy pickup, almost the full double up, not precisely the whole thing, but 29 bigs now in the stack of Zhang. There we see a whole new dynamic on this table. 2 stacks below $1 million, 7 stacks above $1 million. Out of those 4 are very, very comfortable, over 2 million in chips.
A shout out to Toby on Facebook. 9 left. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. We. No, oi. Sorry, I don't know why I spoke French there.
Well, we are in Vietnam. A lot of French influence.
Not trying to offend you there, Toby. Just a tiny little joke. But Aussie, Aussie, oi. Go for it.
You have been mixing up languages today. I believe you said gracias to our Italian friend in the chat.
And French to an Australian. Well, after my, if I may say so, tremendous performance in Mandarin speaking yesterday.
Oh, please allow me to say it for you. Absolutely crushed it.
Please do.
And clearly the chat agreed. They said they would never give you any flack when you were talking in your second language. And you'd receive tons of compliments. Of course, you're from Hong Kong. Cantonese is your first language, but your attempts at speaking to our Taiwanese audience supporting Nevin in the chat made all the difference when it came to at least what I care about, getting likes on the video.
You are a very simple man.
Very simple indeed. Back to the action, by the way. Long has picked up kings on the button, a dream scenario. Kitasato doesn't get out of line, but Jack 10 suited on the big blind is also very pretty, and this might be trouble.
Ooh.
Quick check. This flop is always going to see a continuation bet from the pocket kings, the king of heart to boot, and it's a big one. $230 to begin with. After this call, the stack to pot ratio is going to be 3-1, or under 3-1 rather. That is good enough for a turn bet sizing. That can set up for a river jam. An 8 of hearts. Long can't love the third heart, but has the king of hearts. Certainly will feel comfortable going for all of it. As I just mentioned, bets 400k. Not precisely setting up for a river jam, but close enough. Quick call as well. 1.6 million in the middle, 1.7 behind, and a 4th heart is going to kill the action, although Long does make the second nut flush. And look at this!
He is... Ooh, what is he doing? Wow.
I actually do like it. He converts his hand into a bluff and gets the quick flat call from the second nuts. He just realized he was going to likely lose that hand. Took a small stab at it, almost works as a sort of value towning himself, or a blocker bet gone awry perhaps. Not sure that the sizing was going to get any big heart to fold, but he certainly showed heart by betting there.
Oh,
wow.
Such funny table talk.
That bet was actually just under half pot, I'm realizing.
I know.
Certainly a bluff, actually. I retract what I said about wanting to get to showdown. Thought he was betting half of what he did. Still, I do like the gumption I just mentioned. He's certainly one of the players going for it. As it happens, he has taken a huge dent to his stack. Acted very quickly on all streets.
Well, at least he didn't think wrong.
We have 300 people watching, including some people I know, the likes of Dhaval Mutko and others. Josh McCulley, perhaps still around. I want to know what some of the pros who are watching this high roller as we close out the summer series think. Do you guys agree? Think long, think wrong. Personally, I'll put my cards on the table, metaphorically speaking. I think people just say that because it rhymes. And I think the longer you think, the better decision you make. Agree, disagree, yay, nay? Let me know in chat. By the way, Stephen, not sure I love the tone of Long's conversation there. Almost a bit of a needle, don't you think? After you won a huge pot against an opponent that is surely disappointed to lose a huge chunk of his stack.
But that's something you often see with the Japanese contingency. They seem quiet. They just sit there and they, you know, just observe the table quietly. Never really get into any verbal fights or anything like that.
Certainly
so
tracks
Long
with
could be saying anything he wanted, but it's not going to get much of a reaction from the Japanese player. Flop comes Jack, 10-5 rainbow. Once again, it's hard to flop a pair in Hold'em. Small bet, done.
Grant Gardner, aka Fitness Farang, saying you need to take enough time to take in information through all three systems: sound, sight, and kinesthetic feeling. Very cool insight. Certainly, snap calling, or in the case of that hand, snap, donk, river bluffing. Doubt he'd had enough time to take in everything we just mentioned. That being said, there's almost a reverse timing tell situation there. Bluffing, acting quickly. Usually a player is trying to represent strength. Every once in a while, of course, it actually does represent strength. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called a tell. It would just be called the truth. Cannot always consider it to be accurate, but yeah, you do see those quick bluffs often. Swa, Jack 10 off from the low jack. Raises to 120, 2x open. Queens in the blinds. Lots of big hands in the blinds at this final table so far.
Well, 14 big blinds. You have one move, sir.
And he makes that move. We've seen some wild stuff over the past few days of coverage with pocket queens in high ICM scenarios. Even though the short stack of Terry went, surely looming large over this table, he was not going to let an opportunity like 3-bet jamming his queens go. Adds 4 big blinds to his stack. We saw an open fold with pocket queens under the gun with, I believe it was 7 players left, if I'm not mistaken. Shinya Maeda decided to fold the queens and let the 1 big blind stack behind him get in the mix. And I'm also thinking too, and I'm going to forget the name of the player here, but on the bubble of the main event here in Da Nang, we saw queens fold to a middle position raise. Queens were in the small blind. Simply wanted to make sure he reaches the money, did not want to get involved.
See, I was okay with that. That was actually okay. with me.
Yeah.
But hey, Mr. Maeda got to the heads-up stage of the main event, so he must have done something right.
Yeah, what do we know? Only results matter, of course, in poker. I jest. Don't clip that. I don't let Steven get away with saying the opposite of what he means, always threatening to clip. Surely I should.
You're asking
not
for my
be a hypocrite.
you're asking for my opinion on live poker.
Let's hear it. You have free reign. I
think
promise to not clip, not take you out of
I
context.
think live poker is fun.
I see. Diplomatic. How about queens again in the big blind? What an ideal scenario. The shortest stack at the table. Easiest all-in in the world, and now Hugh might be
One
committed.
move. Yeah, he is too. Well, he's actually, let me think. 450 to call. No, he is all in 450, yeah. 330 to call. 1, 2, 3, 5 big blinds.
I think he
17.
has to call.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
King 5
Chip
suited is
EV
surely...
Chip EV wise, yes. But ICM consideration wise, maybe not. But he is calling, so that's the end of that.
You are right in the sense that
queens.
he becomes the shortest stack if he loses this hand, and he is 68% likely to lose this hand. Hugh, that is.
Players, please back to your seats.
Terry in great shape. The announcement
Don't forget
begins.
the conversation yesterday we had. Only black queens.
Let's see how the theory plays out. 2 red queens.
Right,
Terry win at risk.
Quietly
Only go for
confident.
Mr. Chan 2 with King 5 suited. And Pocket Queen for Mr. Zheng Zhao Zheng.
Terry.
Alright, once again, all in call here. Chanchu against Terry Win. King 5 for Mr. Chanchu and Pocket Queen for Mr. Terry. Let's see the flop.
Let's see the flop indeed.
The flop is Jack 9
Right
and
in the
King
window, and the 2 clubs to boot. Terry takes it with a smile. He does have 4 outs, 3 outs rather, in the form of 10s, and that lone queen, which cannot be a club.
Third card is an ace.
Nothing
Mr.
changes.
Queen to stay
4
on.
outs total to keep
Let's
him in
see
the
the
mix.
card.
Otherwise, we're down to 8.
The river card is a 6.
That is not one of those 4 outs.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, round of
What did I
applause
say
to
about
Mr.
red
Terry
queens?
Win, our 9th placer of the APT High Roller event.
Love that he takes a bad beat with a smile as we lose our 9th place finisher. Terry Nguyen walking away with 11,000 USD. Not too shabby a performance for a $3,400 buy-in, but now everybody guaranteed $14,000, and we are at our official final table, considering this was an 8 max tournament. You see those payouts I've been talking about. We will, of course, be playing down to the winner, who gets $110,000 for first place. We did roll back the blinds, as I mentioned. Once we got down to the final 9, average big blinds 30 is the guaranteed average that we provided the APT, given the number of chips in play. Actually rolled back until the average was 36 big blinds. 30K, 60K the level now. We have about 20 minutes till the next break. Players surely breathing a sigh of relief. Down to the final 8.
Interesting spot for Kitasato. Pocket 5s, they look quite pretty. But he is facing an open from UTG +1, which is going to be a little bit stronger than pocket fives. So he decides to push it all in. Take a gamble. Fold and fold. Mr. Bevan folds. Ace jack off. That's a lot of chips to call. Takes it down. Nice little pick up there. 4.5 big blinds.
What a great result to get the ace jack to fold there with the aggression of the 3-bet jam. Kitazato showing, or perhaps validating, my theory. He's here to go for it all.
And we're down to 8 players. Our chip leader sits on seat number 2. Well, I'm glad we are still interesting enough for the 260 viewers on YouTube, as well as, oh, okay, our Facebook stream is finished, as well as 38 Twitch viewers. Welcome you all.
I must read out the profile, or small blurb rather, on Google about the player on your screen at the moment, or rather a moment ago. Yohei Kitazato, born in Japan, raised in Chile. After graduating from university, he joined Hitachi. And while employed, after 3 years of his white-collar job, opened his own bar and published his first book, and has never looked back. Very, very cool. Jam, queen 10 suited from the small blind. Good timing. Certainly the right
That reminds
approach.
me of another famous Japanese writer, Murakami. He also spent a bit of time in the US, well, not Chile, but US, and published his first book, and then opened a bar, and certainly never looked back either.
That is uncannily similar rather. Open a bar also, huh?
But then again, Murakami is shortlisted for the Nobel Prize every year for literature. Still yet to pick one up. I think the Nobel Prize for literature is like the WSOP 25K Players Championship. You know, it's the best of the best.
So everything has a poker analogy, huh?
Wow, what if we are streaming Pokemon Go? I'll be talking about Pokemon, I guess.
By the way, you're gonna love this. Actually, let me pause for a moment because the man we've been talking about has picked up pocket kings.
Let's go.
A healthy stack of 30 bigs did just 3-bet jam pocket fives. Players might be starting to notice he's being a bit loose. We don't know what Long has yet. He raised under the gun. 3-bet from under the gun +2. Should look pretty strong. Long has everybody at the table covered. Just benefited having kings against the same opponent himself.
Is the producer trying to keep us guessing? Because he's clearly put his cards on the sensor.
Ah, you are right. Slight RFID mix-up there. We will be getting that fixed. Usually, if the cards are on the sensor, we expect them to get picked up.
But it's kind of fun, not knowing his cards.
Personally, I find
What has he?
I find not knowing the cards reduces me to a mere mortal. And once you're used to being in the booth, seeing everybody's cards, feeling like you're super smart, super good at poker, it's really tough to deal with. So I was reading about Kitazato. He wrote a book called My Pointless Struggle, which was translated into English. And it chronicles his
struggle.
Yeah, something poker related is certainly worthy of discussion there. It says it chronicles his mishaps inside and outside of Japan, from breaking into a soccer stadium, working at a famous host club in Japan, challenging a world champion boxer, and ultimately winning at life. How's that for a punchline at the end? Under the gun +1, this time with another pocket pair, a low one. Playing the rush, as they say. Maybe in a different set of circumstances, he could consider being disciplined with the pocket 3s in early position. We are 8-handed. But after the string of successful bets and raises, first the pocket 5s, then the pocket kings, decides to go 2.5x under the gun +1. Let's run into the pocket 6s, and he gets them to fold. Ew. Lets it go. Bevan releases the rags. Button folds as well. Ace queen though on the small blind. Not going to go anywhere. Certainly calling and raising.
Long and hard here.
And
yes.
Thinking long, hopefully not thinking wrong. Decides to go for the raise. Not only is he raising, he's raising big. Considering the open itself was 2.5x. Essentially makes it 2.5x again. With 400k. And the quick call with the pocket 3s. 920k in the middle, 1.3 million effective. About a 1.5 SPR here. It's a pre-flop flip. Which way does the flop go? Queen, right on the flop. I'm sure Sua is internally breathing a sigh of relief. That 3-bet clearly working out. The board is super wet. Would not be surprised if I saw Sua attempt to end the hand here, deny as much equity as he can to his opponent. At the same time, wow, his hands are shaking. I was just going to say at the same time. A great way to keep your opponents guessing is to be extremely balanced in spots like this. I really like this bet. Willing to deal with the variance of perhaps giving his opponent a cheap turn in favor rather of extracting maximum value. And look at this. Is he about to get that value? Kitazato, my man, think long, think correct maybe? Almost snap calls. 3, says somebody in chat, rooting for Kitazato-san.
I think it's a race. 600k.
Wow. You are correct. He has raised. It's almost like a click back. 355k more. Sua cannot be too comfortable. Dealer announces 10 seconds. He needs to throw in a time bank first of all. Exactly what he does.
Ooh, and he checks his card as well, mid-hand. Wow.
This is an intense spot. Firstly, the spot itself. Secondly, the ICM pressure. Another time bank goes into the mix. Kitasato clearly has shown himself to be the most unpredictable opponent on this table. Terry Nguyen did find that extra couple of blinds when he had queens on the big blind, but still only has a 10 big blind stack. Wow! What did I just watch? Talk about ICM pressure and the eclectic play, if I could use a very, very big understatement, of Kitasato. Absolutely muscles his way into winning that pot and having 50 big blinds in his stack.
I am speechless. Pretty crazy.
That is one for the highlight reel. Well, in his profile, I ended by saying his book chronicled him winning at life. Maybe I'm getting an insight as to how he did it.
I'm reading his Amazon synopsis of the book. It says, throw common sense out the window and get ready to make your dreams come true.
Perfect. Perfect. Anybody watching in chat?
This is a story about how one young man won it all, and all he needed was a little help from a king. Well, he didn't hit the king, so I think that's a lie.
Funnily enough,
maybe if he goes heads up and he wins by hitting a king, that would be absolutely insane. That would be flopping mad.
We started this day with
I'm
him.
looking forward to that now.
I was about to say we started this day with him sitting with Gact directly to his left. And our chat actually informed us, first, about his background. Second, I believe he was writing Gackt's book. But it's only now that we're realizing the life he has lived. I'm still not over that hand, that ace-queen fold. Dhaval watching in chat. What do you think, bro? That was crazy. Ace-queen now in the hands of Nguyen. Has 14 bigs.
So this win is not going to give up anything.
Sua finds the jacks, gets it all in. Once again, ICM pressure could be a factor. There is a shorter stack in the mix, but ace-queen is very, very strong. Surely he didn't raise with the intention of folding to aggression. Could understand that Sua would be tilting a bit. Quick call, it seems, as per the graphics. Yep, the cards are face up. We have a flip.
Against ace queen for Mr. True Quad.
Another classic flip.
Let's see the flop. Black with king, 9 and 7. Jack is still ahead. Let's see the river card. Let's see the third card. Third card is a 7 of clubs. And ace is needed. Ace and queen is needed for Mr. Tran Kung to win this match. Let's see the river card.
Looking for an ace or a queen?
River card is a queen.
And hasn't come.
Let's do the official call for.
So a full double up. Pocket jacks takes a nice little pot of 2.4 million, and it looks like win is down to 70k, which is less than the big blind. Yeah, it's saying, oh, give me a bit more of that.
Seems to be taking it as well as he can. Taps the table. Not much you can do. Gotta win flips to win tournaments most of the time. And now,
yes.
Well, talk about ICM pressure. Less than one big last time around at the main event final table. We saw queens fold under the gun when there was a one big blind stack. Wonder what madness lies ahead of us. There's Greg, by the way. At least is behind, watching the action.
Can't believe you recognize Greg by recognizing his nice jean pocket.
Unmistakable.
Uniquely Greg.
By the way,
so
I don't know
we have a very clear, very, very short stack here. And the big blind is fast approaching him. So let me just quickly explain to the viewers. When it's his turn to pose the big blind, his one big blind would go automatically all in as the ante, which means whatever happens in the hand, he will only take that one big blind back. He would not be eligible to win anything from the small blind or any of the pot. He will only be posting the ante, which means he needs to push his money in before his turn as the big blind. Simon Lee says, "Are you Stefan?" Well, I am Stephen. Yes. Hello, Simon. Do I know you? I'm sure I do. Good evening. Are you watching from Hong Kong? So, I don't know you, okay? So, how come you know me? You're my fan. Okay, well, there you go. Well, I'm glad that you are my fan. And it looks like players at the table are looking for fans, because one of them is waving at something to keep himself cool. It is hot. I mean, when you're at the TV table, all the spotlights, etc., you know, makes it a little bit hotter for players to sit at. Okay, here we are. 161 entries. We have played down to the final 8. Possibly final 7 in no time, because we have someone with less than one big blind. The average stack is just over 2 million. We are playing for a top prize of 110,000 USD, which is quite a lot, I might say.
And by the way, Stephen, if and when we do lose that one big blind stack, which of course, barring an epic spin up, an epic comeback does seem imminent, we would have jumped into a minimum payout of 19,000 USD. That's 445 million for an 80 million VND buy-in. Not a bad day at the office by any means, but of course, jumping that additional 6 spots to first place is what it's all about, going from 19,000 to 110,000 USD. I have been informed, by the way, that we have a slight technical glitch in the RFID, which means that we can go to the break shortly. Stick with us for a moment as we just figure out what we're going to do here. But as we were just pointing out, there's Those are the prize pools. We did lose Terry Wen. 8th place, good for 13,810. As I was saying, very fast approaching that 19,000 level, and the pay jumps get bigger and bigger. By the way, 4 billionaires, I'd say 3 billionaires officially, 967 million rather, being given to the 4th place finisher, the 3 Comma Club. Gotta love it. Vietnam is all about crowning billionaires here at the APT. And with that, we have hit that break. We have also solved the RFID issue, but we're gonna take a break, come back in exactly, let me just take a look, 15-minute break. We will see you shortly. Stick with us as we close out the summer series here in Vietnam and the High Roller. My name is Vidar Singhal, joined by Stephen Lai, and we will be right back.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
I'll beat you!
Very easy. Yeah. あー、楽しい。乾杯。
So are you going to Incheon?
Yes. インチョンも行きます。
I think a lot of Japanese like to go to Incheon, to Korea, right?
Yes. やっぱり APT がアジア最大のトーナメント、一番大きいトーナメントで、こう日本でたくさんポーカーをやってる人はやっぱり次のステップとしてこう海外でトロフィータイトルが欲しいっていう人はすごく多い。 でその中で韓国はなんか私たち日本人にとってすごく身近な国、楽しい、食べ物も美味しいし、近い、飛行機もちょっとでいいから、初めての海外旅行、海外トーナメントにインチョン選ぶ人はすごく多いから、それが理由だと思います。私も初めての海外トーナメントは APT インチョン。
Well, I had a lot of fun today.
Yes.
And I hope to see you in Incheon.
Yes.
Incheon.
Incheon. Tadabi!
Hello and welcome to the record-breaking main event here at APT Da Nang, officially the largest poker tournament in Da Nang with 675 entries. We're now down to our final table. Let's meet our finalists. Anything you want to say to your opponents at the final table?
There are people who cheer for me, so I will do my best to meet their expectations.
여기까지 왔으니까 뭐 최선을 다해 봅시다.
Anh có điều gì muốn nói với đối thủ của mình trên bàn final không ạ?
Cần một cái trọng tôi.
Anh muốn nói rằng là người Việt Nam tuy vóc dáng nhỏ bé nhưng mà về tinh thần thì không bao giờ bị có thể là dễ dàng đánh phục được.
Come on, fighting! Let's all have fun.
Okay, go on.
I think everybody played very well because the goal to the final table was not easy.
Nobody is my rival.
Nobody.
Don't miss this epic final table of this record-breaking event, live streaming today on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch, only on the Asian Poker Tour. Welcome to the final table of the Superstar Challenge. Here's what went down. Ge Yingrui all in for his tournament life with Queen 10 of clubs. And that's going to be a good game there for Ge Yingrui of China out in 9th place. As flop comes, and Chun Yu-hung of China out in 8th place. And that's going to be a good game for Quan Nguyen Trung of Vietnam placing 7th. Martin Garrett of the Netherlands out in 6th place. That's going to be a good game for Alan Pham from Australia out in 5th place. Chiu Qian of China out in 4th place. And Remy Florent out in 3rd. Which means we're now down to heads up. Joshua Curtis McCulley of Australia versus Bank from Thailand. Even stacks here, but both players all in. Bank with the ace-3 offsuit versus Josh McCulley's ace-jack offsuit. Flop comes 7-8, 9 ace-jack holding. Turn queen of hearts. River 5 of clubs. Josh McCulley wins his hand. And that is going to be a good game from Bank of Thailand. And Josh McCulley of Australia is our winner for the Superstar Challenge.
It was an interesting final table. Came in mostly short, and I was pretty fortunate to squeeze in, and yeah, good experience.
Because he is superstar, so he deserves it.
Thank you so much for watching. If you want to learn more about the APT, please go to apt.poker.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
We have 61 mystery bounty hunter envelopes, and one of them has 300 million Vietnam dong.
APT 越南岘港站究竟谁可以拿下最高的神秘赏金呢
Let's go bounty hunting! Down to our final table of the mystery bounty hunter. An-Win all in for her tournament life here against Deng Zhiwen of China. Needs to find a 4 or a 5 or an ace to chop, and that's not going to be it. And that's going to be a good game for An-Win. And Deng Zhiwen is our champion of the mystery bounty event.
恭喜冠军邓志文，来自中国，可以跟大家分享一下你现在的心情吗？
我是第一次参加国外的比赛，第2天越南站这个 APT 给我的体验非常好。我在国外的话拿过3个边赛冠军，这个是我国外的第1个复赛冠军啊！希望我未来的主赛能取得好成绩。
让我们再一次恭喜 APT 岘港站神秘赏金联赛冠军来自中国邓志文，恭喜！
Make sure you like and subscribe, and for more information about the APT, please go to apt.poker. Bye bye! I'm playing a poker tournament here at the Asian Poker Tour, and I'm buying in for $6 million. Did I say dollars? I meant Vietnamese dong. I'm playing one of the nightly turbos, just one of 61 different events happening here at the Summer Series in Da Nang, Vietnam by the Asian Poker Tour. So let's get right into the action and let's buy in. 1 turbo, please.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to the Asian Poker Tour, coming to you live from APT Da Nang, closing out the summer series here in Vietnam. We are at the business end, not only of the high roller, the tournament we are watching right now, but the summer series itself. My name is Vidar Singhal, bringing to you this coverage live along with Stephen Lai. Stephen, 8 players remaining, but there might as well be 7 unless we see an epic comeback. How you doing, my friend? Ready to close this out with me? Oh, I think we might be missing Stephen for the moment, but doesn't really matter. I suppose he'll be joining very, very shortly. Just to remind you, you see on the graphic in front of you, 8 players remaining. And the reason I said we might be 7 is because one of them just got crippled, losing a flip down to under 1 big blind. All to play for first place prize, 110,000 US dollars. That's out of a prize pool of 474,000 US dollars. It has been a smashing success, the high roller, as it often is, since it is the last event of the series. We are, of course, wrapping up here, but this month itself, we will be seeing all of you at the APT event in Incheon, South Korea. It's going to be a big one. The main event alone guaranteed for $1 million. The payouts, everybody guaranteed 14,000 USD. Everybody eyeing that pretty big pay jump to 19,000 with the tiny, tiny stack in the mix, playing all the way to 110,000. Yesterday we crowned the main event champion. That was good for $165,000 to the champion. Shishang Ku walked away with it all, but the heads up itself was actually worth $60,000 plus. There was no deal made and they battled it out. Today the heads up worth $45,000. That's the difference between first place and second place. And I do wonder what we see, whether there's a deal or not. The APT is very open about deal making, very supportive of whatever the players want to do, of course. Third place price, no joke either, 50,000 USD. This is of course the high roller, 80 million VND, which is basically a 3,400 USD buy-in. We have wrapped up almost all the 57 events rather this series. The final 2 events, the Hyper Turbos, going on outside. You might hear a cheer here and there on the stream, and there it is. The final trophy, the APT Lion, bronze one, high roller champion it says. What a glorious beast, both the lion and the trophy. That's one you want on your mantle. Of course, everybody now trying to be the first one to win 2 of those lions, whether it's main event, high roller, or the third one we give out in silver, which is actually for the super high roller event we have. It's about a $5,000 buy-in. Vietnam representing really, really well at this final table. The 9th place finisher, unfortunately, a Vietnamese local, Tay Nguyen. 4 players from Vietnam still in the mix. Fortunately, one of them down to under big. See the players stacking up, and I believe coloring up as well. Each of those white blocks you can see slightly out of focus are worth 100K. As a result, we're coloring up some of the greens worth 25K. One player from Australia still in the mix, seat 8, Matthew Bevan, also short stacked at the moment. Perhaps the story of the final table has been one of the most entertaining, well, I was going to say players, but just humans, really, at this table. The player from Japan, Yohei Kitazato, on your screen at the moment in the glasses. We saw an incredible hand where he got ace-queen to fold with a almost click raise with the pocket threes. He has been absolutely fearless in terms of going for it. Is a writer by profession, apparently. Quit his corporate career to open his bar and publish his first book. We were joined by the Japanese superstar, Gact, until we lost him. He was the final table bubble boy. And apparently Kitazato is writing his book as well. Another force on this table is the player from Malaysia, Shung Swa. Started off second in chips. And there we have it. The one big blind stack actually finds ace-9. It's going to be pretty happy to see that. Goes all in.
Respectable.
Very respectable indeed. Should get called in multiple spots. As I said, everybody benefits from a pay ladder. But you have to be careful. The player who is first in chips on this table, my word, never mind. Aces in the mix. On 37 bigs, looks down at 2 aces. What a dream scenario. Can't pretend to be bullying the stacks behind him. When we'll see this isolation and perhaps feel excited that his ace-9 is very likely to be heads up until he will get the bad news. Ace-9 versus aces is about the worst situation you can find yourself pre-flop in No Limit Hold'em. And there we have it. Right back from this break. Win at risk with 6% equity. Honestly, you don't see that too often. Not pre-flop in this game.
I said earlier today, when you have an ace, you usually have 30%. Not at this time.
How's 6% sound?
Literally of 30%?
That's like a 1.5 outer, except with 5 cards to come. Off to see the board. Win needs a miracle, or else he will finish 8th place. Nice little wave to the camera. Love it.
How about 3 hearts on the flop?
Let's make it exciting. Give him a chance.
That's a 9.
Mr. Stroke quality is a 9 to win this game. Let's see.
That's the chance. Equity actually increased. Using the backpack equity, I like it. Can hit those 2 outs. Put on your backpack, you're more likely to hit. Close! Close, but no cigar. How exciting it would have been if the 8 of spades was the 9 of spades instead. A round of applause as we lose another Vietnamese player. 8th place good for 14,000. Now everybody guaranteed 19, and a new short stack, or new shortest stack I should say, emerges in the form of the Australian Matthew Bevan, rocking 9 big blinds, has been pretty patient, fairly card dead as well, I might add. Not hesitant to get it in there, has a bit of a rail also in chat. Those spade jumps becoming more and more meaningful as they do at a stage like this. The players remaining are actually 7. The graphic to the top left should be updating very shortly. I see the dad jokes in chat have started again. I believe you and Greg encouraged these. Not sure I'm the biggest encourager of dad jokes on poker streams, unless, of course, they're poker related.
Oh, did you hear the one that was poker related earlier?
I did. Not too bad. Not too bad. Something about a full house, I believe.
Correct. And then I added by saying they were no longer a pair.
Ah, very nice. Sua has been fearless on this table with the exception of an extremely tricky hand. Ace-Queen versus Kitazato's threes. He's back to being fearless, opening the suited 8 under the gun +1. Has enough of a stack to apply pressure, but An wakes up once again with a monster. Aces a moment ago. Jacks now. How much does he respect this open under the gun +1?
It doesn't matter if you respected if you were to respect the raise or not. Pocket jacks is still more than respectable in his own right.
$390, I believe he makes it to go.
Fair, very fair.
Raise sizes do not need to be too big anymore, considering some of the ICM implications. We did see this story play out a bit differently when Sua had the ace-queen. This time around, he was the early position opener. Certainly in the weaker part of his range, opening from that position. The 3-bet is small. Could get tempted. Would be out of position for the rest of the hand, which makes it difficult to commit more chips with this particular holding. Lets it go. The rich get richer on scooping up those chips.
Got to pay attention to the stack sizes as well, because Terry from +1 only had 28 big blinds behind him. You know what? If he picked up a flush draw on the flop, he's a little bit committed by then.
On has
Don't gamble your life away. Matt is now the shortest stack, waiting for his chance.
I do want to point out some of the incredible results and incredible success An has had in his live poker career. 37th on the all-time money list of Vietnam. Almost $250,000 USD in winnings. We're certainly getting him over that mark today. Has yet to ship an APT title. And isn't that what it's all about? Pocket pair from the hijack. Certainly going to be opening here. Did come second place in a single day high roller a year ago in Da Nang. Da Nang clearly lucky. However, kings.
Pushes it in. 17 declines. Yep, and that too, yes. When you go all in, your card protector needs to go in too, if it's a poker chip.
There are card games that are played in India, by the way, where the amount of money you can bet is not limited to any particular stack of chips in front of you. So for instance, if you're playing, let's say, the equivalent of poker, you can take more money out of your pocket and add. There's no such thing as an all-in. And in those scenarios, the classic thing to do is take out your car keys from your pocket and throw it into the pot. Mother says teen patti, exactly. In fact, my dad tells stories from back in the 70s and 80s where this was a frequent occurrence. And you know, Stephen, by the way, the biggest holiday season in India, sort of the equivalent of Christmas in the Western world, about 2-3 weeks of festivities during the winter in India, Diwali season. Playing cards is almost a must. It's a tradition to play cards. To play teen patti in particular, the game Mother is referring to in chat. Everybody just gambles during that time. Otherwise a bit taboo, but during that time, it's almost like tradition.
Well, in the old days, the card game of choice, the poker game of choice in Hong Kong was a variation of 5-card stud, and it was a no-limit game, and it's also not table stake. So people did used to put down their car keys.
There we
playing
go.
5-card stud.
If you say no limit, then mean no limit, damn it.
And oftentimes, apparently, when you go to a pawn shop, you see those gold Rolexes and, you know, those expensive watches.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
They would have come from a night of gambling. I mean, you only have 2 arms. How many watches can you wear? And if you have 120 Rolexes, you got to sell some of them.
Look at this, by the way. Sua woke up with a very strong holding in the big blind. Decides to give An a fair amount of credit, even though An has clearly been super active. And An and Kitazato flop the best of it despite sharing both their cards. Sua, I suppose, will now be able to lose 0 chips from this point forward, considering the ace on board as well. But interesting
But
to
you
think.
forget, Kitazato is in the hand.
That's true. Anything can happen.
You know.
I'm pretty excited actually. As position as well. Chip stack, of course, a bit smaller. Ready to snap as he always is. Snap he does. Quick call.
Reminds me of the Thai players we watched for a while on day 2. Chiffon. The guy with the lucky face and beautiful ears.
Of course.
9 of hearts is definitely a chop now. There's no improvement here. But it doesn't mean the pot would be chopped. So we have the think long, think hard player in An, and think fast, act fast player in Kitazato. So it balances out. Jack of clubs on the river.
Neither player can be too comfortable with this run out. I suspect a check. And both players will be happy to increase their stack marginally. Chop it up.
No fireworks.
Yeah, but the showdown is interesting. Of course, King 10 off, very loose open. Under the gun +1. Now the table gets to see it. In particular, Suap played his pocket 8s timidly pre-flop. Did not squeeze from the big blind despite one of the chip leaders on the table opening and the losers player behind him calling. Perhaps a lesson to be learned there.
He would definitely pay notice after the showdown. He's definitely the most experienced player at the table, having won several high roller events previously on the APT circuit.
You mean Swa, of course.
Yes, yes, yes.
Sheng Swa from Malaysia.
Terry, as he is known.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that coconut does look nice.
By the way, your reminder of Swa having won several high rollers made me look up his career stats. How incredible that in June he picked up first place prize at a single day high roller, the super high roller, sorry, which is of course a bigger bind than this event. $80,000 that was good for. The prize pools at the APT can get pretty astounding. Back to the action. Bevan has found the hand he gets it in with. Was down to just 7 bigs. He's going to be super happy to add 2.5 to that stack.
Well, it's a lot, right? From 7 big blinds to 9 big blinds. Big percentage increase.
Massive. So 9 bigs, the shortest stack still. Bevan. Hugh with 18 following. And a pretty consistent distribution between 6th place, Hugh with 18 bigs, and 1st place, tied at the top, effectively, Long, with 46, and with 45. 35, 24, and 22 are the remaining stacks and big blinds. Anybody's game, perhaps, considering how the action has been going. Bevan, though, certainly short stack, chipped up to only 9 big blinds for now. But having Bevan around is of a lot of value to the 2 players right on top of the leaderboard. Can apply that all too familiar ICM pressure on the middle stacks. Considering the pay jumps we're talking about here, it should be a tool that they should be utilizing for sure.
Quick votes. Long, the chip leader, with King Queen off from the small blind. Opens and takes it down. Showing King Queen off. Still yet to hit the 4 million mark yet. As good as though. 48 big blinds up top there. He's either been caught dead for too long or he's had enough of poker for the week.
How dare you? How dare you utter words such as those? We will all be facing massive withdrawal from this event one way or the other. Yes, of course, some players actually grind out such an intense APT schedule with 57 events on offer. It is certainly possible to have enough poker for the week, but I'll tell you what, nobody who runs this deep in an event as prestigious as the High Roller is in the running for that amazing Lion Trophy can feel anything but withdrawal tomorrow. That's my bet anyway.
So does the extra ticket request extend to the High Roller too? Or is it just the main event?
The extra ticket?
Extra plane ticket to take the trophy home.
Ah, the extra seat. Absolutely. Thank you for bringing that up, actually. For those of you who have not watched the stream with me and Steven commentating before, I insist anybody who wins one of these prestigious signature events, which, by the way, Long is certainly trying to do with his top and bottom pair. Let me tell you my condition in a moment, because we might see action here from the snap caller. Jack deuce of with the deuce of hearts, middle pair, smallest flush draw possible, but it is worth a lot. And binks the jack on the turn. Long is going to...
Fireworks, fireworks.
Long has 5% equity, continues firing. This is sort of the kind of bet designed to make this a two-street hand in position. Likely wants to now get to the river, sets his own price on the turn if a blank comes. And that's not a blank. Kitasato still gets a check mark, but might not know it. Last time around, he donked and represented a flush. Yeah, it goes check, check. Thinking back to when Kitasato, to the same opponent, Long, bet half pot instantaneously, donking into him, representing a mate flush. Long at the time had the King of Hearts. Maybe if the Deuce of Hearts was something bigger, we could have seen a nice little balancing act there, doing the same thing when he had the goods. Wouldn't have mattered. Takes it down.
Still, we have a new chip leader. Right side of the screen is Kitasato from Japan. Just took down a very beautiful pot against the small blind. Jack Deuce off from the big blind defending. Very speculative. Flop middle pair with a baby flush draw. Hit his trips. And now he's sitting pretty up at the top with about 48 big blinds.
Mother in chat says he should have bet for value. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm implying, considering he's capable of going check call, donk river, as we saw in that hand where he tried to represent the flush. Usually, I'm a big proponent of playing in flow. That's usually how people are able to stay balanced. In this case, donking for value on the river is actually how he would have balanced his previous misstep. Not to be, and like I said, would not have mattered, would likely not have gotten called with 4 hearts on the board. Probably happy to take it down, in fact, with his smallest flush. New chip leader has a playable hand from the small blind, and play it he does.
Once again, Long opens from late position. This time with ace-8 off, which is a bit better than king-jack off. Still, we see the flop as a 6-4 situation. Flop comes 10-8, 3-2 hearts. Kitasato flops a gut shot. Middle pair for Mr. Long. This time he's also going to get a quick call. It's almost like a default to float for Kitasato. Turn to 5. No help really for either player. Check, very quick check as well. Once again, another big bet. 250.
Actually pretty balanced there once again. Wow. Float, or is that a chase? I'm not even sure.
Right. Ace on the river. Now he's going to bluff it.
There's that donk. The donk bet of 600k. Easiest call ever.
Easy call. Yes.
Jinx, Steven.
So Long takes it all back with the interest. And the chip leadership goes back to Long. Perhaps rightfully.
You got rivers. I have set 3.
4.7 million. Seat 2. Mr. Long from Vietnam. Closely followed by Anne.
Long, by the way.
Terry Go on.
Loves analyzing and slightly berating his opponent every time he wins. Not so much when he loses. I do know players like that. Understandable human psychology. Losing hurts. Don't tend to be as talkative. Winning feels fantastic. That's when you love to discuss all the events that just transpired.
By the way, it is a very common Asian thing to show the V sign to the camera. But it's it's a little bit jarring for me because in the UK, when you flip the reverse V, is actually rude.
Oh, is it?
So you show the back of your hand and sticking up 2 fingers. That's the equivalent to the middle finger in American culture.
Ah. I just, you know, like Richard Nixon, I just think peace.
Well, yeah, that's showing the palm of your V, right? Like it's kind of
right.
pointing a palm outwards. But it's the reverse V. That's
very
considered
popular,
very rude.
Very popular pose for photographs for a while, right?
Yeah. And I still find it very jarring. Like I'd see it and I'm kind of like, why are you being rude?
Well, that's the beauty of the world we live in, Stephen. Multiculturalism and all that. Certainly something we promote here at the APT. Actually,
you were going to say the freedom to be rude.
And that. Although these days you never know, but without getting too into the weeds there. What I was going to say is I wonder, I'm obviously not the most travel person in Asia, barring India, which of course is technically in the continent, but thinking more Southeast and East Asia. Surely there must be something in the poker world in different countries that catches each other by surprise, right? Are you telling me everybody checks the same way? Everybody raises the same way? That's surprising.
Well, you know when in the tournament that I run in Hong Kong, the triangle gesture is not considered all in.
Ah, there we go. That's a great one. Very, very common. Globally, very common, the triangle for the all-in.
It was actually popularized in Macau originally.
I think back to Gus Hansen, back when TV poker was booming. He had the most absurd ways of checking. I think
Did
his
tap the
most
shoulder?
Tapping the shoulder doesn't even begin to cut it.
Oh.
Let's take a moment to acknowledge that Zheng has won this spot. Top pair on the turn. Made the easy call. Hugh gives up, by the way. Something to note. The ace.
Top pair on the
certainly
flop,
slowed
I
down.
think.
Top pair on the flop, and yeah, he made the call on the turn with top pair. Hugh has 14 bigs. That's second in chips. I was about to point out one of the many checks that I remember from Gus Hansen. He would just take his finger and spin it around. And everybody called it the helicopter check.
Yeah, I can see it straight away.
The man had style, I'll give him that. Kai from the live reporting team in chat says, I saw someone checking today by tapping their head. For some reason, that visual makes me crack up. Imagine just making that your thing. Nobody can stop you, technically speaking. As long as the dealer understands that you're checking, pretty much anything is allowed. Poker is so fascinating too. I mean, live poker in particular. So much money moves around by just making certain actions or saying certain words, and they're considered, for lack of better words, legally binding. Pretty amazing.
Mr. Matthew Bevan from Australia, nursing a short stack of 5 big blinds with a 7-5 off. He certainly isn't the kind of guy who will blind himself out.
7-5 though. Brutal.
I was going to give you some action.
I was going to give you some action.
Huh? No good? Oh.
No good, of course no good. Well, he survived his big blind. And now another half a big blind will be put into play, and then he has 6 more hands until he needs to do anything.
Everybody does seem zoned in after, I believe we've had about 3 hours of play here at this final table. And getting absolutely smacked by the deck. Aces, jacks, now kings. Oh my. Steven, I'm worried this could be it for what has been clearly the most, for who has been rather, the most entertaining player on this table. Absolute cooler setup here. In comes the 3-bet. Music to An's ears. Kitasato has been the loosest player on this table by far. Not necessarily 3-betting light, but kings. You're not afraid of pretty much anything, with the obvious exception. Has Kitasato covered. Sua finds the easy fold with the 6s there. I think there is an easy move to make here. Doesn't really matter what An does. Barring a call to try and trap his opponent. All the money should find its way into the middle. All in, he says. Surely a snap call incoming. He snapped every other decision. He has the 3rd best hand pre-flop.
Off
there we go. The 2 short stacks at the table must be super excited right now, staring at that $5,000 pay jump.
Well, I'm looking at you, Mr. Bevan.
Love, 5, 8, 3. Set for 1, now the 2.
It's over.
33.
A fantastic performance. I would say by far the most entertaining player on this table runs into a cooler.
This is a story about one young man who won it all. And all he needed was a little help from a king.
All right.
Oh, there you go. A king
almost,
is there.
Almost live up to his book. Of course, he was a published author, Kitasato. GG, sir. Great performance. Nothing you can do. Queens versus kings. The nature of the beast sometimes, as I like to say. Poker can be cruel. As it happens, we are down to the final 6. They certainly don't think poker is too cruel, considering they're all guaranteed $25,400 US. Pretty good return on their buy-in of $3,400 already, but all of them eyeing the $110,000 prize up top. As I said, Stephen, the short stacks must have been absolutely elated to see those hands get shown. Now, Bevan still has a measly stack and one fewer player on the table, which means one fewer hand before the big blind and ante combo comes towards him. We should be all in very shortly, one way or the other here. Nine-7 off on the button. I suspect this is going to be good enough. Wow. Very surprised at that fold. Yes, he did not have much fold equity, but he was staring at 250k in the middle. Most likely getting called by at least the big blind player long there. Decides he can find perhaps a better hand within the next orbit. What do you think, Stephen? Is that the hand to go with there? I am thinking of the fact that with only two players behind, you can at least get it in. Very likely with someone heads up, as opposed to when you shove from an earlier position, more people have more opportunities to wake up with better hands.
Well, that is true, but also if you look at his stack size at 470k, he is way away from the pack. I think that's the key here. You know, if he doesn't double up, even after he's doubled up from one of the biggest stacks, he will still be the shortest stack. So he is desperate for a double up. Maybe he's thinking that right now. Decided against it.
With the tiny stack of Bevan in the mix, all the other players should be extremely cautious as the pay jumps get bigger and bigger, even in terms of buy-ins, as you like to think about them, Stephen. We're talking about a 2.5 buy-in pay jump from 6th to 5th. Easily can be locked up once Bevan is all in. Unlikely to be the odds-on favorite, considering he's going to be forced to get it in there pretty light. If you have the stack of, let's say, Sua or Zhang, 17 bigs, 21 bigs, you're certainly the favorite to get that pay ladder very shortly. That's what ICM pressure is all about, and you have to cater to it.
And soon he will get to a point where he is going to be 3x fewer than the shortest stack. That means even if the shortest stack doubled him up, he will still be evens in chips. And he doesn't want to see that.
Surely. Might want to save a chip in this case. Exactly what he does. He's effectively early position. Hijack, six-handed. Saves a chip in case enough players wake up with hands behind him. Should have the opportunity to fold. And ISO from long. Let's see what he has. Pocket 5 is a great scenario for Bevan. He's going to be flipping here. Very interesting ISO there. Not exactly the hand you want to do it with.
Josh, roll in. Sending the field to you, bro. Pocket pair.
Bevan's got to be loving this situation. It's a flip. Look at that pot. 12 bigs in the middle. Bevan could really be in the running here. Ace, deuce, 3. No help to the queen 9. A 4, a 5, which just absolutely end it. 9 on the turn.
9.
And a smile. Seemed almost involuntary. 4 or 5 would crush the dreams. 9 reigns
There you
supreme. What a situation. Gets isolated by the pocket 5s. Bit of a misstep in my book. Of course, you want to get as many chips as you can, but you're obviously flipping against most holdings. Bevan is rewarded for his patience. Comfortably above the 10 big blind mark now. And how much is the player second in chips? Hating that, by the way. Zhang. Oh, my apologies, Hugh rather. Now at 9 big blinds. Almost got that pay jump until that 9 hit on the turn. Now we'll need to repeat what Bevan just pulled off.
That becomes a little bit more interesting. I'd like to see some Aussie, oi, oi, oi. Someone on Twitch is saying, Bevan, so sexy, so deadly. Well, there you go.
Bevan finally has a stack where he doesn't feel the need to constantly evaluate whether he needs to get it in. An finds the ace-10 off on the button. Grabs the white biscuits. I actually do like that phraseology. Better than plaques, as they're technically called. King 4
Square
off.
chip. I call it a square chip.
A square chip is about the most pedestrian, boring way of referring to what I think are the coolest chips in the world. Always remind me of Monaco, Monte Carlo, Casino Royale, the movie, and the like.
This doesn't look good for Zhang. Flopping a king. Eight on the turn. Check again to protect his middle pair. There's no redraw there. He's drawing to 2 kings and 3 fours.
Wow. Not a believer. 2 million chips in the middle. 1.2 million left in Zhang's stack. Does not hit those 5 outs he needed on the river.
I think I want Greg. Not that I don't want you around, but I want Greg here because he can do a mean Australian accent for us.
I see, I see. Well, Bevan is still in the mix. Could be appropriate.
Unless you prove your worth by saying Aussie, Aussie, oi, oi, oi.
Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi. I don't mind saying. And good day might be the worst, best thing I can do. But Greg, who used to be at one point a children's presenter in an Aussie accent, will certainly do it justice. As requested, we will have him in the booth shortly. Very interesting spot, by the way. An surely knows he can go for value here. He's deciding how much of Zhang's stack he wants to ask for. By not putting Zhang all in, he's actually giving him more incentive to call, considering he's not putting his tournament life at risk. Does Zhang catch on to exactly that?
That's a very good river bet. I like it very much.
Yeah, it's almost like he can see his opponent's cards. Bets the perfect sizing, giving an incredible 5-to-1 pot odds to middle pair. The Jack, by the way, not really... I mean, it's not a nothing card. Certainly, hands such as Queen 10, particularly with clubs or diamonds, could have been in the mix and would bet maybe this sort of milky sizing, as we sometimes call it, trying to milk your opponent. Get some chips out of them in a situation by betting very small. However, the clubs have missed. The diamonds have missed. Zhang would do well to double check his hand and see he has the king of clubs. Actually does make a difference on this board. Also, Zhang has a 4 in his hand. Makes, again, a very, very small difference. Does block wheel-related straight draws. That would be compelled to go for a river bluff here. Tosses it in, goes with the math of the pot odds, cannot help himself, and a beautiful value bet. Talk about getting max value from a top pair versus middle pair situation. At this stage of the tournament, Zhang has crippled his own stack with that call. He's down to 6 bigs.
Phew. How the fortunes have changed. Bevan has actually moved up to 4th in chips. Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi.
And as requested, Stephen, Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi will now be performed far more convincingly by Mr. Gregory Lau, aka Greg Goes All In. As we close out this epic event and epic series, I will take a short break. See you shortly. Greg in the booth in a couple of minutes.
See you later, sir. And we're looking at the new chip leader, Ang, from Vietnam. One of the more experienced players at the table. Speaking of experience, Terry under the gun is also a very seasoned pro. Long king queen off, putting in the race to 250, 2.5 big blinds. Quite a big race at this stage of the tournament. 10 deuce off, gets a fold. Zhang, A7 off from the small blind. He is, he reached for his chips. Oh, I thought he was going for with his gut feelings there. Counted up, throwing in the time banks. All very standard. Now he's shuffling his time banks instead of his chips.
Oi to the bay, what's going on?
Oh, good day, mate.
Hey, good day. What's going on over here? All right.
Oh, I just put some shrimps on the barbie.
Shrimps on the barbie. So we got high jack open. It's gonna fold all the way to Mr. Bevan in the big blind. Only got 9 bigs left behind. Are there Australians in this chat?
There must be.
I don't see them, so
There
I'm going to
must
keep
be.
going. All right. Bevan, the big blind with 9 bigs. Got king 6 offsuit. Gonna make the fold. Oh. Gonna make the fold. Survives to see another orbit. All right. Not bad, right? Not bad.
It's not bad at all. Well done.
Thank you very much. Hey folks, Greg goes all in the booth, hanging out with Stephen Lai here. We got 5 players left here of our, pardon me, 5, yes Stephen? 6, pardon me. We've got 6 players left here of our high roller event, our last big event of the series here at APT Da Nang. And one of these players walking away with 110,000 in prize, 110,000 USD. And of course, the coveted APT trophy. Stephen, what have I missed out? What's going on here?
Well, we saw Matthew Bevan surviving an all-in, which doubled him up, and actually he's climbing up to be the 4th in chips right now. And also, the man for the moment, Mr. Ang, played beautifully on the river with his top pair and got maximum value out of a middle pair. So he's a worthy chip leader right now.
Amazing. Happy to see beautiful poker. We just talked about this concept. Beautiful doesn't have to be just so technical or mathematical. Sometimes it can just be beautiful. So we're gonna see the man and himself from Vietnam gonna rise. So slipping back into the
rise.
Gonna raise.
Is he rising?
He's rising and gets the fold and takes it back down. I'm juggling so many accents these days. My default when I'm in Canada is my default Canadian accent, but whenever I'm back here in Southeast Asia or East Asia, and I'm surrounded by Malaysians or Singaporeans, I slowly revert back to my Singaporean accent that I had when I was, because I was born and raised in Singapore. And so it's very nice. It's very nice to kind of go back to my default settings, as you say lah. And then sometimes people request
APT
Australian
has a very strong Malaysian, Singaporean kind of flavor to it.
Absolutely.
Right?
It's great to see our lone Malaysian here representing at the table as well, Mr. Swa, who we will see shortly here, as action keeps going on round and round. The button goes. Where it stops, nobody knows. As Zheng of China picks up ace-king offsuit on the cutoff here with 6 big blinds, has 1 move, makes it, goes all in. It's going to get through the button. It's not going to get through the small. It's not going to get through the big blind, pardon me. So we're going to see Zheng all in for his tournament life with ace-king up against pocket 9s.
Classic flip.
Zheng all in for his tournament life with ace-king. Needs to find an ace or king on this board as flop comes 8-7 deuce. A terrible flop here for Zheng. Drawing to 6 outs, all live. Turn. 9 of clubs.
Oh dear.
Wow.
Yes,
And
GG.
set, and that's going to be a good game there for Zheng, drawing dead on the turn. Placing 6th here at our APT High Roller event.
Good game.
Good game. As we have 5 players left here, check it out. Look at this chips dispersion here. And with all of the chips, everyone else playing a short stack game. 5 players left remaining here. As we take a look at our payouts, 5 players left remaining. We've seen Terry win, bag the 11,000 USD. Tren, 13,000. Yohei, 18,000. Zheng, 25,000. Of course, the 5 remaining players all fighting for that $110,000 up top.
Still a long way to go, Greg. Still a long way to go.
MTT tournaments are a marathon, folks, not a race.
I was talking to Vidu on the first day of the coverage, on day 2 of the main event. I was educated to the phrase multi-table torture.
That That is fitting. That's very fitting. If I didn't know better, I would have believed you.
But it's not true, is it? It's a beautiful game.
A gorgeous game. As we see Bevan here, Jack 8 suited on the cutoff. Started the hand with 9 big blinds. Gonna min open here. 200K, Jack 8 suited. Still has plenty of fold equity as it goes around. And the man, plenty of chips to spare. In the big blind with 5-4 offsuit. But not much behind to play with against Bevan.
Wow, he's going to give up. Ooh.
And we'll let it go.
And it's quite simple, actually, the maths, because once it goes in, when he calls, because Matt Bevan has committed enough stack or enough portion of his stack, he is going to be stop and going a lot of the time. So any flop he will jam, and with 5-4, even if Ann hits, he doesn't know where he's at. So giving up pre will just save that 1 big blind.
Fair assessment.
And taking another 9 big blinds is not going to help him in any way, shape, or form.
And Bevan gets Jack 8 once again. Offsuit variety this time. We'll let this one go. Swa picks up Robbie, Jack 4 offsuit with the Jack of clubs. Button's gonna fold as well. We're gonna see some blind on blind action. And the man, King Queen offsuit in the small blind. Also known as the Beauty and the Beast hand. Tale as old as time, true as it can be. Enjoying some coconuts in the back there, I can see as well. The coconuts here at this resort have been absolutely phenomenal. Very refreshing. Really have been enjoying them as Anne goes all in with King Queen off.
Well, you are still a young man. One day you will experience a problem we call gout, which is a pain in the joints, mostly in your foot. A lot of people say drinking fresh coconut juice is a nice cure for gout.
I've had like 8 coconuts during this entire series. I think I'm good. Swa under the gun. King 10 of hearts, 15 bigs, lets it go. Knows that there are shorter stacks around and that he can easily make some pay jumps by simply just folding, not needing to risk his tournament life.
Final 3 players for hyper. Please take what they receive.
I wonder what he's planning here. 5-3 suited normally is something you get rid of quickly, but he took his time plotting something and then decided against it.
So we are going to see some blind on blind action here.
No, we're not.
And a walk for our Australian. 8-4 offsuit in the big blind, running very hot. Gets a walk with the 12 bigs. Massive at this critical point of the tournament, as Hughes are short tied with 6 big blinds, all the middling stacks. Very incentivized to play tight and allow the short stack to bust.
The next payout is going to be $32,750.
I believe, if I may correct you, they've all locked up the 33,000. 4th place gets 41,000.
Yes, so the next payout for 5th.
I see, I see. You was right.
Yeah,
you was right. Tomato, tomato. Same potato, potato. People say potato, right? Yeah, the chat's got my back. People say potato.
Ace-9 off.
Goes all in. Mark Bevan with my hand. Stay loose, play 7 deuce. They never seem to do. And Swa with the mystery cards. We will never know what Swa folded here on hand 132 of the APT High Roller Final Day event. And you can just see Vietnam dominating this final 5-handed table here. Our top 2 chip leaders from Vietnam representing the home court advantage. 5 Vietnamese players came into this final table of 9, representing very strongly on their homeland.
And for the viewers who remember our stream yesterday, one of the players, Nevin Chang from Taiwan, he has just won the last chance high roller. Congratulations.
Oh, wow. Congratulations. Bevan, Queen 8 suited on the button. We did see him open Jack 8 suited earlier with 7 bigs. Now sitting on 11 bigs in later position. Precedents would expect a raise. And a raise it is by Bevan here. Going to raise to 200,000 on the button. Swa in the small blind. With King 9 offsuit.
That's a rice. That's not a rice. That's a rice.
That's a rise.
How about that? That's a rice.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Ooh.
Not going to take the squeeze spot.
Okay, bro. Let's see a flop.
And
okay, bro.
Long. We'll see a flop defending his big blind. So heads up to a flop. Bevan versus Long. Queen 8 versus Jack Deuce. As flop comes 4, 3, 2. Rainbow. Long flops best with bottom pair. But Bevan still very live with the 2 overcards. Backdoor flush. Check, check.
Checks it back.
Bink. Bevan hits his 8. Makes top pair now.
Lovely.
But Long will lead out here.
That's a pair.
That's a pair, right? Long will lead here on a
I'm
board that
trying my
favors.
best.
And we appreciate it.
100K.
100K and a call. River.
And a call.
9 of spades.
That's a 9.
Long will give up here and check.
Bevan might value. You know, putting in a very small bet like 120K. Oh, nope.
Check, check.
Decides to showdown. And it's good. Hiya.
Big ayah. Big ayah from the big blind as Bevan picks up more chips, chipping up nicely to 16 big blinds, overtaking Swa now. Hugh and Swa, our chip short stacks here with a massive 10K bubble, 10K pay jump, I should say. 8K pay jump on the line.
That's a lot, actually. 8K.
Absolutely.
Just think your standard side event at an APT with say the nightly turbo, you know, top price pays around 8K, right?
Maybe it depends on the day. Somewhere between 3 to 8, yeah. 8 feels a little bit more on the higher side, yeah.
True.
At least here, at least for some of the events here. But definitely have seen them get that high. Sometimes even 4, 5 figures.
I'm still thinking about my time in Taipei, where every night the turbo events were like packed.
You were in Taipei and we didn't meet?
No, we did not. You were busy doing your thing.
Oh.
And I was busy doing my thing. So
I'll always make time for you, Steven. Just message me next
stop
time
it.
lah.
Stop it. I don't think I was part of the commentary team at the time. I was doing my Natural 8 vlogging.
Right. And the
So I was
man
busy.
gets a walk. Sorry.
Talking
Go
to
ahead.
all the other Hong Kong players, you know, eating, you know, going around Taipei, eating different foods and, you know, vlogging everything, just try to build a channel because the Natural 8 Hong Kong channel is a relatively new channel. We're trying to make it, you know, grow a little bit to give it some nice content.
Well, what better way to grow the channel than doing a little plug here? If you see Natural 8 Hong Kong in the live chat here on YouTube, why don't you go ahead and just click on that icon, go to the channel, and smash that subscribe button. This message was sponsored
Thank you,
by
Greg.
Goes All In. You're welcome, Stephen Lai.
Thank you very much, Greg. It goes all in. You have an interesting surname.
Goes All In?
Goes
no,
All In,
Goes
yeah.
All is my middle name.
Ah.
In is my is my last name. Action
Bit
Jackson.
like the Korean player we saw earlier, Im.
Im,
So your
that's
in
right.
is Im.
That's right.
Sorry, back to you.
Back to the action real quick here. We're going to see Long going to open up on the button with the one big stack right to his direct left. And with King 5 suited, going to let it go. And Hugh, our short stack, Jack 3 off on the big blind. We'll also let this one go. And we'll take a good look at that beautiful APT High Roller Champion trophy. That thing packs yeah, it's quite heavy. That thing is solid. Every time I have to move one for a shoot or something like that, I get extremely nervous just because I know it's so expensive, it's so valuable, and it's my job rides on it. So every time I have to transport it, I'm always sweating a little bit. But they're quite heavy. I would say they're about, I don't know, speaking in pounds in terms of just for my Canadian brain. I don't know, it feels like about 30 pounds? So maybe like 15 kg?
So that's about 12, 13 kg, yeah. 2.2.
2.2.
I'm gonna from now on I'm gonna get you up to speed with maths. Like really like quick, mental arithmetics.
Amazing. Sounds good. My parents would
You
be
gotta
very
do
happy. They'd be so glad I met you. Long, King,
Yes,
Queen off. Yes, Dad. Opens King, Queen off on the cutoff here. It has his second in chips here. And it's going to get through all the way. Picks up the blinds. 8K pay jump at stake here, folks. As we take a look at our chip counts, Ann and Long dominating the table right now. And the 3 remaining players all sitting on sub 10 big blinds or less. Simon Lee says Taiwan is a dream.
Taiwan is a dream place. Yes, well, it's perfect to me because I'm not really like a beach and sunny kind of person. I don't mind it, but I'm not that kind of, I'm not like a huge fan of it. I like a bit of an urban, kind of short urban trips. Taipei just has everything as a poker destination.
Nice.
Good food, really nice culture. Lots of bookshops. I know, a bit nerdy, but some really good bookshops. Excellent cafes.
Yeah, I really quite enjoy Taiwan. When I live in Vancouver, and I've kind of decided that's the place I want to retire and die, hopefully in that order. But when I visited Taiwan, I was thinking, if I did move to any Asian country, probably be Taiwan. I found it very similar to Vancouver in terms of like climate, temperature. I enjoyed how modern and urban it was, and easy access to so many different things like food, bookstores, as you say. Very vibrant poker community as well. So, who knows?
And to me, like, it's a little bit indie as well. Taipei is, even though it's the capital, is one of the most indie capitals I've ever been to. It's kind of quirky.
How so?
Well, just people, they do embrace a lot of the alternative cultures. The music is really good. They have very good kind of alternative music scene there too. and they're learning how to speak English, which is fantastic.
Yeah, definitely Taiwan. Lovely place. Would definitely go again. But of course, Stephen, I'm most excited about Incheon. APT Incheon is happening next month, end of August, August 25th to September 3rd. We expect it to be even bigger than Taiwan, and that was our biggest series already. So make sure you can, to learn more about APT Incheon, please go to apt.poker.
I, for one, cannot wait. There's going to be a Natural 8 Hong Kong exclusive event, similar to the one we played here for the Thai Natural 8 users. So that's going to be one for Hong Kong players, which is going to be fantastic. And then plenty of interesting side events, including one that is called TikTok at midnight, where blinds go up faster and faster as the play goes on. So it will go down right down to 5-minute levels right at the end. So basically a hand for each level.
And
Pocket
just
queens for Mr. Bevan.
Wow. Bevan with the queens, opting for the min raise again. Has worked out well for him. And Swa takes the spot. Goes all in with King Jack suited versus the button open. Bevan snap calls here. Signals to his friends, hey man, I'm all in. And
with pocket queens.
It looks like it's Bevan. It looks like it's Swa all in for his tournament life. It's very close.
At risk. Yes.
But Swa at risk and behind with King Jack of clubs. Needs to find a king. A flush, a straight, or trips.
All those things.
And you can just see the immense amount of stress and pressure in this one hand alone. Captured on our floor cam.
And going back to the in-joke we had yesterday, we saw Maeda folding pocket queens, 5-handed. And the comments were saying, oh, that's a low frequency of folding there. So we decided that red queens needed to be folded and black queens are good to go. So here we are.
Here we are. Swa all in for his tournament life with King Jack suited. An 8K.
Well, if there are any viewers from Malaysia, it's time to type K in the comments. It's not too late. It's not too late to type K. Just to send that energy back 30 hours ago via the internet.
Turn. Ace of clubs gives Swaz plenty more outs here.
Flush draw.
Needs a club or a king. As the river brings. The 6 of diamonds, and that will be a good game for my dear friend from Malaysia, Swa, Terry Swa, eliminated in 5th place here of the APT High Roller. Good game to you, sir.
And then there are 4.
And then there were 4. 4 players left here of their APT Da Nang High Roller final day. Everybody now guaranteed 41,000 US dollars. Remember, buy-in was just 3,400. Take a look here as we say goodbye to Swa Sheng-er. Gonna take 32,000. Everyone now guaranteed 40,000. But of course, up top, 110,000 US dollars.
And that trophy.
And the trophy, that sexy trophy right there on the left, encased in bronze. The lion symbolizing bravery, courage, the guts, all of the qualities it takes to make that hero call, to make that big bluff, the discipline to make that huge fold. The red orb symbolizing the, I believe it makes me want to say the sun, but I believe Michael Soiza, co-owner of the APT, said that the orb symbolized the world to symbolize the diversity of the Asian Poker Tour.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, lots of thought went to those trophies. Lots of thought, lots of planning, and well, and it all paid off. They look absolutely stunning.
Small blind is a limp, is a BVB.
BVB.
BVB, yeah. Flop comes Queen 8-6, and with the top pair, and long from the small blind with the middle pair.
Also notable, these are two gigantic stacks here, side by side in the blinds. No real need to clash with each other right now, as there are a lot of short stacks here. But being blind versus blind, as a result, here they are.
Nothing is stopping them.
Wow.
Turns a 9.
Long out turns Anne here with two pair, 9s and 8s. And now with top pair and a gut shot, double gut shot, pardon me, and hits one of those outs, now has a straight. What a huge turn of events in just one simple hand.
Ooh.
And ahead pre, and ahead flop, and behind flop, and ahead river.
And long immediately checks.
And Anne goes for value here. 250,000 into 600,000. More than a third shy of half. Simon Lee says that run out is so natural 8.
Yeah, not true lah.
Live poker is rigged. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, don't say that. I've been told off already once. I've been threatened to have that soundbite clipped and spread.
See, it's okay that I say it because I hold 0 weight in the poker community. It's the good part about branding yourself as a donkey, because you can say the most controversial things and they'll just go, but it's Greg. Who said? It's like, oh my gosh, who said that? Greg goes all in. You'll chuckle. Everyone's like, why are we listening to this guy in the first place? That's the big brain
perhaps
move.
I shouldn't be training you in maths and just keep you like useless at maths as well.
There we go. Exactly. Weaponizing my incompetence to for my own ulterior motives.
By the way, very quickly, just to chip in about the lion as well.
Sure.
Poker players are a lot like lions, because lions, they sit around for a long time, and then when they strike, it strikes really hard.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they just fold and fold and fold, and when they get into a big pot, they really hurt you.
Absolutely.
So I think the lion is absolutely fantastic as a symbol for poker.
Absolutely. As I need red queens. What were we saying about red queens earlier, Steven?
No good, man. No good.
We saw red queens get folded yesterday in a big ICM spot. It was folded under the gun. It was just an open fold, wasn't it? You mentioned.
Correct. He just folded. He just went, nope, not playing.
But we are going to see an all-in here with the queens. And Hugh are short stack with 3 big blinds with 10-3 offsuit.
Alright, we have the champion for the 5 million hyper turbo event.
Makes the call, essentially committed to this pot, and is going to be a 9-1 underdog versus the queens.
I love the expression. He just went, oh. Oh, flop. No, here we go. We are looking at a 10% chance. Needs a lot of help. Looking a little bit lost. Helpless, even.
Will he find his way on the flop? As flop comes, King 4 deuce. Pretty terrible. Drawing to runner, runner outs, runner, runner trips, or runner, runner straight. And one of those backdoor draws does come in. The 5 of diamonds giving Hugh the open-ended straight draw. Needs an ace or a 6 for his tournament life as the river brings.
It's the queen.
The queen of spades, and that will be a good game there for Hugh. Eliminated in 4th place here at the APT Da Nang High Roller. As we're now down to our final 3 players. Bevan of Australia, Long and An from Vietnam.
These are lined up 1 million apiece. So you got 3, 4.5.
Wow, there you go. So they're maybe they discuss a deal. Maybe it's down to 3. So congratulations to our player from Vietnam. He will take home 40,820. Chan Trong Hui. How would you say his name?
Admittedly, your guess is as good as mine. With
go.
as much respect as I can possibly say. I apologize. My Vietnamese pronunciation is not the best.
This is going to be very interesting. Anne is obviously very experienced in poker. He's got a good resume. Matt Bevan, according to the chats, is also an up-and-coming, someone call him a beast. And then Long has been showing a lot of gutsy plays. So these 3 will battle it out. So here we go. Opening. 8-7 off from the button. Oh, no, from the cutoff. Oh no, from the button. Yes, from the button. So the graphics hasn't been updated properly yet, but there's the button open. Bevan calls with ace-8 suited from the small blind.
So we're going to see 3 ways to a flop here with our last 3 remaining players. Family pot, as flop comes. Ace, 9, 7. Bevan's going to take the lead here with top pair, 8 kicker, backdoor straight, backdoor flush. But Long does have a piece with a pair of 7s. And Anne is just happy to be here.
Waiting for his turn to fold. Okay, I see. I understand now. So it was a 1 big blind situation. And
Dead small, yep.
Yeah, and then UTG Long is betting. So cutoff is betting 8-7 off on a ace-9-7 board.
All right, so check, bet, and a call. Heads up to a turn now. Queen of Hearts peels on the turn. Bevan's still ahead here with top pair, 8 kicker with 95% equity. Long, being the initial opener, has the range advantage. Gonna use that queen to his favor and apply aggression, max pressure here on Bevan. And bets 400,000 into a 1.2 million, 3rd pot bet.
Smooth calls. The pot is growing into a 2.2 million pot, which is almost 20 big blinds. River comes a deuce of hearts. The backdoor flush got there. Bevan checks. It's got plenty of showdown value. And here it is. Picking up this massive pot, and he is, I think, tie in chips in 2nd.
That's right. Bevan with 4 million in chips, and Long now with 4.1 million. So you take a look at our chip counts, and of course still holds the lead here, 2-1 lead to each of his opponents. But Long and Bevan Now neck and neck, pretty much. 4.1 million and 4 million in chips.
This is too close to call. But our chip leader is on the screen right now. And plenty of MTT experience. And he has actually shown his experience at the table with that beautiful value bet on the river earlier. Valuing the second pair of the king. He had the ace high, ace 10. Got the top pair. Clearly knew his opponent had something good to be able to call a value bet. Make that value bet and got called. Eric on YouTube, let's flopping go. Long neck Bevan, you sexy boy. There you go. I'm simply repeating the comment. I am in no position to judge Mr. Bevan's length, neck length.
The support from the Australian demographic may manifest in different ways, but nonetheless, or unorthodox ways, but we appreciate nonetheless. And I'm sure Bevan does too.
I'm sure he meant neck though, right?
Yes, I'm sure he meant neck. Unless he was referring to, maybe he was actually cheering on Long from Vietnam. That might have been. That also might have been. Might have been the intention. As we see Bevan pick up 8-3 offsuit on the button here, makes a fold Long.
Because maybe the camera has distorted his actual physical appearance, because his neck looks kind of normal to me.
Next time I'm out on the floor, I will message in the live chat to verify. Hey, we've got Fitness Farang Grant here. I can hear Dylan shouting all the way from here.
Well, Dylan made it to heads up in this very same event in Hanoi. He was in very good spirit.
But last it was, I believe, Mr. Big who took it down in the end.
That's true. Mr. Big. Also a band from the early 90s, late 80s.
I'll take your word for it.
It's true, man. So Eric has got a follow-up comment. Matt would understand is a bit of an inside joke. Oh, now he's becoming clear. Is something inside. So it's definitely not about the neck.
And gonna race to 240k here on the small blind as Matt Bevan now picks up Jack 9 suited on the big blind. Likely will defend at the very least.
And you're glad that you're here commentating with me, Greg?
Oh yes, absolutely, Mr. Stephen Lai. So we're gonna see some blind on blind action. King deuce off versus Matt long neck Bevan as flop comes. Queen queen 4, dry as it gets, 2 hearts, and still ahead here with king deuce high. Bevan here with backdoor straights and jack high.
And a long neck.
And the long neck. Yes, Stephen Lai.
And puts in the bet with a king high here. 1 big blind.
And Bevan will just let it go here. Again, folks, that's 3 players left.
I've got a long checklist here.
Yep, go ahead.
So when I meet you, in 3-4 weeks' time, I need to
Yes.
get your maths up to scratch.
Sure.
I need to give you a little bit of a rock pop music education.
Please do.
And maybe... No, that's it. So it's not that long of a list. Just 2 items on the list.
I'd like to add something to that list.
Please.
Let's get some bulgogi while we're out there in Incheon.
All right.
Done deal. Oh, Korean barbecue, of course.
Okay, well, there you go. We've got content. Coming up on Greg Goes All In's channel, Greg and Steven going for Korean barbecue. And then I'll just steal some B-roll and make it into content for my Natural 8 channel also.
There we go. Coming up next on Greg Goes All In.
Matthew Bevan is racing from the small blind with 9-5 suited. Unfortunately, he's walking into ace-5 suited.
All right, congratulations to the champion of the last chance finals with Round 1, Yu Jung.
I think he's getting a call here. Yep, that's enough. Excellent. So the pot is now 870k. That's almost 8 big blinds. Flop comes ace, 10, deuce. Long has got the top pair. Bevan has nothing. Except maybe a backdoor flush draw. Still decides to bet with his initial pre-flop racing. Gets a call from Long. The 2 stacks are neck to neck. Turns to 3 is of no help to Bevan at all, or except for a gut shot. 3 outs, so that's 3%. Ace-5 is ahead.
Long also does pick up the nut flush draw to go along with his top pair. In great shape here.
And Bevan can only draw to a chop. Still, doesn't stop him from betting. And bet he did. Over $500,000. That's almost 5 big blinds. Time banks go in. Just thinking, what can I do? Should I flat call this or should I raise this? He has plenty of equity. He knows he is holding the nut straight flush draw as well as top pair. Yes, he's racing. He's decided that if Bevan had an ace, he might pay him. But nope. Not to be. So, a little gap is appearing between Long and Bevan. 40 big blinds coming second. That's Long, and 20 big blinds of Matt Bevan from Australia. So you would know Mr. Big when you go to karaoke because there's a song by Mr. Big called To Be With You.
Okay.
When you hear it, you would know it. I'm not going to sing it, but it's a very kind of karaoke kind of song.
But how will I know what song you're talking about if you don't sing it?
Yeah, stop it lah.
I try lah.
So Dylan is applying for a job. He's saying, Greg Goes All In. When are you going to get me on the commentary team?
You can direct all of your questions regarding careers at career@asianpokertour.com. I just made that address up. Don't email it. I don't know. But APT always looking to expand its team. I mean, if that's a sincere question, honestly, I think if you just reach out to one of the owners or the marketing director, they'd be happy to help you out. And they'll point you in the right way. I'm just a talking meat puppet. They tell me to go into the commentary booth, slap on a microphone, and talk and smile, and I do it. I have no actual power when it comes to hiring decisions. But so I will redirect your energy and your question over to those who may. But we are gonna focus back on the action here a little bit as we got a spot brewing here. Blind versus blind. Long opens queen 6 suited on the small blind, and Anne, chip leader here, gonna put in the 3-bet with ace jack offsuit. A great hand for blackjack, a decent hand for poker. A great hand, blind versus small blind raise. Action back on Long here, facing the 3-bet. What will Long do?
Wow. Someone is saying if you get Dylan the job, guaranteed 50% more followers. Whew.
That sounds like a good investment to me, but yet once again, I have zero power here at the APT. But I will forward your interests over to those that may have that power.
I'm not sure whether. Sorry, go on.
I was just saying, so far the comments are entertaining, so I'm sure that they would do just a fine job on the commentaries in the commentary booth. Back to you, Stephen Lai.
I'm not sure whether you remember Dylan. I sat, I think, right across you in one of the high roller events in Taipei. I was talking to you about your tattoos on your arm, your London cityscape tattoo, and then you were all pretending that you never played poker before. It was I think I saw through that pretty quickly.
He remembers, he says in the chat. Wait, is this Australian Dylan? The Rebuy or Die is Australian. Oh, Dylan, was it not you that in Hanoi I just saw you lying down on the floor, and I didn't want you to feel like left out and alone, so I laid down the floor with you in the middle of the stage in the casino, in the poker room.
That's the same Dylan who was singing songs in the high roller. Heads up.
Was it not Mr. Big was singing a lot too? It took me months to get that song out of my head. Yep, it was Dylan. Dude, we had a huge moment. It was so cute. It was cute, Dylan. I'll put in a good word for you.
From not having any power to putting in a good word.
Wow. We are going to see a limp in the small blind. Must have been a jam by Bevan, and then a fold by Anne. And a nice pickup there for Matthew Longneck Bevan of Australia.
No, don't get in. Don't continue that long neck thing.
Dude, I didn't make it weird. It was I took it for what it was.
He clearly doesn't have a bloody long neck.
He's a pretty lanky guy. We'll clarify with Dylan in the commentator interview.
His neck is beautiful. Oh, there you go. Okay, so on the button, Mr. Ang from Vietnam, King Deuce off. $10-7 off from the small blind. He is going to To raise it up. Oh no, he's flatting. Just limping in with 10-7 off. And I'm sure Long is not going to put another penny in. No, he's... I'm confused now. He's racing, is he?
Yep, looks like
He's racing from the big
200.
blind with 7-4 suited.
Looks like 260. 320, pardon me.
Wow. Look at this.
Wow. All right. So
is beyond my capability now. I don't quite understand. Oh,
wow.
I now
How about
understand.
flopping? Now we get it. Flopping a straight here for Long. Had the hand that was dominated pre-flop. Now flops the nuts on this board against Matt Bevan in this single raise big blind, single raise blind spot. Small blind, flat,
And
big
he
blind
checks
raise,
it.
small blind
And he
calls.
checks the flop.
Check,
Checks
check.
the flop. Turn to 6. Bevan is drawing to a chop with the 4.
Once again. And
He's going to
looks-
put some more chips in.
Bevan going to take the bait here. Long's check back. Gonna help him get the maximum. As Bevan's gonna put out a bluff here. 760k in the pot. Bevan has just bet 475, a massive bet into Long. Little does he know that Long has a straight here. And Long will just a flat, trapping Bevan here.
You trapped me. The 7 comes. Which of course doesn't change anything.
Might give Bevan some false sense of confidence that he now has the best hand. As played, Long could have some 5x, 3x hands. Open-ended straight draw does get there, however, but has plenty of showdown. We'll now check over to Long.
Okay, off we go.
Who checks back.
Yeah. And it's like, why did you check back? Even though he wasn't paying another penny. Still, I think he was looking back at the hand, thinking 7-4 suited, racing me pre. And then he thought I made a good call pre, but hey, he flopped it straight. Can't do anything about that.
I am very curious about that river check back there. But of course, we only have such a limited view of what we're seeing here. Of course, these players have been playing together for 2 whole days. Lots of different reads, lots of different reasonings and table dynamics. But otherwise, still a really massive hand there for Long, as Bevan now enters a bit of the danger zone with 15 big blinds here on the button with Jack 8 offsuit.
Well, the only reason I could think of is because the board paired. And Bevan could have flopped the set with such a, he smooth called the turn. He donk into, in fact, bet into Long on the turn. So with the paired up board, oh well, might as well just keep the variance a little bit low. As we were talking earlier, ICM, the chips you gain is less valuable than the chips you lose.
Absolutely. As we see and the man pick up the second pre-flop nuts. King Kong, the Cowboys, pocket kings here on the big blind versus a small blind raise. Very likely just will put in the 3-bet, has put in the 3-bet to 800,000. Quick call by Long, as this pot's just ballooning now. 1.7 million in the pot, in a 3-bet pot. Blind versus blind, kings versus queen jack. As flop comes 7-7-5, Long flops 2 overcards with the queen and jack. Does effectively still only have queen jack high. Has 1% equity here. And Anne with 99% equity here with the pocket kings.
Well, Long can get a little bit creative sometimes. So if he calls the continuation bet from Ang, wow, snaps. He snaps so fast.
Calls with the
2 overcards.
Yep.
Turns a 4. Ooh, here we go. If Anne puts in a small bet, say something around the region of 600k. Okay, well 1 million is bigger than 600. Because if he put in a bet of 600k, I could imagine Long making a play here. But now, 1 million in 1.2 million in chips. I don't think Long can do much about that.
And
exactly.
Long will fold and makes a large bet, trying to target all those pocket pairs that defend against the 3-bet. 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks. Maybe not jacks. Jacks probably end up being a 4-bet jam. But hey, wow, folks, what an exciting hand we just witnessed there with the kings, as we're now down to the last 3 players again of the APT High Roller event. Only one of them walking away with 110,000 in chips. But we are going to go on a brief 15-minute break. But when we come back, it's very likely we're going to play down a heads-up, and we just might, just might, come down to our final champion, so you won't want to miss that. On behalf of my colleague Stephen Lai, I'm Greg Goes All In, and we will see you very soon, right after the break.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards, including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Thanks, Dad. 20k starting stack, 15-minute levels. It's level 1, and I've got 20k chips.
Come on.
Hi. Still alive though. Still alive. Start of level 7, 18,500 chips. Level 8, last level before late reg ends. 15,000 chips, 15 big blinds. Staying alive. Ace Jack offsuit versus Ace 5. Need to hit a 2 or a 5. And winner winner chicken dinner for me. It's level 9. Late reg is over. No more rebuys, and I have 24,000 in chips. I'm over starting stack. Give me the 5 or the 6. Please, Daddy, please. Christy, we're alive. We still have chips left. It's the spot to start, level 10, and we have 5,500 chips. We have 2.5 big blinds. Okay, that's a good flop for me. Just need to dodge a 10. And that's a good river for me. Double up, here we go. It's level 11. I have like 12,000 chips, so I have four big blinds. That's a great turn. Pick up the flush draw too. Riba! Still alive, baby. Final 2 tables, top 18. 11 more. Fill the money. 8s versus Ace 9 from a tournament life. Flop comes 8. But I need to dodge the open-ended straight draw. Turn is good. Well, it's a lion today. It wasn't meant to be. But I had a great time. I placed 17th out of 53 people. I was in for 12 million. The Vietnamese dong out for 0. But hey, I had a great time. If you want to have a great time with me here in Da Nang in Vietnam with the APT Summer Series, please go to apt.poker for more information. And we'll see you here in Da Nang.
Sako.
Oh, hello, Nick.
Hey, how are you?
Oh, so good.
Well, how have you enjoyed Da Nang so far?
Da Nang, beautiful. 美しい.
So I do this thing, I take players to lunch, but since we're in this gorgeous Da Nang, let's go to the beach. Wow, this barometer is just really beautiful.
Beautiful. キラキラしてます.
Yeah, like we look at the water and the sand. It's really nice. I think we can like go to one of those chairs and get a cold drink.
せっかくだったらスポーツがしたい.
Sports? What sports should we do?
パラグライダ
ー. Paragliding?
絶対気持ちいい.
Like fly way up there?
Yes.
No! That's so dangerous. Let's do something else. How about kayaking?
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Let's go! Hello. Are you ready? Okay!
Oh, okay.
Yeah, good.
Poker players are competitive in nature. So today, we race.
Race?
I'll beat you.
Very easy. Yeah. 楽しい。
杯。
So are you going to Incheon?
Yes. インチョンも行きます。
I think a lot of Japanese like to go to Incheon, to Korea, right?
Yes. やっぱり APT がアジア最大のトーナメント、一番大きいトーナメントで、こう日本でたくさんポーカーをやってる人はやっぱり次のステップとしてこう海外でトロフィー、タイトルが欲しいっていう人はすごく多い。でその中で韓国はなんか私たち日本人にとってすごく身近な国、楽しい、食べ物も美味しいし、近い、飛行機もちょっとでいいから初めての海外旅行、海外トーナメントにインチョン選ぶ人はすごく多いから、それが理由だと思います。私も初めての海外トーナメントは APT インチョン。
Well, I had a lot of fun today.
Yes.
And I hope to see you in Incheon.
Yes.
Incheon.
Incheon. Trophy.
Hello and welcome to the record-breaking main event here at APT Da Nang, officially the largest poker tournament in Da Nang with 675 entries. We're now down to our final table. Let's meet our finalists. Anything you want to say to your opponents at the final table?
There are people who cheer for me, so I will do my best to.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to the APT Da Nang, coming to you live from Vietnam as we are truly at the business end of what has been an incredible high roller day 2 over here to wrap up the series. As you can see, we had 161 entries, first place prizes, an incredible 110,000 US dollars. That's good for 2.6 billion Vietnamese dong. We have only 3 players remaining. There's no talks of deals yet, so it's all to play for, including that trophy that you see on your screen. You can see the tournament clock as well. We have about a minute. Once again, $110,000 up top. $75,000 to the second place finisher. And everybody has locked in $50,000. My name is Vidar Singhal. I'm back in the booth. Thanks very much to Greg. Greg goes all in, covering in the last segment. I will be joined by, of course, Stephen Lai, as always, as we close out what I just mentioned has been an incredible event. Of course, once we wrap up today, we will be ending coverage from the Summer Series, but we will be seeing you, our lovely viewers, very shortly, coming to you live from APT Incheon in South Korea. That kicks off August 25th. And of course, what we really hope is to see you there in person, so you can say hi to us, you can share a beverage of your liking. Once again, go to apt.poker and find out more. Coming back to the business at hand here, those are the white biscuits, as Stephen has been calling them, the 100K chips, being happily stacked by the players that are now fighting it out for that huge $25,000 pay jump. This was a 80 million VND buy-in. That's 3,400 USD. Everybody's locked up. An incredible 15x return on their money and their time already. This man making a crazy, crazy run for it. He was down to, if I remember correctly, 4 bigs. Got it in there with Queen 9 against the pocket 5s. ISO. Binked the 9 on the turn. Could have been out in 7th place, and instead here he is. $50,000 locked up. The Aussie
And of
rail.
course, on the screen right now, we see Anne, the overwhelming big chip lead here, with 44 big blinds. I must admit, I have not seen him play before until today, but he's been very impressive.
Indeed, he has. Very accomplished player. With this incredible score, is going to be approaching $300,000 in lifetime live poker earnings. It's going to certainly put him in the top, perhaps 25 players in his home country of Vietnam. And perhaps even more importantly, his play has been
appear on the big billboards as well, like the big posters, you know, because he'll be a high roller champion.
If he can close this out, he certainly will be. A new addition this time to the Summer Series has been highlighting sort of a Hall of Fame sort of situation.
Well, Matt Bevan with his pocket 4s defending his big blind. Oh no, not even that. He's just got to walk.
There we
There's
see
a
it.
little bit of a gap there, actually.
1.7, 4.1, 10.1. What do you think the players were thinking about during the break, Stephen? This is it, all to play for. What can you tell yourself in a moment like this?
Well, number one is remember to do the right thing. I know it sounds really cliche, but sometimes the moment gets to you. So you've been practicing this game for a long time, you've studied a long time, you know how to win. You know, these 3 players understands how to win, having that winning mentality. So you just have to remind yourself not to be bothered by the occasion and just play your A game.
No go, Matt.
No go, Matt. No go.
As we approach the end of this event and the series, lots of thank yous and shout outs will surely be in order. Perhaps a bit too early for some of the closing remarks here. Certainly these 3 players can give us quite a show. We are still 2 eliminations away from the winner, and things can go in any direction. This is poker after all. But I do want to take a moment to thank all our viewers. Some of them might not be around at this moment, but to the extent I can send that energy out into the universe, it has been absolutely incredible to have the viewers we've had this time around, the support in chat. Sometimes it's research in chat, sometimes it's education in chat, and most importantly, perhaps, lots of fun. To all of you watching right now, once again, you have all my gratitude, and make sure you subscribe to us so that we can hang out more in the future.
Well, I remember when I first started this series on Wednesday, we only had 6,000 subscribers. You know, we've grown it by almost 10% in the past 5 days. So thank you for the new subscribers.
Lovely.
The long
Any
bets on the low board, 9-5-4. And is not going to have any problem calling with ace high here.
The wheel draw certainly helps.
Spoke too soon? No, not at all. He's not going to fold here.
Certainly has the stack to afford to peel one card, if not more.
Turns a king of clubs and picks up a baby flush draw. But long picks up top pair.
Action card to say the least.
That's excellent check. A 6 doesn't do anything. Wow, long very quickly tosses in a 40k, 400k bet. That will should very quickly get a fold from Anne.
Could be contemplating some sort of a hero call here. Blind versus blind, ace high in a heads-up situation can often be the best hand. Recognizes that is unlikely in this scenario, and long, suddenly 30 big blind seems a lot more comfortable, especially taking into account Bevan's 9 big blind stack. Do not forget that big blind ante is in the mix. 3-handed. You have to put in 2.5 big blinds every 3 hands. That's almost a big blind per hand. It's almost like you're in the big blind every hand.
If you look at it that way, is absolutely correct.
Pretty rough when you have only 9 of those to go around. Bevan looking to get a stack in the middle, as he has done successfully so far.
You know what? I think if I was a player, I would much prefer putting a big blind every hand rather than 2 big blinds on the big blind, if it makes sense.
Yeah, of course, I know exactly what you mean, because suddenly when you put in the big blind plus big blind ante, it just feels so much more pot committed, even though it shouldn't make a difference psychologically. Sometimes it does. Not just that. If everybody was putting in a big blind, then it's almost like it would be an equalizer. But when you have just 9 big blinds, every 3rd hand, there's just so much pressure.
And also it spreads it out so that every player, there's no kind of, it's more continuous than a discrete thing going on, and everyone pays something. It does make it a little bit easier. Even though overall you're only paying 2.5 big blinds per 3 hands. But I think if everyone pays a big blind every hand, I'll prefer that as a short stack.
By the way, a situation might be brewing here. Ace-10 suited is an absolute monster 3-handed. An has it in the small blind, the chip leader. A huge raise considering the ICM pressure. An certainly did not need a hand as strong as Ace-10 suited to be making this 3-bet. I suspect we should see a quick release. ICM is real, especially when you're 3-handed and there's a $25,000 pay jump.
And Anne is asking long to commit a quarter of his stack into the middle. And I think that's too much to ask for.
A monster.
Excellent aggression there.
Excellent aggression, and I was just about to comment, with a monster stack like the one he has, 16 million chips in play, and has 10 million of those chips. Frankly, he can be doing this with any two cards if the middle stack continues to open. The ICM pressure is just too real.
And he's probably aware of that, and then he's going to raise a lot of the time to keep the middle stack in check. The middle stack has got one objective right now, is to get the heads up. And that objective isn't that far away, because Matt Bevan is a very short stack right now. Despite his long neck, his stack is not very long at all.
And don't forget, Long has 28 bigs.
Yes, Long has a longer stack than Mr. Long Neck Bevan.
It's funny, I would think you'd go for the hair before the neck as a defining feature, yet here we are.
Yeah.
If and when he watches back the stream, I think he's going to be pleasantly surprised by the characteristic Chat and you and Greg seem to have focused on.
Well, it was Dylan. It was Dylan from Australia who went on about how Matt has the most beautiful neck in poker.
Yeah.
And long too. So I'm going to speak to the headmaster and say, Headmaster, I didn't do it. He did it first. 10-5 off. Calling from the big blind after Ang opening from the button with King 4 suited. 6-4 situation here. Flop comes, Queen 6 deuce. It's hard to hit a pair in Hold'em. A check from Long. Ang currently has the best hand and is going to put a bet in. 225,000.
He barely needs to look at his
Gets a
cards.
fold.
Unless
It's true.
his opponents find some huge piece of the board, he can just keep applying pressure. This is the dream scenario for a chip leader. One stack below 10 bigs, just waiting to find a hand. You can just keep pummeling the middle stack, and if things go the way they're likely to, by the time you get to heads up, you have a completely dominant chip lead.
And if Neil Johnson was here, he would have said nothing happened. Matt Bevan on the button with a 5-4 off, down to 7 big blinds now. Long flat, completes the small blind, waiting for Ang to act. Is he going to learn? Because Ang is going to apply a lot of pressure.
Surprisingly,
And he doesn't.
checks behind.
Until he
Long,
doesn't.
by the way, had clearly limped with the intention of calling a raise. 9-8 suited, just too strong and too connected a hand. Pops only the bottom end of a gut shot. Meanwhile, Jack 9 has flopped an open ender, ahead in every way possible.
But Long elects to donk into, well, he elects to bet first from the small blind. 175k, which is barely over 1 big blind.
Once
I
again,
think it's going to be easy call here.
I'm a bit confused what the purpose of a bet like this would be, considering, as we just discussed, he could get raised by any two and would have to fold to the pressure.
Especially he's got
Never
the
mind.
dummy end of a straight draw.
Never mind. He peeked, looked at what the turn was going to be, and bloated the pot accordingly. Dream card here on the turn. gives a pair to go along with the open-ender to the chip leader. And Long bets 300 into 800. I'd love to have gone even bigger there. The board is as wet as it can get. If somebody called a flop, unless they had a 4 and they're folding anyway to any bet size, it's hard for them to have not picked up additional equity with the jack of spades on the turn. A call from the chip leader. Long needs to think long about his bet sizing on this river. An ace, bit of an action killer, 4 to a straight. Broadway, that is, on the board. Wow, he checks. Does not go for value. Does not want to be blown off his hand.
It's very good check on the river. And then he looks at him and says, I hit the straight.
Bad river. Kills my action.
I don't know about the river depriving the action completely. He could have gone for a small value bet, but probably worried his opponent can apply insane pressure, blow him off the hand. Still? Well, now he says he'd probably call. So it's a trap of sorts, I suppose. I must say, if he thinks
it's very nice that both Vietnamese players, they both speak English, so it makes the table talk that we can understand.
Fantastic point. Not usually or not always the case. Coming back to that hand, I did say the bet sizing on the turn could have been a little bit bigger. On the river, in scenarios like that, I would implore people to consider betting for value. And if you get raised, evaluate the situation then. But so many two-pair combos would be the kinds you're likely up against. At least you'd put them in a tough spot. Perhaps get some value from them.
King 9 suited, no folding.
This has to go in. Surely, way too strong a hand. Three-handed, 5 big blinds in his stack.
Yep. All in the call.
Says all in. We are on the verge of being heads up. 58% likelihood. Ace 5 suited wins this hand. The Australian player at risk of being eliminated in third position.
Only a king or a 9 will save him. A 9 it is.
2 hearts though. Never easy. He says he knows how it works. Does have effectively a flip on his hands. 56 to 44. Oh! It is a heart, but some potential full house draws possible. 4 outs to the full house. 9% to stay in this.
Never easy. Okay.
Rivers the jack. That does it. We are down to heads up. We lose the third place finisher here at the APT High Roller. Matthew Bevan. GG, sir. Very well played. As we were talking about earlier, was on the verge of elimination, 4 spots away. Instead laddered up all the way to third place. Great game. And with that, we are down to heads up. Looking at the stack, 61 to 38, not too shabby. 6 to 4 chip lead. We have a game on our hands. We are going to take a very short break and come back and close out this high roller. Stick with us. My name is Village Singhal, joined by Stephen Lai. We will see you shortly as these players battle it out for the $110,000 first place prize and that glorious high roller trophy. We will be right back.
How long's the break? Take 5 minutes. 5 minutes?
I'll take the chair because that is chair.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Hello and welcome to the record-breaking main event here at APT Da Nang, officially the largest poker tournament in Da Nang with 675 entries. We're now down to our final table. Let's meet our finalists. Anything you want to say to your opponents at the final table?
There are people who cheer for me, so I will do my best to meet their expectations.
여기까지 왔으니까 최선을 다해봅시다.
Anh có điều gì muốn nói với đối thủ của mình trên bàn final không ạ?
Anh muốn nói rằng là người Việt Nam tuy vóc dáng nhỏ bé nhưng mà về tinh thần thì không bao giờ bị có thể là dễ dàng đánh phục được.
Come on, fighting! Let's all have fun.
Okay, go on.
I think everybody played very well because the go to the final table was not easy.
Nobody is my rival.
Nobody.
Don't miss this epic final table of this record-breaking event, live streaming today on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch, only on the Asian Poker Tour. Welcome to the final table of the Superstar Challenge. Here's what went down. Ge Yingrui all in for his tournament life with Queen 10 of clubs. And that's going to be a good game there for Ge Yingrui of China out in 9th place. As flop comes, and Chun Yuhang of China out in 8th place. And that's going to be a good game for Quan Nguyen Trung of Vietnam placing 7th. Martin Garrett of the Netherlands out in 6th place. That's going to be a good game for Alan Pham from Australia out in 5th place. Chiu Qian of China out in 4th place. And Remy Florent out in 3rd. Which means we're now down to heads up. Joshua Curtis McCulley of Australia versus Bank from Thailand. Even stacks here, but both players all in. Bank with the ace-3 offsuit versus Josh McCulley's ace-jack offsuit. Flop comes 7-8, 9 ace-jack holding, turn queen of hearts, river 5 of clubs. Josh McCulley wins his hand. And that is going to be a good game from Bank of Thailand. And Josh McCulley of Australia is our winner for the Superstar Challenge.
It was an interesting final table. Came in mostly short, and I was pretty fortunate to squeeze in. And yeah, good experience.
Because he is superstar, so he deserves it.
Thank you so much for watching. If you want to learn more about the APT, please go to apt.poker. We have 61 mystery bounty hunter envelopes, and one of them has 300 million Vietnam dong.
APT 越南岘港站究竟谁可以拿下最高的神秘赏金呢
Let's go bounty hunting! Down to our final table of the mystery bounty hunter. On win all in for her tournament life here against Deng Zhiwen of China. Needs to find a 4 or a 5 or an ace to chop, and that's not going to be it. And that's going to be a good game for On Win. And Deng Zhiwen is our champion of the mystery bounty event.
恭喜冠军邓志文，来自中国，可以跟大家分享一下你现在的心情吗？
我是第一次参加国外的比赛，第2天越南站这个 APT 给我的体验非常好。我在国外的话拿过3个边赛冠军，这个是我国外的第1个复赛冠军啊！希望我未来的主赛能取得好成绩。
让我们再一次恭喜 APT 岘港站神秘赏金练赛冠军来自中国邓志文，恭喜！
Make sure you like and subscribe, and for more information about the APT, please go to apt.poker. Bye bye! I'm playing a poker tournament here at the Asian Poker Tour, and I'm buying in for $6 million. Did I say dollars? I meant Vietnamese dong. I'm playing one of the nightly turbos, just one of 61 different events happening here at the Summer Series in Da Nang, Vietnam by the Asian Poker Tour. So let's get right into the action and let's buy in. One turbo, please. Thanks, Dad. 20K starting stack, 15-minute levels. It's level 1, and I've got 20K chips. Come on. Hi. I'm still alive though. Still alive. Start of level 7, 18,500 in chips. Level 8, last level before late reg ends. 15,000 in chips, 15 big blinds. Staying alive. Ace Jack offsuit versus Ace 5. Need to hit a 2 or a 5. And winner winner chicken dinner for me. It's level 9. Late reg is over. No more rebuys, and I have 24,000 in chips. I'm over starting stack. Give me the 5 or the 6. Please, Daddy, please. Christy, we're alive. We still have chips left. It's the spot to start level 10, and we have 5,500 chips. We have 2.5 big blinds. Okay, that's a good flop for me. Just need to dodge a 10. And that's a good river for me. Double up, here we go. It's level 11. I have like 12,000 chips, so I have 4 big blinds. That's a great turn. Pick up the flush draw too. Ripper! Still alive, baby. Final 2 tables, top 18. 11 more till the money. 8s versus Ace 9 for my tournament life. Flop comes 8. But I need to dodge the open-ended straight draw. Turn is good. Well, Well, it's a lion today. It wasn't meant to be. But I had a great time. I placed 17th out of 53 people. I was in for 12 million Vietnamese dong, out for 0. But hey, I had a great time. If you want to have a great time with me here in Da Nang in Vietnam with the APT Summer Series, please go to apt.poker for more information. And we'll see you here in Da Nang.
Hello, Sako.
Oh, hello. Hello, Nick.
Hey, how are you?
Oh, so good. Psycho this.
Well, how have you enjoyed Da Nang so far?
Da Nang, beautiful. 美しい.
So I do this thing. I take players to lunch. But since we're in this gorgeous Da Nang, let's go to the beach. Wow, this grammar is just really beautiful.
Beautiful. キラキラしてます。
Yeah, like you look at the water and the sand. It's really nice. I think we can like go to one of those chairs and get a cold drink.
せっかくだったらスポーツがしたい。
Sports? What sports should we do?
パラグライダ
ー。Paragliding?
絶対気持ちいい。
Like fly way up there?
Yes, yes, yes.
No! That's so dangerous. Let's do something else. How about kayaking?
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Let's go! Hello.
Are you ready?
Okay!
Players of the past.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to the live coverage of the APT Da Nang High Roller, coming to you live from Vietnam. We are here, back to the action. Heads up, $410,000 US, and the trophy and the glory, of course. No deal, by the way, between these two players as we cut rather straight into the action here. A mystery hand for the chip leader. Certainly going to be firing most of his hands here. Gut shot and a backdoor flush draw. 4 long, has 36 bigs versus the 60 bigs of his opponent. What a show these two have put on, and we are down to Vietnamese on Vietnamese battling here for the trophy, the glory. My name is Vidar Singhal, back in the booth with Stephen Lai. Stephen, this is it. It's all to play for. It's come down to this, and I'm pretty excited that it's Vietnam on Vietnam. I'm looking forward to crowning a Vietnamese champion to this high roller, just like Hanoi.
I think both of them are well-deserved heads-up players. They've played very well on the TV table so far. I'm especially impressed by Anne, who is the current chip leader. Check the turn. River comes an ace of clubs. All the flush draws have busted. But there is the combo of Queen Jack that hits the straight on the turn.
Quick
and
bluff.
Up. While blocking the Queen Jack combo.
There we go. A 6-4 chip lead, or a 3-2 chip lead, one might say, which means certainly anybody's game heads up. That's not that much. We keep talking about how a single all-in would absolutely create a monster stack if the player with the chip deficit, the one on the screen right now, Win Huang Long, has certainly shown us all how it's done. Everybody has almost taken turns being the chip leader at some point in this tournament. These two players included. But the player on your screen right now, Go Kwa An, has been dominating ever since we got down to, I believe it was four-handed.
It's almost like setting up your home office. You know, this is your workplace. You want everything at the right place, you know, within reachable distance.
Mm-hmm. You never know what gives you that extra EV.
You just want to be happy, right?
We did lose Matthew Bevan in third place, $50,000 richer. Third place finish, good for 1.2 billion BND. That's 50,000 US. The chance of Aussie will have to die down in the chat, but what an amazing experience it's been to be along with you for this journey, Stephen, and along with our very active chat. And even if you're watching and not chatting, that's perfectly okay. Always great to break new viewership count records. Certainly did so yesterday during the main event, also during the high roller. The APT in its new era, going from strength to strength. It's a pleasure to be along for the ride.
And it's not just a slogan, this new era Malaki. You know, we are actually witnessing a lot of the changes, a lot of the improvements of the APT.
Yeah, perhaps anybody watching only the live stream might think it is just advertising and marketing copy. That's not really my style. Just come down to any APT event. If you were around for the old era, trust me, you'll notice the difference. And if you just come down to two events back to back, every event you will notice all the slight improvements, all the player feedback incorporated. Of course, the APT itself in its new era, run by a lot of poker players and extremely experienced poker operators, leads to an amazing poker experience.
Well, the APT has improved upon a lot of things, but one thing they haven't done yet is to give us marketing copies to read out. So
yeah,
maybe that's something that will happen in the future.
Might make our jobs easier. I know they try every once in a while, and then we just get too engrossed in the amazing poker action, and I think they gave up.
Wow.
Loving this.
A 3-bet.
I believe the chip leader in the small blind, that is the dealer position, might have limped his ace-8 off.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. So that's a single open there. Okay, I see.
King 7, not the prettiest hand, but heads up. Kings are likely to be ahead. Not worried about being out of position, clearly.
Yeah, if someone thinks a king is likely to be ahead, then an ace must be the stone cold nut.
Perhaps the reason raising chips have been put in the middle, and now this counts technically as a 3-bet. It's actually a limp 3-bet to 1.4 million Frankly, Long should be happy to get away from this hand. Apart from some extremely favorable flops, playing King 7 out of position. It's a tough ask.
Indeed.
To those of you watching, once again, thank you for sticking around. Of course, if you're reeling any of these two players, let us know in chat. We see some Vietnamese comments coming in, which obviously means local support for these local heroes in the making. If you are supporting any of them, type their name out in chat. Let us know anything you know about them. We'd be happy to hype it up. The chip lead has been extended thanks to that 3-bet with the ace-8 off. Almost 2-1 now.
Well, Ang is definitely mixing it up because, you know, a standard play would be an open from the button with ace-8 off, and then we'll probably get a call from the king high from the big blind. But no, he decided to limb raise, which means he extracted a little bit more value out of the hand. Pretty well played.
That raise from the King 7 should also tell us the mindset that Long is in here. Could have easily just checked onto a board. Said he was trying to take it down pre-flop itself, and clearly was willing to get in to a tricky situation post-flop, out of position. Here's the big open.
Back to back, ace-8.
Ace-8 is a good hand to simply call the open with. I know a lot of players tend to convert it into a 3-bet. You certainly can. Aggression is the name of the game, particularly in heads-up. But it is important to have a few aces in your calling range pre-flop. Ace-8 can make a good candidate. Maybe you can start 3-betting the ace-9s. You can start 3-bet bluffing with hands such as ace-2s, etc., etc. Many players have different 3-betting ranges. The question is ace-8 part of Anne's? Decides to listen to me 30 minutes ago, make the call. We are, of course, on a 30-minute delay.
Well, let's see the flop. The familiar sight of many, many biscuits at the table. Flop comes 10, 10, 7 with a flush draw. Ace high is likely to be ahead. Long puts in the bet very quickly. He does seem to do the quick betting thing quite a lot.
Quick betting reminds me of one of the characters, if I may say so, from our final table. The Japanese sensation, at least in my books, Mr. Yohei Kitasato. Loved snap betting, snap calling. Unfortunately got
Snap
coolered.
Racing with that pocket threes, remember that?
That pocket threes hand. Getting the ace-queen to fold on a queen-high flop. Incredible stuff. The diamond makes things mighty interesting here. Ace of diamonds in the hand. Off the chip leader. Many options on the table. Goes for the check.
This time slightly slower. Give it a bit of a think. And pushes in a 575 bet, 450 bet.
And now the real game begins. This is heads up in a nutshell. And with the mystery hand of Long, we sort of get to play along with the chip leader here. You have the ace of diamonds. 10, 10, 7, queen. You check call the flop. Do you convert your ace of diamonds into a check raise bluff here? Obviously, you block the nut flush. Throws in a time bank for now. To finish my thought, you block the nut flush. You can certainly have a 10 as played. Simply called pre-flop. That's what I meant by having aces in your range. You get to keep your range wide. Does and want to tell a story here. 550K to call, 1.9 million in the middle. He can, of course, simply make the call, getting almost the correct direct odds to draw to a flush.
No,
Of course,
he's
the board is
racing.
paired. He has decided to raise. There's a reason he has gotten to this position, leading the high roller heads up. Aggression has to be part of his repertoire. 1 million more to call for Long. Let's think about Long's range. He has a mystery hand. Standard open pre-flop. Let's go. That's what aggression does for you. Instead of trying to realize his equity with ace high and the ace of diamonds, takes that hand down then and there, and now Long is crippled down to 28 bigs. A 7-3 chip lead for Anne.
Wow. Stacking them up. We are yet to see any yellow biscuits yet. Keeping with the white ones. He's very neat and tidy as well, you know, stacking them up in the 1 million stacks. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 plus that's 10 million.
Now that the key chip in play is that white biscuit, that white black, I think we can sense the chip differential simply by looking at the volume of chips in front of these players. 28 bigs for Win, rather. Win Huang Long.
By the way, Grant Gardner on YouTube is giving us a little bit of information. Long, aka Eric, lived in Canada for many years. Recently returned to Vietnam and played poker for fun.
Well, he has taken fun to the tune of 75,000 US dollars already. These guys have not struck any deal. Once again, to remind our viewers, we are open about deals at the APT. Are happy to facilitate them as well. Two very reasonable holdings here. Pocket tens for the chip leader. Queen Jack suited in the big blind for Long. He has 26 big blinds in his stack after putting in the big blind and the big blind ante. All kinds of options on the table. A limp, once again, the same trap that Anne set with the ace-8 off. He has set with the pocket tens. In his mind, it has worked perfectly. This should surely be a 3-bet. Last time around, ace-8 played the exact same way. Long stack is a bit smaller this time. 25 bigs effective. All in, he says. Queen Jack suited. You are not too comfortable, but that is a very, very pretty hand. Makes the call. We are off the races. This is for the tournament. A $45,000 flip.
And Long calls with Queen Jack suited diamond.
This could all
Long
be
covered.
over.
Now let's see the flop.
I see it
That's a
right in the
jack.
window.
Flop ace, jack.
Ooh.
Long is now ahead after the turn.
It's over.
Turn ace.
It's over.
And a river.
One out. An ace would be a sick chop. Not to be.
River 6.
What would an ace be chop?
Long
Isn't queen high placed?
Quad aces with... Oh, my apologies. I didn't even notice the
with
queen, of
queen.
course. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was over on the turn. Sickening feeling, surely, to be drawing dead there. But a flip is a flip, as they say. And now, 9 million. We have a new chip leader. Total 16 million chips in play, which means Anne is going to be reduced down to 7 million. Almost a flip-flop of the starting stacks here at heads up. That's the way it goes.
Ooh.
What
Sorry
a feeling.
to be pedantic there. The jack on the river will be a chop.
Oh, correct.
Just
I
to
knew I was
clarify.
missing something. My apologies.
Yeah,
It
just
is
to clarify.
very late at night, and we have been streaming for 13 hours or so. I will ask for the audience's forgiveness there, but let's just say there was no way for Anne to win that hand, and that sickening feeling is bad enough.
Well, he wasn't giving up his pocket tens. That much we know.
Could appear too loose to call off Queen Jack suited there, but because of the kinds of hands that are shoving are so likely to be pairs, you'd be flipping against. Actually, a pretty standard call.
Yes.
Still curious who all the people in chat are rooting for amongst these two. But a local hero will be crowned today, that is for sure. And I believe last time we discussed this, I didn't get to finish my point, as the players now resort to speaking in Vietnamese. I was referring, of course, to how I demand that a separate plane seat be bought every time the trophy is won. But of course, these guys are locals. They'd be flying domestic back home. Easily could afford a first-class seat for that glorious trophy you see on the right-hand side of your screen. Give the APT Lion the respect it deserves. As Grant Gardner in chat, Fitness Farang had pointed out, Long recently returned to Vietnam, plays poker for fun. We mentioned early on in the coverage his Hendon Mob, which is to say his live tournament earnings so far. Pretty sparse in the few thousands of dollars. If that is the appropriate indicator for his tournament experience. He is certainly the underdog relative to the stacked resume of the person who has now, with the guaranteed $75,000, exceeded over $300,000 in career lifetime live tournament earnings. Mr. Ngo Kwa An knows what he's doing. Should have had a decent amount of heads-up experience to get to that stage. Let's see how he responds to no longer being the chip leader. Lam Lu asks, are they making a deal? Well, unless you heard something in Vietnamese, Lam, I do remember from yesterday, you happen to be a local. They are actually not making a deal. We would have been alerted. Of course, we're on a 30-minute delay. And as I've mentioned, we are happy to be transparent about that process. We have a deal-making form, in fact, that they would need to engage with. So the answer is no.
It's all very fair, isn't it? It's all very fair.
All very fair. That means they're playing old school style, playing for all of it. $45,000 is the differential. But perhaps even more importantly, the glory and the trophy. Long in pole position now with the chip lead, although the stacks are pretty close, decides to bet his open-ender. And has a piece of the board, usually enough to continue in heads up, at least one street. Very interesting in chat, by the way. Not sure of the quality of the sourcing here, but a Vietnamese local clearly says Long wants a trophy, even more than money. He said that. Very, very interesting. Has certainly been going for it. Continues to go for it. A small bet, a third of the pot on the river, but the absolute bottom pair for An. This is one of those moments where having just lost the chip lead could come into the play. Either it makes you gun shy or it makes you too spewy. Reaches for chips and makes the correct call. He is neither. And with that, I believe we have a dead even heat.
Here we go.
Here we go. We could be in for a long one, Stephen.
I'm ready.
As am I.
Bet myself earlier. And I've got lots of tea in front of me.
I'm happy to function on adrenaline alone as we wrap up this series with this incredible heads-up match. Very different from our summer series in Hanoi. We had an Australian, Dylan, and of course a local who eventually went on to win it. They were very talkative, very jovial. These guys are focused. They're here to do a job, trying their best to get it done.
Not with these cards, though. 8 deuce off from the button to folds.
8 deuce does bring an interesting question to mind. What, according to you, Stephen, is the ugliest starting hand in poker?
Heads up or?
Irrespective. And what I mean is, almost nobody says deuce 7 because deuce 7 just has, well, so much infamy now. But what is a hand that you would hate to look down at, whether it's in a cash game or a tournament?
Well, I think any hand that contains a deuce.
Okay. Okay.
You know why?
Why is that?
Because you can never flop top 2 if you have a deuce in your hand.
Ah, I love poker trivia like that.
And you know what? I'll give you another one here, and I was told I was incorrect.
So you can flop top 2?
If the board pairs up. There you go, huh?
Ah,
right?
You play the board and you play the top pair on the board.
Exactly, yes.
Why do I find stupid things like this entertaining? Back to the action. We actually have a pretty action board here. The king high flush draw for long and middle pair for and mind you, we're in the middle of a dead even heat here at the start of this hand. Both players starting with approximately 50 bigs. The club comes in, action killer, but does give the check mark to long. This hand should be over, going in the favor of long, who will once again emerge as a chip leader. Unless, of course, Anne has some ideas. No, he does not. The players are going to take a quick break because we are, in fact, going to color up some of the chips. They also did ask to actually, there we go, he's asking to perhaps use the restroom. If both of them want to break, of course, they are heads up. We should we should actually listen to them and let them take a quick break. We have to color up the chips anyway. Stephen, what do you make of the heads up battle? We have dead even heat, I said.
Well, for a split second, I thought it was over before it actually got started. Now we've got a really fascinating match in our hands because personally, I think Anne has a bit more experience. He seems to know a little bit more about heads up. So even though he's the underdog right now in terms of chip count, I think he's going to give Long or Eric Long, a very, very good fight.
Yeah, Eric has played amazingly well throughout this final table, and I'm sure throughout this tournament. When it comes to heads up, he has no shortage of aggression, and frankly, against a weaker player than Anne, usually that's enough to constantly keep making dents in your opponent's stack, then find yourself in perhaps a favorable situation. He did, of course, win an all-important flip, was at risk for his tournament life, probably feeling on top of the world right now as he does have the chip lead, playing for $45,000 and, of course, a trophy.
Looking at the graphics, you see the average stack is actually 51 big blinds. So we are playing a very deep stacked heads-up match, and for quite a lot of money. First prize being 110,000 USD. You know, it's not quite life-changing, but it's enough to buy you a Tesla.
Well, it's enough to take their tournament lifetime totals far into 6 figures. In the case of Long, of course, does not play too many tournaments. And in the case of Anne, he would almost be doubling his total lifetime earnings in live tournaments so far. So that is going to be an impressive addition to anyone's poker resume. By the way, I like bringing up how heads up sit and goes, effectively what these guys are playing right now, is one of my favorite poker formats. Of course, the difference being there's a big blind ante at play. 51 big blinds on average is a lot. I do agree with you. These guys have had a long day, and I'm sure they're happy to grind it out as long as it means they can win it all, or at least make the absolute perfect decision every time. But I do notice that things just happen very, very fast in heads up. We noticed the 10s went all in and the Queen Jack suited rather, called it off. So you never know where we end up. And we are back, and there's a new addition to the dynamic on this table. I actually heard through the grapevine that his friends were jokingly calling him chicken at the table. I'm not sure whether they're referring to this table or perhaps some other one. And he decided to put on the chicken face, the chicken suit, what do you call it? The chicken mask? I'm not even sure.
A hat?
It's a hat, but it covers your mouth somehow. And pocket tens this time for the current chip leader. Blinds are 100k, 200k. Quick call from the 4-deuce suited. It's suited as a result. He does limp. He did this with ace-8 off, limp free raised. Did this with pocket tens, limp free raised then. This time long, no doubt, begging for a limp free raise. 4-deuce lets it go. I feel like there's just a new energy on the table. What do you think? Is this the mind game of sorts as well? I have the chip lead now. I'll psychologically mess with you.
I don't know. I think he's just having fun. No?
What a spot to be having fun. Certainly not letting the moment get to him in any way. Our cameraman is having fun as well.
Difficult to stare down. Oh, with a hat like that.
I'm not gonna lie, putting myself in Anne's shoes, I would be a little psychologically rattled. My opponent just took the chip lead, and now, as we've been saying, Stephen, doesn't seem to give a flop. It's just monkeying around or chickening around, it turns out.
It is indeed. Well, you know, you were saying earlier how the Hanoi High Roller event, the final table was a little more relaxed, a little bit more banter, a little bit more fun.
Yeah.
Long must have heard you. And he's pulled out his chicken hat and his all-in glasses.
Well, I'm thinking back to Grant Gardner in the chat, letting us know that Eric lived in Canada for many years. That's Long, of course. Returned to Vietnam recently and plays poker for fun. Well, it turns out Grant was not joking. Eric is having a ball of a time here. And why not? He's picking up the chips as well. With the blinds being up, he now has a 10-6, which means a 5-3 chip lead. I mean, 16 million chips in play, 10 of them in the stack of Long. Not a dominating lead heads up necessarily, and not too recently. The tables had been turned. I don't even know what to say.
For a split second, I thought you were referring to the fact that he lived in Canada to explain his chicken hat wearing.
Is that a correlation? Or because it's a hat?
Well, because I don't know. I don't know how you feel about Canada. I'm not allowed to say anything bad about Canada because my wife's Canadian.
Ah. Well, you seem to have some insight. I wouldn't. To me, I simply cannot. I mean, talk about being in Anne's shoes. I can barely take him seriously sitting here in the booth. Can only wonder what Anne is thinking. This is a bad time to have a bit of run bad, by the way. And Long does not raise his suited ace. This is a limped pot. King 7 is good for a double belly buster. Or double gut shot at least, an 8 or a queen. 47% equity against the better holding of ace 5 suited. Jack 10, 9 about the worst flop you want when you have ace little. Gets folded.
Wow, very easy give up.
Tough to continue on that board. After all, you have a high card and a low card, and it comes 3 middle cards. You just figure
Even
this
though
one's
that
out for
was
you.
a bit of a backdoor possibility. It was a club on board.
Was indeed.
Still, good lay down. On to the next one.
By the way, maybe there's some Vietnamese reference that we're not getting with the chicken. In case that's true, please let us know in chat. How quickly one 3-minute break can devolve what was looking like a very intense final table. The play is still intense, but that outfit is so out of line.
Oh. Oh wow. Focus on the poker.
Oh my word.
Flops top pair. The top pair, yes. And then bottom 2 for Anne.
Dream scenario for Anne. Bottom 2 means you unblock top pair. Out of position. 2 diamonds on the board. A perfect setup for a check raise. Can represent all kinds of diamonds, straight draws perhaps, to the wheel. Some air. And of course in this case actually has the goods. Small raise. And Long has top pair. It's hard enough to make a pair, but it's even harder to make top pair heads up. Certainly cannot be going anywhere. Is that a 3-bet? It is indeed music to the ears of Anne. Long is basically announcing he has, well, frankly, he's played it as though he has an overpair, which would also be fantastic. And should be looking to get this in. Long has shown the strength, shown that he has a potential holding that can call off a raise here.
Well, Anne is definitely no chicken himself. He's not going to be afraid with bottom 2.
If Anne chooses to get this in, I don't see how Long can get away from it. Too many draws are on the board. You have top pair. It's not a pretty hand to call off when the kicker is at 8, but by making this 3-bet on the flop, he has effectively committed himself.
All in, a call.
All in,
so
and
quick.
a call is predicted. This is going to be a big swing. Of course, Anne at risk. It could all be over. This time he has 71% equity. An 8, a jack, or a running pair can end this tournament right now.
Did I say something about having a deuce in the hand? Makes it impossible to flop top 2. Oh wow! There you go.
A full house for the shorter stack, almost locking up this hand with the exception of a jack. 5, of course, means there is a double up. 13 million now, the shortest stack Long has had in this heads up. 15 bigs over a 4-1 chip lead.
Wow. Do you think Eric Long could have got away if he didn't 3-bet that flop on the turn? When the turn paired up, when the deuce paired up, do you think he would have got away?
I think the deuce pairing up would have ensured he did not get away. He would have had a flush draw as well.
That's exactly what I thought, yes.
So from a results perspective, really no difference in the outcome there, but I do think he overplayed his hand with the 3-bet on the flop. After all, if your opponent is bluffing, you want to keep them in the hand. If you want to charge for draws and such, that's one way to do it, but I would have much preferred to see a shove, in fact, forcing his opponent to fold a lot of equity that would be check raising as a bluff there. Diamond draws, for instance, straight draws, could not have made the call. That would have been the more optimal play, but to your point, the deuce on the turn perhaps would have sealed the deal irrespective. Bit of a cooler. Top pair is just so strong heads up, but these guys are so deep, as we had just discussed. It actually leaves a lot of room to maneuver and to make hero folds, but the man in a chicken suit or a chicken mask somehow does not strike me as the hero folding type at the moment.
Well, I've seen people wearing Spider-Man masks. I've seen people wearing Batman masks. This is a first for me, a chicken mask.
Well, why not? Jack 5, v Jack 7. Newly acquired chips. Sometimes
a lot of them. 4-1 chip lead, you can be a little bit more liberal with your hand selection.
What you don't want to start doing is going all in with suboptimal holdings such as Jack 5. He in fact chooses to just fold
there
it,
you go.
only losing a small blind. Fair enough.
It's more of your speciality, this, heads up, sit and go.
Indeed, I do really like the format and I've studied it a bit, but not with the big blind ante in play, but I can extrapolate that you can just be much looser and wider going after that big blind ante. And when you get down to 13 bigs, actually a very reasonable strategy is to just have an all-in range and a fold range. And if you are deciding to play that strategy, Jack 5 would certainly fall in the fold range. What you do not want to do...
Pocket eights.
Pocket eights would be the most comfortable, all in a fold time.
Yep.
And 5-2 suited will be an easy fold. I was just about to point out something that you are actually very often pointing out at this stage of any tournament we are covering together, Stephen. What you don't want to do is go from having a fantastic, massive chip lead, like the one he has right now, 3.5 to 1 still, to absolutely being even in chips. If the chip lead instead was 3 to 1, and all in would make you dead even in chips. So I like that fold with the Jack 5.
I concur. I wonder what Long is thinking right now. Has the chicken mask changed his luck?
Another walk. Disappointing one this time for Long. Had the ace-7 off. Could have gone all in with it. Could have 3-bet jammed. Or even jammed in case limp 2. Still has 18 bigs. Plenty to work with. This would barely even qualify